Hello once again. This is the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We're here in the capital of the Czech Republic for day 4 of the EPT Prague main event. 61 players come into play today. Of course, we made it into the money yesterday. If you want to know what happened around the bubble, worth checking out yesterday's PokerStars Daily Roundup. You'll find it on the PokerStars YouTube channel. I'm James Hartigan, by the way, joined by Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. And Rick, we have to start off today's show on a serious note. There's actually been big controversy overnight here at EPT Prague. We have one player in the tournament, a Czech player called Vit Blatchit, who has been commonly referred to as Harry Potter for the last few days. I believe in the last 12 hours, a breakaway section of the poker media have suggested he actually looks more like John Lennon. Yeah, there's been a bit of a dissidence, a little bit, yeah, as you said, controversy. Some are saying a fusion thereof of Potter and Lennon. That is just too out there for as far as I'm concerned, but we'd like to see some kind of hashtagging going on. Maybe you can run it on EPT Live, hashtag Van Plu, hashtag Lennon. My money would be on the Van Plu still. That's all I can say. A rival Harry Potter lookalike. We'll get that poll running a bit later on today. Let's talk about the players coming in to today. We mentioned Vit Blatchit. He is one of the big stacks. No stack bigger, though, than the only potential two-time EPT winner left in this field, Ludovic Lacaille. Yeah, and he's someone that would actually be a very popular first double champion. Obviously, we've still got some way to go because we're playing down to 16 today, or 5 levels. But Ludovic Lacaille, 1.7 million, which is best part of 700,000 ahead of the competition, which includes Ole Shemyan. But Lacaille, you know, it plays an expansive game. He's not ABC, but he's also a thoroughly nice bloke as well. So, I mean, this is an exciting part of the tournament, Rick, because we've got through the bubble from 1,007 players. We're down to the last 61, the last few tables. Now we can start picking out the storylines emerging. Yeah. Ludovic being one of them. Ole Shemyan. Now here is a kid who's been on an absolute tear, winning titles across Europe. Was it 5 side events or 4 final tables at the grand final last season? Yeah, he did very well. It was like kind of, at one point he walked past us and just sort of said, yeah, too easy, which kind of sums it up. Yeah, he has a very strong understanding of the game, when to apply pressure, when to value bet, when to hero call, and that's why he's currently ranked number 2 in the world, just behind Daniel Negreanu, who himself has had an absolutely prodigious year. 3 other stories I want to pick out. We've got the last lady standing, Anna Marquez. We've got last year's runner-up still in the field. Yes, Katupas. Yeah, we're a big fan of him. Loved that whole kind of deal negotiations last year. Stephen Bartley spoke to David Boyerson, who was obviously part, along with Ramsey Gelassi, about that, where Katupas was happy to probably concede that maybe he didn't have as much experience, but at the point where Boyerson was trying to leverage that too much, Katupas kind of blew up. Obviously took it as an insult and was like, no, we play, which was great. It did go on for an hour. Would have rather they could condense it into like 5 minutes, but yeah, it'd be great if he gets down to another deal. And I have to give Rick the credit for this one. Another potential lookalike in the field. Sotiris Katupas, you think looks like Tobias from Arrested Development? Yeah, on steroids, you know, like a bigger version thereof. Yeah. And the last story I want to pick out is flying the flag for Blighty here, the 2 Brits in the field, Max Silver and Stephen Chidwick. A lot of accomplishments, both live and online, and potentially going very deep here in Prague. Yeah, Max is one of those players who's graduated up from the UK EPT. I think he's made 3 UK EPT final tables, bubbled 1 final table, has 1 title. He's won a UK EPT high roller, finished runner-up to Vanessa Selps in another. Very good player, circulates with a lot of those guys like Steve O'Dwyer. And so he's obviously very solid. Stephen Chidwick, on the other hand, is someone who's, as Stevie 444, has had like incredible success over the last however many years online. Has maybe had some trouble translating that online, or maybe just the sample size hasn't been good enough, except for this last year, like World Series, loads of success. So yeah, maybe it's his time to make a final table here. So as Rick said, we're going to watch the final 61 play down to the last 16 unless we play 5 full levels today. Got to be honest with you, I'm going to put the spread at between 18 and 22 players at the end of the day. I think we will struggle to get down to the last 16 when you consider the number of chips in play. Huge thanks to Rick, and of course you can read his words, follow the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com. Give the guys a follow on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsblog. We've added more languages to EPT Live today, so a good opportunity for me to hand over to all the commentary teams around the world.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, James. And hello, my babies. You are watching the European Poker Tour live from the Czech Republic, where we have been making progress on working this initial field of 1,007 players down to a winner who will be walking away with 889,000 euros. 5,000 euro to buy in. 61 players remain. Today we'll be playing, as James said, 5 levels or down to 16, whichever comes first. Also, I'll be having pizza for lunch. Lots of local language streams today. You are listening to English, but we've just added Czech. There's also Polish, Russian, German, French, Italian, Spanish. I'm out of breath. Portuguese and Mandarin. 3 more days of broadcasting, including this one. We started at noon today, noon tomorrow, 1 p.m. on Wednesday for Cards Up coverage of the final table all day, every day. Don't forget, you can take us on the go with you. EPT Live has gone mobile. You can download the PokerStars.tv app, available in the Mac Apple Store and on Google Play for your Android devices. And of course, we want y'all to get in touch. We are lonely, me particularly, but that is a personal problem. You can help me out here on the air by emailing us, nuts@pokerstars.tv. I'm not going to lie, though, those emails are filtered, and sometimes they don't always make it to us. So the best way to get in touch is using the hashtag EPTLive on Twitter. You can follow us at EPTLive. James and I are monitoring those Twitter feeds all day long, so that's the best way to get your thoughts heard on the air. Of course, you can follow the blog, be our Facebook friend, our Instagram, and our YouTube, but we are going to go directly right now to the feature table where action is already underway.
Yeah, Max Silva all in early doors. Didn't get a call, so he actually stacks up to 586,000 now. These are the players in seat order. We mentioned Olashemian and Ludovic Lakai at the top of the show, and of course Max as well. Let's have a look at the players in chip order. And you can see that Max Silva is now 4th on this leaderboard. Remember, these are only 8 players out of 61 in the tournament overall, but Ludovic Lakai is the tournament chip leader by some margin, by more than 700K. And on the subject of Twitter, Joe, I do think that we should embrace Rick Dacey's idea and get a bit of a poll going later on about Vit Blatchett and whether people feel he is more of a Harry Potter lookalike or resembles John Lennon.
Or, according to Rick, a David Van Plu lookalike.
Wow.
Rick suggested hashtag Vamplu, hashtag Lennon.
Well, another all-in. I mean, lots of action early doors. There was a shove from Igor Yaroshevsky. Sergei Baburin reshoves for 264,000. No one else gets involved. So it's Yaroshevsky v. Baburin. Queen 9 the hand for Yaroshevsky. Baburin reshove with ace-king.
Now, buddy, I know that ace-king is ahead here, but if you notice, we have the unbranded all-in triangle. The branded all-in triangle was tossed out to the Queen 9. So I think Queen 9 might be a slight favorite here.
Yeah, you're going to get bucked by the bunk triangle, quite frankly.
That triangle is bunk. King right in the door. But uh-oh.
Exactly. Yaroshevsky flops it.
Flop straight. I would not allow the dealer to toss me that bunk triangle.
And you can see that obviously Baburin does have a redraw to a higher straight. He needs a queen on the river. Heart's not a factor, but it's a jack, so Yaroshevsky straight holds up, and he will double up, leaving Baburin pretty short.
Just 16 big blinds.
Blinds currently 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. This is level 20 of the tournament. The first of 5 potential levels today. Will only stop before then if we get down to the last 2 tables, if we get down to the final 16. Should mention the fact that various guests will be dropping in today. Maybe some of the blog guys can drop by and tell us what's happening on the outer tables. Of course, you can follow at PokerStars blog and read the live updates from the outer tables on the PokerStarsblog.com. Lee Jones will be back later on for another edition of Lee's Lowdown.
And you guys had 2 levels of hacks yesterday, so I don't know if I wouldn't really expect much today.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out that the High Roller event begins today, and obviously many of the members of Team Pro, many of the guests we would expect to join us as guest commentators are going to be playing that big tournament. They are players first and commentators second.
As opposed to us, who are commentators first and players not at all.
Yoram gets in touch, say back for a full day of poker. Would love to see Anna on the table later today if she's still in. I mean, as the field thins, we'll see more and more players come up to the main stage. I mean, the great thing is at this point, I said to Rick at the start, Joe, that we're getting some stories emerging now, but we're also getting to see more and more players. You know, a lot of the guys still in the tournament have at some point been on our feature table. We're able to put faces to names.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about covering the tournament from day one, is that usually there are one or two people who make the final table who we've been seeing since the beginning of the week.
So Shemian's pre-flop raise, called by Lassell King. This is a blind-on-blind battle, rather. Germany v Germany. And Shemian continues on this ace-6 deuce flop for 35,000. King calls. King of clubs on the turn.
Shemian's just going to keep firing because that's what he do.
Obviously, there is no doubting Shemian's talent at the table. One thing you don't get a sense of when you see him sitting at the table here is how massive this kid is. He could play basketball.
You talking height, or is he just a fatty?
I'm talking height.
Okay. I thought we were using the slimming cameras, like Oprah. Queen on the river. Shemian finally puts the brakes on. Goes check, check. Shemian shows a queen and a jack. Decides to take the showdown value that he miraculously pulled out of his on the river.
So King mucks, Shemian chips up to nearly 1.2 million. Spare a thought, by the way, for one of our regular viewers, Ed Kilworth. Day 2 without a PC. Don't think I've missed so many. I'm more productive, though, to be honest. Might get some proportion back in my life. I'm not interested in proportion. I'm not interested in perspective. We should watch us. We expect you to tune in for 12 hours a day. Even the 4 hours at the end of the day when we aren't streaming anymore.
I don't know how I could be productive without my computer. With, like, butter churning? What else is there? It's not like anyone does any work that's not... I mean, maybe he's a barber. It's hard to do that on a computer.
Peter says, sitting down for some poker while watching EPT Live, good times. And as you saw on your screen a moment ago, we'll give you the opportunity to play poker for free later on. We will have another EPT Live free roll. And in the next hour or so, we're going to drop some hints, give you some clues to today's free roll password.
This pot was a raise and take it for Jorma Newtonen. We're instructed by our Finnish colleague that you have to pronounce all the letters. I got both U's there. Yeah?
I think you may have added about 17 to his name.
I might have put a third or fourth one in there, to be fair. Wait, there's new ways to watch.
Yeah, I talk about all the languages we're available in. I mean, there's multiple platforms as well. You can watch us on Facebook at PokerStars.net and, of course, on the PokerStars YouTube channel, streaming in a variety of different languages. Some people like to kick it old school and watch on PokerStars.tv, and that's fine.
That's old school.
But we do like to give you the option, and of course you can watch on the go with the PokerStars TV mobile app, available for Android and iOS devices. And Daniel, bless him, did a great job when he came in as a guest commentator earlier in the week of shilling for the PokerStars TV app. Mr. Negrani, when he's traveling, likes to download some TV shows to that app and watch them whilst in transit.
I think he was watching grand final shows from season 9 last night in the airport.
So basically he was watching himself.
Well, he's also watching me. Oh, and you and some other people, but, you know. Shemian back at it.
And this will be raise and take it. Well, we have got an Arsenal fan at our feature table, Sergei Babarin. And Vinjay on Twitter says, has anyone told the Arsenal fan that Spurs have just fired their manager? Obviously, huge rivalry in North London between those two teams.
Sure, and you know, my heart goes out to the manager that was just fired. I mean, where else can you get paid millions and millions of pounds to tell people to kick something? Probably never, nowhere.
Bit of a brag from Yoram. He says finished in the top 200 in the last 3 EPT Live free rolls. That is no small achievement.
No, it's a pretty small achievement.
I feel that I could have gone deeper yesterday had I not decided to play kamikaze poker so we could go to dinner.
Yeah, well, you had the chance to go to dinner with the legend Ike Haxton. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna play the free roll, or are you gonna go out with Action Haxton?
I chose Action Haxton. So if you're wondering why I suddenly went from the nittiest player at the table to going all in on every hand, that'll be why. Kevin McPhee sends good luck wishes to 4 players remaining in the field here in Prague. Anna Marquez, Stevie444, that's Stephen Chidwick, Max Silva, and Ari Engel. We'll check out some of the outer tables in just a moment as Ludovic Lakai wins that hand with a 3-bet coming over the top of Andrea Benelli's opening raise. So a few shortish stacks here, Joe. Benelli, Yaroshevsky, and Babarin. I mean, Yaroshevsky got that double up, but it was only to 21 bigs.
Yeah, we've got 4 players who are, at least one's bordering on the danger zone and 3 that are pretty clearly in it. We've already got 1 player on his way out of here today.
Tournament clock reads 60 remaining from the 1007 who started.
And it is a guy walking away from the tournament. Just confirmed that Anna Marquez is still in. Taking a peek at her shortly.
Worth confirming that after yesterday's gross misinformation. Second hand in a row that we've seen a 3-bet from Ludovic Lakai. This time, Lassell King, the original raiser. Action's been folded back around to King.
King starting the hand with nearly $1 million.
So this is a potential battle of the big stacks. And Graphical Nick just gave you a reminder of the chip denominations there. The smallest chips in play are the red 1,000s, the blues are 5,000, the yellow chips, which have just been thrown in, are worth 25,000 each. So this is a 4-bet from King to 120K.
Cutesy Baby's initial body language said to me that he didn't really love facing a 4-bet, but he hasn't folded yet.
Quick shout out to Dale on Twitter. Cashed in both the Storm and got 45th place in the Sunday Million. Still grinding. Hashtag can't miss the show.
Cool.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone who cashed in the Sundays. Great to have you back with us today. As Ludovic Lakai flats the 4-bet, and we go to the flop. King with the betting lead, Lakai in position. 9 tray deuce with 2 spades, and more than $250,000 in the pot already.
King's gonna keep hammering on this.
Continuation bet of 110,000. And Ludovic Lakai is calling.
Got almost $500,000 in this pot.
Still potentially 2 more betting streets. 6 of hearts on the turn, 2 flush draws out there now.
I'd be pretty surprised if king didn't turn up here with some kind of overpair.
King bets here. He's setting things up perfectly for a river shove.
I think most of the time king's gonna have jacks plus here.
It's a couple of towers of blue. That's at least 200,000. And there's some yellow in there as well. 260,000. He's leaving himself about 420,000 for the river. Love it when we get big action early doors. We haven't had to wait for anything today. Had an all-in on the very first hand. Now this huge pot between 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament.
And if king doesn't have some kind of overpair here and he's just barreling, then this takes some real stones.
What do you do if you're Ludovic Lacaille and you're the player with like jacks or queens?
Jacks is an awful spot. Queens is only slightly less awful.
Lacaille lays it down. A big pot for Lassell King. Lacaille still the chip leader with 1.5 million. Lassell King chipping up to nearly 1.2 million.
Close the gap between himself and Olshemian.
Well, let's head out into the field. There is Anna Marquez, the last lady standing. Her table mates today include Jonathan Little.
Maybe not anymore.
Oh. Her table mates did include Jonathan Little.
Seat open.
Yuri Gully still at the table, though. So just in time to see Mr. Little exit in 60th place.
James, I think you're going soft, by the way. This morning, you put us on a range of players we're going to be left with at the end of the day, 18 to 22. Come on.
All right, well, let's split the difference then and call it 20.
There you go.
Yaroshevsky all in. And the all in gets through. Well, great news. We didn't know whether we'd be able to get any big names, any members of Team Pro in the booth today, but I have been advised that Eugene Kachalov had a deep run here in Prague, will be joining us shortly.
Excellent.
So if you've got questions for Eugene, whose analysis is always worth listening to, by the way, you should send in those questions via email, nuts@pokerstars.tv. Chances are if you tweet right now, they might get lost in the timeline. So once Eugene is here, by all means, tag your questions and comments EPT Live, but if you've got something you want to get off your chest, a burning question for Eugene Kachalov, and you want to write it at this moment, best to send us an email.
Just hang tight.
So we are down to 59 players now.
Action's folding around to Babarin on the button, who also folds. Only the blinds left. Newtonen in the small blind. Makes it 25.
Yeah, Max Silver not folding. He defends his big blind. Flop is ace, queen, 5.
Newtonen slows down. immediately. Silver checks.
5 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board.
I know my cards are red, but are they hearts?
Delayed continuation bet from Newtonen. And Max Silver will fold. So let's head out into the floor again. And one of the story points that I didn't mention with Rick at the start of the day is that the guy who won the Eureka main event, that huge tournament with more than 1,300 players, is still in, Dimitri Holdyu. And the guy sat next to him, Stephen Chidwick from the UK, came third in that tournament. So we've got 1 and 3 from the Eureka main event. And also at that table, Sam Chartier. And you can see the Potter-Lennon hybrid in the background there. We'll get a proper shot of him in a few minutes' time, so you can have your say on who you think he looks like.
Yeah, there he is. And I just heard the words Harry Potter come from every other language table down here.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Potter. I'm not gonna entertain this breakaway Lennon lookalike contingent.
I think if we did put it to a vote, I think just based on the fact that we have a youthful audience, I think that Harry Potter would win out. I don't think a lot of people are like, who's John Lennon?
Chris Gagan says, waiting to leave university for Christmas. Better watch some EPT Live then. And why not? Miguel says sends a very simple greeting. Hi, guys. Hi, Miguel.
Hi, Miguel.
Yoram asks, are we going to give away anything today? No competitions planned right now, but you never know. A bit later on, we might have a card protector or maybe an all-in triangle. We'll certainly be giving away some great poker advice when Eugene Kachlov comes in the booth.
That's something money can't buy. Unless you join an online trading site.
And of course, a bit later on, we will be giving out the password for today's EPT Live free roll. Here is your clue, by the way, to try and crack the code. It means nothing to me.
The clue doesn't mean anything to you?
No, that is the clue. It means nothing to me.
But what means nothing to you?
The password, Joe.
The password means nothing to you.
Correct.
I don't get it. Your clue means nothing to me.
We've got another all-in.
This time he's got the right triangle.
Sergei Babarin shoving for 14 bigs. Olashemian wants a count. Actually, it's King with the decision, the big blind. And he decides to fold.
No reason for the courtesy double up.
We're heading out to the floor again to check on another outer table. Kevin Isofano sat at this table with Ari Engel. Julian Track, who was on our feature table yesterday.
Sigurd Eskeland, who was on our feature table a few times.
Still plenty of familiar faces remaining in this tournament. We're now at 58 in the EPT Prague main event. Holly Lamb says, thank you for making my day off perfect. Nothing better than Stapes and Hartigan on a Monday.
I appreciate the kind words, but I think there are so many better things than Stapes and Hartigan. A hug, clean sheets.
On the subject of lookalikes, by the way, Matt D believes he is a Harry Potter Dario Minieri hybrid. Matt Crocker says he can't be Harry Potter, that's Vamps' job. Yoram says he does look more like John Lennon, just an opinion. And a few people, it seems, I've already cracked the EPT Live free roll password. I made that clue far too easy. It may have confused Stapes, but he's very easily confused. Well, this is a confusing one from Denny. That guy looks like Daniel Radcliffe, but David Van Plu looks like Harry Potter. You get me? John Lennon, no.
That is, but put some real thought into it, Denny. I give you points for that.
I don't understand how you can look like Daniel Radcliffe but not look like Harry Potter when Daniel Radcliffe is Harry Potter.
Well, okay, because like you've got Miley Cyrus, right? And then you've got Hannah Montana.
They're the same person.
No. Hannah Montana is a different person than Miley Cyrus.
Oh, my mind is being blown here.
What is it, a magic microphone or something she has to hold to become Hannah Montana? Anybody know? When I think of it, she's holding something else, but I think it's a microphone. Oh, it's a hat? Headphone, a ponytail, hair. It's a wig. It's a wig, it's a magic wig.
That's probably true of Harry Potter as well. I'm assuming that Daniel Radcliffe wears a wig when he's playing Harry Potter.
Yes. Much like Vit. Hopefully he does not pull his wand out.
Hopefully we can get a shot of Sotirios Katupas later on, so Joe can weigh on Rick Dacey's shout that he looks like Tobias Funke.
Is your password clue some kind of lame 80s song?
It is an 80s song, but it's not an 80s song that I would ever describe as lame.
Right, the big 80s, when it comes to the 80s, lame is implied.
Wow, that is harsh, unnecessary, unfair, disgusting. Do you know what? I'm turning away from you. I can't even look in your face right now.
Is that another 80s song reference? I can't even look at your face right now. That sounds like, what is that, like an Aha song?
Can we mute his microphone? I can't be doing with this anymore. Thank heavens Eugene Katchlov is here, and there's someone in this booth who can talk some sense.
I think Eugene's going to be on my side on this one.
Don't try and give him money, Joe. That's not fair.
Hello, guys.
Eugene Katchlov can't be bought.
Eugene,
for everything.
Buy anything I can afford.
To use Stapes' classic phrase, congratulations, you were the last team pro standing in the EPT Prague main event.
I was. Oh, I didn't realize that.
From a field of 1,007, it's a deep run, but obviously that sense of disappointment this morning that you're not back for day 4.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously you're always, that's the nature of these tournaments. You're always disappointed unless you win first. So you're basically disappointed almost always.
Will you join us as Igor Yaroshevsky moves all in? Decision on Lassell King. He was the original raiser. I actually know he called Shemian's opening raise, but he's not going to call the all-in.
I like the way Eugene described that. You're disappointed almost always. It's kind of like what it feels like to be my dad. I liked your tweet. Sort of free-rolling, hashtag not really, or whatever it was.
yeah.
So is the high roller a 2 p.m. start, Eugene? Is that why
no,
you're
it's
able to join
a
us?
1 p.m., but I'll, you know, it's okay. I'll be half an hour late. Not the end of the world.
I mean, I don't want to shoot the broadcast in the foot, but you don't have to do that for us. Just go.
Oh, good. I love you guys.
We also love you.
I haven't had a chance to hang out with you all week, so, you know. I mean, I had a good reason, but it's okay. I'll be here now.
I guess it is part of being a high roller is not showing up on time for the tournament.
Do you remember once when we made the mistake of trying to actually televise a high roller tournament from the beginning of day 1, and we literally had 3 players?
At 3 separate tables?
Yeah, it's like we couldn't pick a feature table because there was literally nobody had showed up.
Wow. Yeah, it's weird. I think whenever you play these things, even though they get big field, like over 100 people, I think at every stop, it seems like last one I played in London, I registered from the beginning. I got moved 5 times, I think. in day one, because every time there's basically people entering the tournament every couple of hours, so they keep making new tables and keep moving people around. So I could never get sat at a normal table and just stay there.
Well, they say that, like, that there's some value in playing the tournament from the beginning because there's more dead money in the tournament then. But I guess when it comes to the high roller, that doesn't really apply.
No, it does apply. It
does.
It does apply greatly. Though, but like but the thing that I said now is, a really important thing for me and for other players, I think, is having certain dynamics at the table. Now, you can only have dynamics at the table if you're playing there for some time. So when you constantly get moved around,
right.
everything starts all over again.
Can't learn anything, right?
So you kind of have to start from the beginning again.
By the way, I actually gave you a false accolade. Chad Holloway from the Live Updates team says, I hate to tell you this, but Jonathan Duhamel was the last team pro standing, not Eugene Kachelov. Eugene,
wow,
you
so
were the
didn't
last.
even win that.
You were the last
man.
European team pro standing.
Right.
Well done.
I was the last team Ukraine pro. The last team pro with the Ukrainian
We'll figure
flag.
out a way to make it specific enough that it applies to you.
Considering I'm the only one from Ukraine.
With the name Kachelov.
It's a big distinction.
Thank you for the correction, Ched. Denny says, love the Miley Cyrus comparison, Stapes. Daniel Radcliffe is a lot older looking than Harry Potter, but I'm now starting to confuse myself. You must have come across the Harry Potter lookalike in the tournament, Eugene.
No.
Oh, you never shared a table with him?
No.
Oh, don't worry. We'll provide visual evidence of his existence very soon. So we've gone to a flop here. Yaroshevsky raising to 20K. Max Silva defending his big blind. Yaroshevsky continues for 23,000 after Silva checks this Queen Jack 4 flop.
You think he really needs both those Ys at the end of his name? It just seems excessive.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. And he's my countryman, too.
Talk to him. It just seems like that's just blatant overuse of Ys.
Silva calls the c-bet, 8 of hearts on the turn.
Yaroshevsky hasn't really been raising normal amounts. He's just been open shoving, so this is a little bit
pretty short. He's got like 26 blinds to start.
Yeah, so this is a little out of character for him, though he has won the blinds and antes a few times, so maybe he feels like his stack is up enough to a point where he can make a regular raise.
So we're going check on the turn. We get a 7 on the river, 7 of spades. Check down. Max Silva will show 8-9 for a pair of 8s. Ace-king, the hand for Yaroshevsky.
Ooh. Yeah, in bad shape.
Yeah, a 10 would have made things pretty gross for Max Silva.
Yeah, it was like a that was an upset statement for him. He's like, yeah, 10 was good. I don't know if you heard that.
Nuno K says, good morning, EPT Live team. I should really go to bed and sleep, but I'll just hold for 8 or 9 more hours and watch the stream. Good plan, Nuno. Remember to tag your tweets, EPT Live, if you want a question for Eugene Kachelov, anything you want to get off your chest. nuts@pokerstars.tv is the email address. We've got about an hour left to play on this level, the 5-10 level, with 58 players remaining now. And Ludovic Lacaille just folded there, Eugene. Obviously the chip leader coming into today. Taking a bit of a knock to his stack, but still playing the better part of 1.5 million. And of course, the last EPT champ left standing, our last potential 2-time winner in this event.
Yeah, he's got a good shot, too. He's a great player. Yeah, I was actually flying out. We were in the airport together in Montreal just like a week ago, flying out, around the same time. And we were talking for a couple hours, and he was telling me how he's feeling good, and he just feels like he's on top of his game right now. So obviously that's showing.
Yeah, it sure is. It's pretty weird that there have been no 2-time winners on the EPT. There's 2 interesting things about this. I mentioned this yesterday, that he will have won, if he wins this, 2 non-televised events. So we won't have caught either of his wins.
This one isn't televised either?
No, and San Remo wasn't either. And it's also kind of interesting, if we do get a 2-time winner, that it will have happened by a guy who won in Season 9 and Season 10. instead of like someone from like season 2 and season 10 or
it's
season.
obviously much harder to do it.
Yeah.
If he does this, yeah, because it is getting harder and harder to win 2 titles because the fields are getting bigger and bigger every year.
And I've always guessed, and I don't necessarily think it's going to be him because it's still a long way to go. Okay, no knock against him. Still a long way to go.
Of course.
57 players left. But I did always think that for as long as we've been talking about when there's going to be a 2-time winner, that it would be someone who actually hadn't even won one yet when it happened.
Right. I'd say his chances, what is 57 left? He's got triple average. So his chances are probably like, yeah, I mean, it's still.
His chances are better than anyone else.
Probably still below 10%, my guess. About 10%.
Lassell King winning that pot with a 3-bet. And I guarantee, and we spoke about this yesterday, that should he go deep, should he make the final table of this event and have a big stack, I guarantee you that the TV crew will be sending out cameras because they would not want to miss the moment that we actually finally had a 2-time winner on the tour.
Yeah, that's true. But what would they do if he goes into the final table as a short stack?
Just send a guy over with like a DV camera. And
Stapes,
just in case he doubles.
Stapes, get your iPhone out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, not being funny, it shoots 1080p. It's good enough for broadcast.
He doubles up. Everyone's flight is canceled.
Newton in raising here.
Second hand in a row he's raised. Last time he got 3-bet by King.
Oh, Shemian too, huh? He's deep there another tournament.
Yeah, the Shemian streak continues. Just calling on the button. Heads up to the flop, which is Queen 7 deuce for 2 spades.
Looks like Newton is going to continue. $25K. All it calls, just 1 chip, no big deal. Another deuce, another diamond.
Newton then looking back at his hand. And now he slows down, he checks. Oh, you're in trouble if Olashemian smells weakness.
Eugene, is there any information to be gained when the player looks back at their hand?
No, I don't think so.
Shemian takes over the betting, makes it 50K. Newton then quickly folds. And Eugene, something I actually wanted to ask you about was the charity event that we had at the start of the EPT Prague Festival, which Rafa Nadal won, his first ever live tournament. You kind of had a horse in that event, Andrei Shevchenko.
Yeah.
I know you were hanging out with before the tournament. Were you also coaching him at all? Did you give him any advice going into the game?
Yeah, I sure did. I mean, Andre and me have been friends for 2 years now, and you know.
Is he a tennis player also? I'm so sorry, I don't know who it is.
He's a footballer.
Yeah, he's
A soccer player.
a very famous footballer. Yeah. He actually like really likes poker but he mainly plays cash games like No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha. I think Pot Limit Omaha a little bit more. So you know when he was invited to play this, he was really excited but obviously he hasn't really played many tournaments or sit and goes in his life. So you know he asked me for some advice. So I was more than happy to give him some coaching, I guess. And yeah, so that was a lot of fun. You know, my advice to him was mainly versus Daniel, because I knew Daniel would give him the most trouble.
Yeah.
And I think it worked really well. I think he was really happy with the way he played. I was really happy with the way he played, and I think he would have won it if he didn't get unlucky versus Rafa.
And that's the crucial thing. He didn't win, which means you were outcoached by the great Alfonso.
I'm Alfonso.
Yep, I was.
How did he get unlucky against Rafa?
He got it in. Well, he had 8s versus Rafa's 5s.
That was the big 8s versus 5s hand. Okay.
Yeah, he had the 8s. And if he wins that hand, he would have been heads up versus Fatima with like 110,000 versus her like 10,000. So, you know, essentially almost a lock.
I feel like a better coach and the 5 doesn't peel off. I don't know. That's just me.
What was that? What?
Said maybe if you had a better coach, the 5 doesn't peel off.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. See, I'm not on that level yet.
Yeah, I know.
Teaching
it's
someone
fine.
how to avoid that
Okay.
5.
You could do it yourself, but as far as teaching someone else how to do it, it's just.
I can't do it myself either yet. I'm hoping I can get on that level soon. I'm not there yet. Maybe a few more years of practice.
So awesome if you could actually be good at not getting sucked out on. If there's some way that you could.
I get so good, I just avoid bad luck.
Even just 1%.
Phil Hellmuth's ultimate dream.
Shemian racing from the hijack. And everyone else folds.
I mean, for most of you guys that play, you know, optimal poker most of the time, I'm not saying you don't ever make mistakes, but a lot of the guys on your level play nearly optimal. Wouldn't it be better, instead of saying good luck, to just say, not bad luck? Because that's really what you need. You don't need good luck. You just need not bad luck.
Yeah. But then poker wouldn't be fun if there was no bad luck, right? What would be the point?
But
you just like
just for you.
You guys would be sitting here and like somebody would go all in with, I don't know, aces versus queens. You'd be like, all right, hands over.
Yep.
Aces wins. Let's just go on.
Push the pot.
Ace king versus ace queen. All right, ace king wins.
Push the pot.
Let's go. There's no sweating, no flop, no turn.
Well, bad players still need good luck.
Yeah. Otherwise they wouldn't play, right?
Second hand in a row that Shemian has raised, and this time he meets resistance from Andrea Benelli, who is all in for around 20 big blinds.
Not too many Italians left in this field.
Prague is the only destination on the European Poker Tour that's given Italy a champion. It was here in season 5, and we have another all-in. It's Eugene's fellow countryman Igor Yaroshevsky, who reshoves
Yaroshevsky E.
for 277,000. Am I right in thinking that the Gullies also have 2 Ys on the end of their name?
Yeah, they do. Oh.
And Shemian calls.
What do you call it?
Putting 2 players at risk.
Shemian is king, I think.
King Jack, the hand for Benelli. Ace Queen for Yaroshevsky.
Whoa.
And Shemian, we think, has Ace King.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
He has both players dominated and is in a position to eliminate them both and take the tournament chip lead.
Hachi Machi.
No queens or jacks, I guess. That's what he looks. That's what he needs.
Just no paint, right? You just don't want to see anything.
Yeah, I guess a king's not bad, but. Boom. Monster flop.
Keep it low, dealer.
And the fact that it's 2 clubs as well. I mean, Shemian, now a big favorite, 82% favorite.
Wow.
To win both pots, the main pot and the side pot, and take out these 2 players.
Offsuit 3 or 7?
And there it's over. Nut flush on the turn. The elimination of both Igor Yaroshevsky and Andrea Benelli in 57th and 56th place, respectively. And with Ola Shemian winning that huge pot, he takes the chip lead. He now has 1.7 million to Ludovic Lakai's 1.4 million.
Must be nice, Ola Shemian. Must be nice.
Some quick questions for Eugene Kachelov that have come in on Twitter. Adam says, Eugene, where do you stay? Obviously, you grew up in New York, but do you still live there, or have you relocated post-Black Friday?
Well, I have a residence in Kiev, but my main residence is in Las Vegas now. But I'm going. I still spend quite a bit of time in New York with my family, so that's where I'm going for the holidays.
Why back to Vegas? Are you playing live cash again?
You mean why I moved back to Vegas?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Just because it's easier. Because when I'm in New York, there's no reason for me to rent an apartment there. Because if I'm in New York, I'm with my family, so I'm just staying with my dad. And in Vegas, you know, now it's nice because I don't have to like rent a place in the summer for the World Series or anytime I'm there. Essentially, now I have my home.
You could probably get a place in Vegas for a year what it costs for like a few months in New York, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm paying the same as I was paying in New York, but I have a really nice place in Vegas, and I'm paying the same as I was paying for a studio in New York. So.
Yeah, New York's outrageous.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Dale has a request, Eugene. Can you do an Elkie so sick impression since you most likely hear it the most? Hashtag for the fans.
He's so sick.
Eugene, you nailed it.
Obviously, Elkie also bust this tournament yesterday. He was one of the players who came into day 3. We had 3 former champions coming into day 3. But he and Yannick Rang both departed, leaving Ludovic Lakai as the only former winner left. I assume that Elkie's playing the high roller today.
Yeah, he definitely is.
The Reflexer says, I'm following Hartigan's advice and staying in school, but when I get home, I will run so fast to my PC like Usain Bolt.
Fine.
We're going to be here a while. No hurry.
Ludovic looks like he's going to knock another guy out.
In saying that, we've got another all-in. Babarin at risk with King 10. Ludovic Lakai with Ace King. Need to get some more players on this table, otherwise they're going to be heads up.
It's a long walk up to the stage. There's probably someone on the way.
It's not a shootout. You can just like end the table now.
Domination situation for Sergei Babarin, a.k.a. Barry from Archer.
Barry the Cyborg.
Voices in his head say that he has to wait.
10 on the flop.
Wow.
And spades.
So far, day 4 has not been kind to Ludovic Lakai. Babarin just has to fade an ace on the river. Give the man a double up. Now, is that because they gave him the right triangle? No, he did it even with the bunk triangle.
Wow. He's just due, I guess.
That's an even greater achievement.
Yeah, not a great start to the day for Ludovic Lakai. Luckily, that one was for only about 16 big blinds.
And obviously, when we've got a guest of your caliber in the booth, Eugene, we invite people to send in questions. But to be honest with you, our Twitter stream right now is taken up with people observing the shininess of the dealer's head.
That's probably a rarer thing than me being here.
It's like, don't you notice that now, like, whenever someone posts, like, a picture on, like, Twitter or Facebook, it's not like no one ever comments on the pictures, like, who can notice the most obscure detail in the background? Like, they notice, like, a book on your shelf or something, and you're like, yeah, it's not really what the picture's about, buddy. Like, I'm very impressed. Like, you're very observant, everyone. Yes, the dealer's head is shiny.
No, that's the only thing I can look at, too.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to know that even though he's a human being with a name, that he will forever be known as Shiny-Headed Dealer.
I wish I could pull that look off. That's BA. That's badass having that bald head. So Shemian raising on the gun. Silver defending his BB. Come on, dude. You can call it just a chip. He's in.
Just one yellow fun disc.
That's his only yellow chip, too. Well, Shamian has a lot of those. Max is only one.
I like that Max just put it out there, too, then. A lot of people are not going to give up the one. They'll put out the 5 blues.
I'm going to hold on to that one until the end.
Which implies he's confident about that chip coming back.
He knows it's coming
back. It must be a tell.
New player coming into the feature table.
This time, Silver's leading.
So check called the flop for 25K, now leads the turn for 48,000. Frias.
What kinds of plays would cause someone to do something like that, Eugene?
Well, the turn here is a pretty good card to do that with. So I think it's a good play with.
Because you're
many
in the
different
big
hands.
blind and you can be really wide.
You can certainly have lots of. I
Lots
mean,
of two
you can
pairs.
certainly have lots of two pairs. You can have 7-5. You can have 9-8. You can also do this as a bluff, and you're kind of making your opponent's life kind of difficult. Even if he has like an overpair, it's not like the easiest hand to just go wild with here.
Let's say you have something like 7-8. Is that a move that you might do with 7-8 also?
Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah,
Pick up a pair and a draw on the turn.
sure.
So Max Silva ships that one. By the way, the new player has come to the table in seat number 3 is the Israeli player Ori Hassan, just getting his chip stack verified. So we're now 7-handed again.
There was a lot more in that one. There was more. Yeah, it was a lot.
Tournament staff just verifying who had more chips at the start of that all-in hand. Obviously, they want to get the payouts right. It must have been on a money bubble at that point.
Yeah, 55th place pays
Yes.
a little bit better than 56th.
You might have headphones on the... Yeah, no, please.
No what? No headphones?
Yeah, thank you.
So where's this Harry Potter?
Yeah, we need to get a camera up. We need Potter cam.
Probably a picture on the blog. Let me see if we got one here.
Well, the guys have just posted a link, actually. If you follow at PokerStars blog on Twitter, day 4 is underway. There's videos, photos, and Harry Potter here. I've just clicked on the word here.
There he is.
Here we go.
Wow. Wow.
Probably no one's happier about this than David Van Plu.
That's true. I'm reading now John Lennon. He looks like John Lennon too.
Newton and Raisin here. Called by Shemian before the flop. Continues on this very dry board. Arid.
You gotta love it. There's people playing for hundreds of thousands of euros, and we're debating whether a guy looks like Harry Potter or John Lennon.
Yeah, well, we've seen people play for hundreds of thousands of euros before.
But we've never had a Potter-Lennon hybrid before.
Exactly.
Good point, well made. Joe Stapleton, always able to provide a sense of perspective.
7 bets, 40,000.
Shemian folding to Newton's bet on the turn. Eugene, we've asked everyone who's come in here the same question. Obviously, thrilling to have any tournament with more than 1,000 players, but you surprised at how Prague has grown as a destination over the last 3 or 4 years?
I can't say I'm surprised. I don't know. Prague has always been one of the more popular EPTs. It's always had big fields, and considering the growth that we've seen in like Barcelona this year, I was kind of expecting this from Prague.
I think the only thing that makes it surprising is that it's a non-televised event. So you would expect it to be
that's true.
A little bit smaller. And what's weird is also, I think, is that it's like a colder destination in a very cold time of year. But that almost, I think, adds some charm to it.
Yeah, I agree, because Prague is beautiful actually in the wintertime, and with all the holiday decorations, like in
the Christmas market and all that.
Town, yeah.
It was always one of the arguments that people used to voice about Copenhagen. It's like, are you going to play EPT Copenhagen? No, it's cold there. Didn't stop you from playing Prague. Oh, yeah.
Also, the weather never changes inside the casino.
Yeah, that's true.
If you don't want to be cold, you don't have to be.
Yeah, sadly, I've been here for like 6 days. I've yet to leave the casino. I mean, oh no, I have left. I'm lying. No, I have left. feels like I have.
Do you sometimes do trips where you don't leave the casino at all, or do you usually get out at
Yeah.
least once?
I've had trips like that. Usually that's only if I'm like really, really deep in the tournament, so
Yeah.
I have a good excuse for it, and I'm not too upset.
We managed to get out to a real restaurant last night, me and James and Action Haxton. Food was awesome. So the new player to the table, Ori Hassan, raised under the gun and got 3-bet by Max Silver on the button. This guy's starting this handoff just about even in chips. Max has got him slightly covered.
Looks like a 4-bet. Yep.
Maybe Max has played with Hassan a little bit throughout the rest of this tournament, but Hassan just got to the table, so it's not like he would have a great idea of what's going on here if they haven't played much together. And we're supposed to think Hassan's strong when he raises under the gun. I think when he 4-bets under the gun, he's going to be really strong most of the time. Silver getting about 3-1. Decides to let it go in position.
So Hassan chipping up to over 700,000. Stefan raised a good point on Twitter. Actually, sorry, it was Simon Baker. We never found out Eugene's opinion on 80s music. You're meant to settle a debate. Stapes has written off every single song written in the 1980s.
No, I wouldn't write every single song. There's certainly.
That doesn't mean
some
that
things
it's
I like.
good, though, as
No,
a genre.
however, if you say 80s music, you don't automatically assume that the song is lame.
No, definitely not.
Thank you, Eugene.
I don't think I have a period of time like that at all.
Daniel Rosbach wants to complicate things. I don't think that guy looks like John Lennon, but he does remind me of a young Michael J. Fox.
Well, sir, you are probably in last place with that opinion, which you are supposedly entitled to. Lakai's turn to raise under the gun. This time Max opts to just call. Shemming on the button. He doesn't just call. He doesn't take flops multi-ways.
He's the Shemianator. Okay, I'm going to work on that
You
one.
should probably just leave those to me.
You do have a remarkable ability to make really bad puns work.
Lakai's been getting beat up today.
Yeah, I don't think this is how he envisaged the day. It's not a similar situation to what we saw yesterday when Wally Boo Habib came in as chip leader and then just got destroyed during the first level of the day.
Really, is that what happened?
Sure did.
It's a tough table too for him.
We are 4-betting.
Meanwhile, we've got Max Silver sandwiched between these two guys with their stack swinging war. So the two biggest stacks at this table, one of whom is the tournament chip leader. And Max Silver not immediately folding. He flattered the original bet from Ludovic Lakai.
He's slow to fold a lot, though. I don't know. Can he really be that big here?
He might have a hand like 2 jacks, or or can have ace king as well, I think. To think here.
Mm-hmm.
So after silver called, we had the 3-bet from Shemi and then the 4-bet from Lakai. Silver shoves.
Wowee.
Yeah, feels like ace king or maybe 2 queens also.
And Shemian hasn't insta-folded.
Silver's covered by both players.
Now Shemian mucks. Ludovic Lakai calls.
Wow. Kings for Ludovic.
And Max Silver has aces.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just flatted, induced the 3-bet, got the 4-bet, boom.
Yeah.
Nice work.
And again,
All gave him the all layup.
I mean, I know there's 5 cards to come. I know that Lakai's still got 18% equity, but it would seem that his descent continues. Just an hour into day 4. Having started the day with 1.7 million, he's about to be left with 650K. Unless we see a king on the river.
And the worst part about this for Ludovic is that he's really done nothing wrong.
So Silver gets the big double up. He's now playing a stack of 1.3 million. And Ludovic Lakai down to 649,000.
What a move, too, by Max Silver, just knowing that someone that Oliver was likely to just pump it up behind him.
Yeah, there was no way Ludovic was not going to lose a huge, huge pot. Even with that run out, he was going to lose a big pot every single time.
Quick hello to Rob King. Good afternoon, guys. Looking forward to another day of top quality action. Nuno has a question. Eugene, your opinion on 3-betting and 4-betting and the time taken to decide what to do when getting 3 or 4-bet. Actually, I want to twist that question slightly first of all, because Daniel Negreanu, always an opinionated guy,
Right.
basically said that he thinks the whole 3-betting, 4-betting thing is just getting out of hand, that players who do this all the time are not going to last long in the game.
Lighting money on fire.
His 3-bet percentage in this game while he was in was 0. Ike Haxton actually kind of echoed in a more measured way what Daniel was saying, that the game is probably becoming a bit less aggressive pre-flop. First of all, do you agree with those sentiments?
I do agree with Daniel. I think it's incorrect to have 0% 3-betting. I mean, I have my own ideas on when you should be 3-betting or not, but certainly my 3-betting and 4-betting percentages are much, 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 much lower than most people.
And in terms of Nuno's question, when people do 3-bet and then suddenly they face a 4-bet and they go into the tank for an eternity, this is again something that many of our guest analysts observe, is if you are going to put in that initial bet, if you are going to reopen the betting, surely you have to have a plan of what to do.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, that's the one thing that I hate, is that when people like go into these pre-flop betting wars, they're like so afraid of giving something away physically. They sit there for like 10 minutes before, you know, putting out the 4-bet or deciding what to do with the 3-bet. Like,
We're just
you're gonna
yeah.
know in 10 or you only really need 10 or 20 seconds to figure it out, and it's not like I'm gonna sit there and get a read on you. Wow, you instead of taking 20 seconds, you took 2 minutes. So like that's gonna give me some sort of tell as to what your hand is. That doesn't do anything for me or for anyone in terms of tells. So you're really not giving anything away. And since you know what you're gonna do, you know, you should know what your plan is once you 3-bet. You should know what you're gonna do. You know, if you get 4-bet, or you basically should know within 10 or 20 seconds. You should have an idea. So just do it. Like, it's not, you're really not giving anything away. But you know, take 30 seconds, fine. But you don't need to take like 3-4 minutes like a lot of people do.
That last hand was raise and take it for chip leader Ola Shemian. EPT fanboy Ross Jarvis gets in touch. Loving the stream today. I've met Max Silver a few times. He's a great guy. Would love to see him take this down. Go. 52 players remaining. So we've seen nearly 10 eliminations during the first hour of play today.
We're getting a lot of love on Twitter for the play by Max Silver there. Rob the Hippie King weighing in. David Humphrey weighing in. Blaine Toms. All a big fan of the flop, excuse me, the flat with the aces. Had me fooled.
Not to take anything away from Max Silver's play, but is fooling you really that big an achievement?
No. I correctly identified that play yesterday when someone did it. I just didn't think with only, you know, with only Alla directly to his left but yeah, that's what happened.
Les PLOs has just opened up the live stream at work. OMG, not even through the first hour of the day. What the hell happened to Ludovic Lakai? He's lost 2 or 3 big pots.
Yeah,
including
seemingly standard ones too. Nothing.
I mean, he lost.
Got 2 bad beats. Well, not bad. Just
Well,
one bad
yes,
beat and 1 cooler.
He lost with ace king to king 10 and then lost with kings against aces. Those are the 2 hands that really did the damage. Plus, I think there was a pre-flop leveling war against Lassell King, which King got the better of.
I think that hand actually went to the turn.
It did,
but
you're right.
It was a huge
You're
pot
right.
pre-flop, on the flop.
And the EPT gods are trying to avoid, you know, second winner too. So that's the other. That's the one other thing.
Yeah, it's the chanting of the TV team and Neil Johnson. We always say that Neil wants 100 winners and the TV team want to make sure they're here when it actually happens.
Babarin, who's chipped up nicely today, isn't really one of the chip leaders and is still relatively short compared to everyone else, but he's got 33 big blinds now as opposed to the 18 or 19 he had at one point. He's raised this pot. Min raised. Oh, excuse me, no, this is a raise from Lakai, flatted by Babarin. 3-bet by Silver. Action back on Lakai. And while action is on Lakai, if I'm Babarin, I don't know what kinds of hands I'm just going to flat with here with all the 3 and 4 betting that's going on. Awfully.
Looks like Ludovic has 4-bet every single time he's been 3-bet.
Yeah, awfully ambitious to think you're going to see a flop for cheap at this table. Sergei Babarin. Although maybe he was up to the same trickery. His 4-bet from Lakai is up to 140,000. See ya, Sergey. So it's Lakai and Silver again. Max showing himself to be a pretty deliberate player. All in.
And a fold. By the way, have you seen Walter's theory on the descent of Lakai? I attribute it to his arrogance in stepping away from the table earlier and missing a few hands. Hashtag #PokerGodsWrath.
That's I think that's a lot to assume that it's arrogance that caused him to step away from the table. Sometimes you got some stuff going on. Sometimes you got to go to the bathroom. James occasionally steps away from the table. Not because, actually, mostly because of arrogance, now that I think about it.
I should actually tweet a photograph of my collection of empty water bottles at the end of the day. I think I must have set a new world record yesterday for the amount of mineral water consumed in a 9-hour period.
Wolfgang writes in with a tweet with a question for Eugene. I assume he means on the hand where all the 3-bet the button and ended up having to fold. What do you think all his range there is to 3-bet, Eugene?
I don't know. I don't know enough about all his game. I mean, I know he's very aggressive, and probably even more so on the button. I don't know.
I would assume it's pretty wide.
Pretty wide. I mean, I don't think he's like 3-betting like some trash hand,
the
like
9
real,
trays and
yeah,
the
like
10
9-3
fives.
offsuit. I don't think he's doing that. But I don't know. Maybe he can do it with 9-3 suited. You know, I think it's it's possible. I don't know. I really don't.
King raises his hand now, continues the flop into silver.
I love the fact we've got this conspiracy theory on Twitter now. Neil says, any chance the top pros are trying to force a no 3-bet trend because they know they have the edge post-flop?
Interesting. Why don't you guys throw a fold aces trend out there too? Oh, aces are so overvalued. I'm just gonna start folding them pre-flop. Eugene, you agree, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Daniel's
Avoid
in.
the
I know
problems.
that exactly.
So Lassell King's under the gun raise, called by Max Silver in the small blind. Silver check called for 30,000 on the flop. It went check, check on the turn. Silver leads the river, gets a call. Silver tables jacks. And they are good. Wow, he's on a tear today. He's closing in on Shemian, by the way. This verified stack. Actually, he has taken the chip lead from Shemian, 1.679 million.
Has it been aces, all in without a call, jacks? Or was there something else in between? If so, that's over the course of like 3 hands. That's huge.
Pretty incredible. Yoram asked a question for all 3 of us. What has been your biggest cash? See, I'm not even going to go here because like Eugene's going to go, oh yeah, like I've won like X million.
No, my biggest cash was for $2 million in the super high roller at the PCA. Oh wait, sorry, that was Eugene. Was that actually your biggest, or have you had a bigger one than that?
No, that was my biggest.
That's it? Only $2 million?
2.5.
What a donk. What a fish. $2.5 million.
Sweet old days. $2.5 million first prizes.
It's weird because like for the next maybe 6 months to a year after that, I was like, whatever, like don't cry for Eugene Argentina because he won $2.5 million. But that was like a couple years ago now. Like you're like, okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready.
I'm good. I'm kind of over that. That money's gone. Let's let's go.
Yeah, I could use another inflow.
Yeah.
The all-in triangles in action again.
You should.
Newton coming over the top of Hassan's open. And Hassan folds king-queen suited, face up.
Otherwise known as the nuts.
60 minutes on the level. There will be a short break at the end of this level, and we're going to stick with this table. 50 players remaining in the tournament. Lewis gets in touch to say, watching EPT Live while in the gym, multitasking like a boss. Max Silver playing some good poker. Agreed. Of course, once we wrap here in Prague, the next leg of the tour is the PCA. The 2014 PCA running from the 5th to the 13th of January, and we have got a guaranteed prize pool in the main event this year. Pretty sure that guarantee is going to be smashed. Pretty sure we will get a 4-figure field in this year's PCA main.
It's going to be exciting.
Satellites running now. PokerStars.com.
You see Steven's tweet here. Guys, I've decided to ignore paying my rent this month and spend another 500 pounds on my kid's Christmas. Is this plus or minus EV? Steven, that depends if for your kid's Christmas present you bought them camping equipment. Because if you don't pay your rent, you're going to need it.
Assuming that your kids live with you, Stephen, I'd say it's minus EV. But if you're prepared to be homeless on your own...
Oh, true. Good point.
...and your kids' happiness is more important than your own, then plus EV. Rory says, Eugene, what is your favorite Taylor Swift song?
I don't have one.
No, that one about we're never getting back together. I like that one.
Barry's still alive, right? Playing 30 bigs.
Yep. He's stolen a few blinds and antes today. Worked his way up to 30.
Oh, see, now Yoram caught us out. We got Eugene to answer the question about biggest cash, but we didn't answer it. I mean, I want to say a few hundred, few thousand. What would impress you?
I don't know, maybe $1,200 or pounds, maybe. James, didn't you win like a couple of grand in Vegas one time in a tournament?
Came second in an event at Caesars for the better part of 5K. That was my biggest cash.
Yeah, I've never even come close to that.
And then Eugene, yeah, 2 million. Ugh. That's why.
And also 2 million more tournaments played than you.
Yeah, if I was going to count how much
Volume.
I'm down in tournaments, by the way, it would probably be around $1,200, $1,500 also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And how much money have I spent on tournaments? That's a scary number.
A lot of frequent player points over here. Do you get casino comps for being a poker player anymore?
No, not really.
You don't even get free rooms,
Wish we
huh?
did. I
Like in Vegas?
think some places you do.
If you wanted a room at Bellagio in Vegas, would you have to pay for it? It was a normal room.
You definitely get a discount.
Yeah.
But I don't think you get a free room. But you definitely get a discount. So, I mean, nowadays, if you play like high rollers and super high rollers, you can probably get like a free room.
Okay.
So it's definitely worth spending 100,000 on a tournament as long as you get those 2 nights free. obviously, you better find that 100 because
Max Silva raising under the gun.
makes that room really affordable.
I mean, you can't afford not to play the super high roller.
Yeah.
You get a free room with it.
Yeah.
James, the heroes are watching. Jason Somerville gets in touch. Say, watching my pal and former student, Max Silver, crush it on the EPT live stream. Loving the commentary. Great job, guys. Thanks for getting in touch, Jason. I do think Jason was snubbed. His show was great. Should have been nominated for a Bluff Award this year, but they're only doing podcasts. Big fan of Run It Up over here.
However, that does mean that we hold on to the title of Best Web-Based Poker Show. We have that title in perpetuity. Joe, they really need to sort out those categories. You need to have a word. You work with these people. You write a column for Bluff.
Yes, I know. If it weren't late every single month, I might have some actual sway there.
So let's get to Johann's question, because he's asked it about 38 times today. Eugene, what do you think of Vienna as a replacement for Berlin?
Oh, I just blocked Johann.
I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I mean, I haven't seen the new place that EPT has chosen, Vienna. So it's hard for me to say. But I am sad to see that Berlin was gone. I really enjoyed. It was a stop that I really enjoyed, and I really like the city as well. So it's kind of sad that it's.
I'm with you. I'm really sad. Berlin had become actually my favorite stop on the tour, so I'm sad to see it go. But Vienna is one of my favorite cities in Europe, and I don't know about the venue, but as far as the city is concerned, it's a great destination.
Sure. Yeah. Should be fun. I mean, it's always nice to go somewhere new too, for an EPT stop. At least I've never been to
New-ish, yeah.
Yeah, new-ish. Like I've never been to an EPT in Vienna, so.
I think I'm right in saying it'll be the 3rd time the European Poker Tour has visited Vienna. It only appeared on the tour in seasons 1 and 7 previously.
Wow. I think it's Daniel's first final tables in Vienna, one of 2.
Came 4th in both, I believe.
Yeah.
4th in Vienna and 4th in last season's grand final in Monaco. Blind on blind. Newton raised small to big. He checks the flop.
I gotta tell you, I would be real cautious playing pots against Max Silva right now. He is en fuego.
Neighborly violence.
Especially playing out of position to him with all the chips he's got and how good he's running. And he's also really good.
Another pot for Max, who's now up to nearly 1.8 million. Just want to keep an eye on the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Just see if anyone else has a stat close to Max and Olashemian right now.
This is so sick. Look at Ludovic Lakai, 44 big blinds. I think when he started today, he had 190 big blinds.
Correct.
That is just going to make you
yeah.
feel awful.
Well, according to the live updates, guys, we've got a couple of other players with seven-figure stacks right now. Julian Trax playing around 1.2 million. Ari Engel and Stephen Chidwick also have around $1 million. But yes, Max Silva and Olashemian are chip leaders by some significant margin. With 48 remaining. We've lost 13 players so far today. This is only the first level. One of potentially 5 levels we'll play on day 4. We do get down to 16 players. If we do hit 2 tables before we've completed that 5th level, we will cease proceedings and return tomorrow for day 5 when we play down to the final 8. Shemian checks the flop. Let's see if Hassan continues. He does. And Shemian folds. So when we come back from the break, the blinds will go up to 6,000, 12,000. The ante will double from 1,000 to 2,000. In some ways, Eugene, the doubling of that ante is more important than the actual increase in the blinds.
Yeah, it's a big increase, actually.
So are these guys somehow going to get more aggressive because they're already animals?
Yeah, every pot is now sweeter. You get to, you actually get better equity in your raise. You steal more when you do.
Matt Crocker tweets to say, pretty nice to be Max Silva right now. Yep, but as we observed at the top of the day, a long way to go. Just ask Ludovic Lakai. And he's not out of this thing, by the way. We can't write him off.
No, this tournament is so deep. I mean, what did he have? 43 blinds is plenty. It's just below average. I mean, the only bad thing is, like, it depends on the person if, you know, if you get really down on yourself because you were a chip leader and now you lost a bunch of chips. But if you look at it overall, you're still in great shape.
By the way, for those of you on Twitter asking about the fate of specific players, asking about chip counts of specific players, I urge you, as ever, to go to the live update section on the PokerStars blog, where they're bringing you news of bust-outs, updates of key hands from those other tables. But I can tell you that a few people want to know about Anna Marquez, the last lady standing. She is still in. We believe she has 50,000 at the moment. And David Packer tells us that Vienna is going to be awesome. The venue is going to be where the Austrian president resides.
Really? It means nothing to me. See what I did there?
It's Babarin v King. Babarin continuing the flop for 23,000. The King check raises to 58,000.
Nice.
If you've got a medium ace here, Eugene, and you get check raised, what are you thinking? What kind of range do you think king is check raising with?
Well, that's a question again for table dynamics and who the opponent is, and I'd have a answer. You know, the answer will be different for every single opponent, essentially. So, you know, versus some people I'd like to fold, versus some people I'd like to call, versus some people I'd want to 3-bet. It's like, you know, just depends who you're up against.
Well, in this particular scenario, it looks like Babarin will return with a re-raise.
We don't often see flop 3-bets. It's probably, you know, obviously they're a little more rare than pre-flop 3-bets, and
yeah, they're
less rare than.
They mean different things on
Yeah.
different boards. On a board like this, which is a little bit more drier and a little bit more locked down, could mean a lot, you know, completely different things rather than when you see it on a wet board.
King bets enough to put Babarin all in. He calls all in. He gets the genuine triangle, so that should bring him some good fortune. Ace-queen, the hand for king.
Set over here.
I think he has a set, yeah.
Set of nines. So
And I guess that's where I was going with that question is, like, you know, the flop 3-bet is pretty rarely air.
No, it could be. On lockdown boards, this isn't like a lockdown board. I mean, if it was like ace-9 deuce, when you get 3-bet, it could be air. But on draw-heavy boards, it's almost never air.
Right.
Just because people could be shoving with draws, so people usually don't get out of line on those boards.
Club on the turn would make things sweaty. There we go.
And a straight draw, too.
Absolutely. King picks up 11 outs. 11 cards Babarin needs to fade. He's the player at risk.
Wow.
Club on the river, and he is busto. Gets it in with a set. Gets it in as a 93% favorite. But what do you think about the check raise from King there? I mean, with top pair, decent kicker, many players there are going to just check call.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine because the what's the guy's name who busted?
Babarin.
Babarin. He didn't have like a particularly big stack. So considering their stacks, I think it's fine to get it in with ace queen. First of all, it's rare that you run into a set. It's not like it's just so easy to have a set. Also, if he has a worse ace, you obviously have a good ace. And you can also potentially the guy might not believe you. And if he has a hand like 10-jack, you don't want to give him any extra equity or anything like that.
So there's little argument to folding.
No, I don't.
Once you get 3-bet, once you raise and get 3-bet.
Oh no, I would never. Once I check raise that hand, I'm never folding it.
Okay.
Not versus. I mean, it's one thing when you check raise it and you're like 100 blinds deep. That's a dangerous play because now, it's a much riskier play when you're deeper. But when you're shallow, I think it's fine.
So we've got a new player at the table. Emmanuel Murcia with his white headphones on.
Now the curiosity makes you want to bet, right? Yeah, of course.
If you win the whole thing, he's not going to tell you. So,
Currently 7-handed at our feature table. And we'll probably be able to squeeze in one more hand at this level. Simon Higgins points out that this is an incredible recovery from Max Silver. He bluffed off a good proportion of his stack yesterday, was left with just 10 big blinds. Wow. And here he is now as the chip leader on day 4. Simon Higgins says good luck for the win. Still a lot of poker to be played here in Prague.
Oh, Lassell King living on borrowed time.
What's he doing?
And the main event is going to go on a 20-minute break. Main event dealers finish this hand.
All right, boys, it's time for me to go play the high roller.
Yeah, buddy, go get him.
Sorry about that,
So King calls the raise. We are going to see a flop on this last hand of the level. as we bid farewell to Eugene Kachalov from Team PokerStars Pro. Best of luck in that high roller event, Eugene. Always great to have you with us in the booth, and I know that the viewers appreciate it. Let's see how this hand plays out, Stapes. King 8-6 on the flop with 2 spades. And a reminder, we'll stick with this table as our feature table for at least the next level of the tournament.
$24K into 52 for Newtonen. And there is a raise. Look at that.
Enough to put the fin all in.
Well, with no players at the table to call the clock, this could take a while. It is first tournament life, though. I'm not saying you should stop. I'm just saying I can't give him a hard time just yet. Miss it, Newtonen. Miss it. Come on, Newtonen. Miss it.
He folds. And lives to fight another day. So when we come back from the break, the blinds will be up to 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. 48 players remaining. Our aim today to play down to 16, or we will play 5 full levels. Max Silva, the current chip leader. Ola Shemian currently second in chips. More action from the Prague leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour in around 17 minutes time, right here on EPT Live.
We are 10,000 people in Brazil, holding our breath. We are alone. Hunters. Hunted. We are committed. Blessed. Calm. We are all in. We are poker.
So I've always really been into music. Even as a poker player, I realized early on that if I'm listening to certain songs, it really didn't matter what kind of bad mood I was in or what beat I had taken, it could turn my whole mood around. And realizing that, just the power that music can have over your emotions, was really the beginning of, I guess, sort of an affair with music. I became so fascinated with music that I actually wanted to go beyond just listening to it and learn how to break it down and compose my own songs. I'm sort of a lifelong learner. Before poker, I was a Duke undergrad. I studied game theory and political science, and then I went to law school. And then once I finished and I was traveling and playing poker, I kind of missed the classroom setting and constantly learning new things. And I thought, well, hey, why not check out taking online classes in music and did my research and found out Berklee was like the best school for contemporary music, and they had an online program. The first program I took was in songwriting and music theory. And I realized that when I was submitting my assignments and stuff that I had, you know, kind of a talent. The other classmates seemed to really like my music. People would often say, hey, I could hear that on the radio or something. So like the wheels started turning and I was like, maybe I'd like to challenge myself with that. It's very challenging to make music. It can take 60 to 180 hours of work to make just one 2 to 3 minute song. So there's a lot that goes into it. So after I'd composed about 200 different songs, I realized that I needed a way to play them for people. So next up, DJing. I hired a DJ coach about 1.5 years ago. He was a successful DJ here in Vegas. He started teaching me the basics. I was DJing in my bedroom for a really long time, but like at some point you have to actually do this for other people. And it started for me last summer. I had huge 300 to 400 person parties here at my house, and I would DJ them. And that was like my first kind of foray into DJing in public. And then later in the summer, I got some gigs actually at some nightclubs. You do not realize how terrifying it is until you're just about to walk up the stairs to the DJ booth and you're like, holy I'm in a nightclub and the speakers are monster. They're so large and it's like every sound is amplified. And so if you just make the tiniest mistake, it would be like, and everyone would stop and look at the DJ. And so like my heart was pounding out of my chest. It was way more scary than anything I've ever had to do in poker. Because you have like hundreds and hundreds of people all enjoying something that you're controlling. It's a lot of pressure. But then once I got up there, my personality kind of took over and I was just comfortable in the spotlight and did it and was cool with it, and yeah, I just kind of got into my element. One of my friends was playing her one of my songs, because I pretty much bombard everyone in my life with my songs every time I come out with a new one. And she was like, you know what? You should meet my friend Lisa. Lisa Pittman is a very successful DJ in general and one of the most successful female DJs, especially here in Vegas. Then I actually just randomly contacted her through Facebook. I was like, hey, you know, I've heard some of your songs on SoundCloud. I know it's gonna seem really random. I'm a poker player, but I'm also like part-time DJ, and I would love to like meet up sometime and maybe learn a thing or two from you, or maybe you play poker and I could trade poker lessons or something.
When Vanessa first contacted me, I was like, oh, I don't know. What is this girl? What does she want? What is she doing? Because she just wrote this long email. Like, we're gonna do this, and you know, knowing her now, she's so hyper and off the wall, super creative, super intelligent. You want to be around her, but at first I was like, oh, I don't know what's going on with this, right? But we had a mutual friend, and so she connected us, and then the more we worked together, it just worked out.
I learn something new every time I work with her. I mean, she's been doing this for 13 years, and she has a really intuitive nature.
Start to touch the dome, and ideas just come, and it was okay.
Both of our brains work really fast, and whenever you watch us working in the studio, it'll be like bam, 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 like ideas back and forth. We're both really into the idea of innovating in terms of performance. She's actually interested in drumming live to the beat of the songs that we're playing, and so we want to surprise people. We're just right now in the infancy of this whole project. So for now, it's just figuring out how to get this person who's a turntablist and someone who's an electronic music specialist together on stage performing.
How's that?
We're going to be looking to do and promote probably 6 to 10 major parties over the course of the year. When you're DJing, people don't realize just how tough it is, and there's a little art to it. It's not like you just push play on a bunch of songs. It's not like that at all. A lot like reading people at the poker table, you have to read the dance floor and the crowd, because the thing is, you want to build towards something. You build up that expectation on the dance floor, then you have to meet that expectation. You have to have that big crescendo, and then you have to have kind of the break. You got to give people a second to enjoy the crescendo for a minute before you then build it up again. And working with someone like Lisa, she really has developed an expertise into the art of DJing and just teaches me all kinds of things. The thing about music is you're actually connecting with people and making them feel positive emotions in a very different way from the way that I interact with people at the poker table. And it was kind of like the missing link for me. It was like your soul kind of like has the need to connect with other people. And I love poker, and I'm appreciative that that's the way that I make my living, but I was lacking that connecting with other people. And people really seem to like it. I mean, if I think I'd been booed off stage or something, I definitely would have reconsidered, but it has not happened, knock on wood, yet. Everyone's always really shocked. They're like, Vanessa, you DJ what? And it's, yeah, because I haven't really publicized it yet, at least. But hopefully by this time next year, everyone's looking back and they're like, oh yeah, Vanessa, poker player, and also a really awesome DJ.
In just over a year, Tyler Frosty012 Frost has amassed the poker resume of a seasoned online professional. In his first year as a full-time pro, he earned Supernova Elite status and, thanks in part to his ever-popular poker blog, was named to PokerStars' exclusive Team Online. This hard-working, fun-loving Canuck can usually be found 24-tabling mid-stakes, full-ring no-limit hold'em, or celebrating an epic day with friends at a bar.
My name's Tyler Frost. I play online as Frosty012. I'm a Supernova Elite VIP on PokerStars, and I'm a member of Team Online. I first discovered poker just by playing with my friends at home games around the same time that it got popular everywhere. Me and my friends would just get together after watching a hockey game or something. I think it was my idea to begin with to start playing poker for like $5 home games.
How did it actually start? I'm pretty sure I suggested it.
Everyone has different stories. My story is right. I don't care what anyone says. I know it. After skimboarding one day at the beach, we got together in my backyard. Tyler suggested we play it. We busted out the old school, like really thin black, the red, white, and blues, and we just played the most horribly wrong game of poker that has ever existed.
After playing home games for a while, I just decided to take my profit from those home games, or at least some of it, and I deposited $100 on PokerStars.com. And I was very cautious with my deposit. I kind of told myself that if I lost this money, I wasn't going to redeposit just because it was a lot of money to me at the time. I usually just stuck to a pretty tight strategy and tried to take advantage of people just playing crazy. My confidence started to grow after I was winning at a pretty consistent rate. After I built up my bankroll to like $1,000, I could always play within 100 buy-ins of whatever game I wanted to, and I never really had the fear of going broke after that.
When you first became an online professional, you said you were going to treat us.
Yeah, he did it one time.
And it's never happened. This is the night.
I've been waiting for like 2 years
I know you have.
for you to take me out for beers, and it still hasn't happened.
All right, guys. Well, tonight is not the night.
The summer of 2009 was the first time that I decided to kind of take a leap of faith in myself and play poker full time. My primary motivation was just to make enough money to pay for school in the fall. Because I worked at a landscaping job the previous summer, and I didn't really make enough money to fund my classes and my housing.
Tyler finished his third year at UBC, and like most art students, they're unable to find a work during the summer. So he went right into playing poker, and everybody doubted him.
Everybody laughed at me. They thought I was crazy. Even their parents were in on it.
All of our friends were like, "You're not going to make anything. Why even bother? Don't do it."
Everybody was just thinking this was a big joke and that I didn't really have a shot at doing it.
His goal was to make $10,000 over the whole summer, so he had May, June, July, and August.
I set the goal of making $10,000 for the summer, which would cover all my school costs in the fall, and then some.
And he ended up making 30 grand by the end of July and just took August off and just basically spent all of it.
That was the first time where I kind of saw poker as a valid career opportunity even. So I've only been playing poker full time for about 1.5 years now, but I feel like I accomplished quite a bit in 2010 alone. This is my first year as a Supernova Elite, every month I have to at least earn 50,000 points or I lose my status. Sometimes this has been very easy. Other times it's been very difficult because I've been away on vacation and missed a few weeks out of the month. And this is what happened in May. Things got complicated in May because I took a vacation over to Spain and London, which occupied the first 2 weeks of the month. And it turned out that I had to earn about 28,000 VPPs in 3 days, which is a lot of hands at mid-state cash games. So on May 31st, I woke up at 8 in the morning and I realized that I had to make about 8,000 VPPs that day. I had until midnight Eastern time, which is of course 9 o'clock Pacific. Obviously, if I thought it would take me 12 hours, it would mean that I would finish at 8 o'clock p.m., which would be an hour to spare, which is obviously cutting it very close. I had to start grinding right away, otherwise I just wasn't gonna make it. So I started playing right away at 8 o'clock, fired up 24 tables. There were actually quite a few games running at the time, so it was pretty nice start. And so things were going just almost exactly as expected. Unfortunately, around 4 p.m., the games started to slow down quite a bit, to the point where I couldn't even play 24 tables if I wanted to. So at this point, I was feeling very stressed out. I was under a ton of pressure. I was just racking my brain with other ways to earn VPPs. I was throwing in more higher stake tables that I normally play. I was also playing some 6 max tables, tables I never normally play. You know, just doing anything I could to earn the VPPs and just get it done. It was definitely a race against time. Felt like there was a big timer above my head just constantly ticking. I could always just hear it in the back of my mind. I still didn't know if I was going to make it at that point. Finally, around 8:45, I checked my VPP count for that month, and I crossed the 50,000 mark. I ended up making it with like 15 minutes to spare. I go out quite a bit. I wouldn't call myself a party animal. I'm young. That's what me and my friends like to do in our free time on the weekends, is go out to a bar or a club and have some drinks and just have a good time. For me, time away from the tables is ultimately more important than time spent at the tables. I see poker as kind of a means to an end. It gives you financial freedom to do what you love, to have more free time, to travel, to do those kind of things. I think a lot of people kind of, for them, poker is the end. There's more to life than just sitting behind your computer, grinding it out every day. You don't have to sacrifice other things in your life that you love to do to play poker professionally.
Well, Daniel, I'd say that there's a bunch of people that influenced my decision, but there's a lot that tried to talk me out of it. My mother used to say to me, Daniel, forget about the poker, you go to school. And friends of mine were like, no, you know, go to school, get a job and stuff. But I was pretty determined that I was going to play poker. As far as people that pushed me to, no one really did. My dad kind of let me do my own thing. He was a younger guy on the black market when he was a kid, and he, you know, he got that I was going to be fine. He trusted me.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Here we are, one level into day 4 of the EPT Prague main event with 47 players remaining. Blinds are going up to 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. It's level 21 of the tournament. James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Welcome back, my babies.
We began day 4 with EPT 9 San Remo champion Ludovic Lacaille as chip leader. He had a horrible level. He is down to 433k. The new chip leader is Max Silva, who had an awesome level by comparison, up to nearly 1.8 million. Ola Shemian also had a great first 90 minutes of the day. He's up to nearly 1.5 million.
Almost everyone who's still at this table had a good first level. Unfortunately, Ludovic Lakai went from about 190 big blinds, and now that the blinds have gone up, has 36 big blinds. And I guess the good news for him is that it takes a lot of the guesswork out of a lot of his hands at this point. Although I will say, the hands that he did lose didn't seem to be much his fault.
The shortest stack at the table with 19 big blinds is Jorma Newtonen, and Adam asks on Twitter, anyone know which EPT I recognize Newtonen from? Unfair to put this one to you, Joe, because this is your first time in Prague. I'm pretty sure that Newtonen near enough bubbled the final table in this tournament last year. I want to say he finished 11th or 10th. And of course, we still have last year's runner-up. We lost the reigning champ, Ramzi Jalassi, along the journey, but we still have Sotirios Kotoupas, who finished second, looking to go one better this year.
And we still got that guy, Dimitri Hold'em.
Dimitri Hold'em, who won the Eureka main event for nearly €250,000.
If he wins the Eureka and the Prague main event, he definitely has to change his name to Dimitri Hold'em, though.
Fair point. And don't forget Stephen Chidwick, who finished third in that Eureka tournament, is also still alive. But it's his fellow countryman, Max Silva, who's sitting at the top of the tree at the moment. So first hand back from the break. Shemian raises his button, gets a call from Ori Hassan in the big blind. Shemian continues the flop. 30,000.
Do not envy playing these pots out of position. It's Ola Shemian. He's just going to win it so many times.
I wouldn't like to play a pot in position against Ola Shemian, to be honest.
Yeah, that too. I like my seat here.
So if you have just joined us on EPT Live, welcome. A reminder, you can get in touch. The hashtag to use on Twitter is EPT Live. The email address is nuts@pokerstars.tv. Our ambition today is to get down to the final two tables, although that is probably a little too ambitious. Chances are that we will get down to around 20-odd players. We're going to play 5 full levels. If you have missed the start of the action, you can rewind. That function available on the desktop player on PokerStars.tv.
You know, James, I got a little bit of a bone to pick with you. And if action doesn't take place in this hand, I'm going to bring it up.
If it's involving the conversation with Simon Baker, you might want to check my last tweet.
Yeah, no, I was going to let it go until I read your last tweet. Blind on blind, and look at this, a walk for Ludovic Lakai. Good, perfect opportunity. Simon Baker, Stapes, how did your Vienna "it means nothing to me" gag get through without acknowledgement? To which James replies, because he was recycling my gag from earlier, which is true, and he hashtagged James said, I never get the credit, which is also true. James often does not get the credit for jokes he comes up with. I get the credit somehow, which is unfair.
But to be fair, mine wasn't a joke, it was a password clue, which is why I felt the need to say that it wasn't so much stealing a gag as just stealing the line, because he's never heard of the song.
Why is the word stealing being used at all? I didn't steal anything. It was a callback. It was me yes-anding your line. It was me adding to the scene. It was me adding to your line, bringing your line back. There was no theft whatsoever.
Okay, in that case, I apologize for the use of the word stealing.
Delete the tweet. Pause the tournament clock. Can we do that? Can we pause the tournament clock while James fixes his Twitter? We can't do that. We can't pause the clock? Okay, fine. On the next break, I want that stricken from your timeline.
Simon Baker, I revoke the use of the word stealing, but I stand by.
Recycling is fine.
I stand by the use of the word heathen.
Fine, also fine. I have no issues. If it's true, I don't have a problem with it.
By the way, I have an alternative clue for the free roll password. Should point out that registration is not yet available for this game, which will start at 8:15 Central European Time. Your second clue for today's free-roll password, Harry Lime. Again, I'm getting the blank face.
Is this another 80s music? Harry Lime?
Harry Lime.
You put the Harry Lime in the coconut?
Nope.
Is he one of the inventors of Sprite with Robert Lemon?
Nope.
And the inventor of Lyme's disease.
Do you know what, Joe? I'm going to do you a solid. Use Google.
What's Google?
By the way, we will have another guest shortly. We were joined during the last level by Eugene Kachelov from Team PokerStars Pro. Another member of Team Pro is standing by to join us on the mic, Theo Jorgensen. So questions for Theo should be sent to nuts@pokerstars.tv. When Theo finally sits down, you can tag your tweets EPT Live. He's walking in the room right now. He's looking very manly today.
Love that guy. Handsome for a man, too.
We have an all-in. It's Emmanuel Mergia. And the all-in gets through. Do you think people's decisions on whether to call an all-in are based on which triangle the dealer uses? If they see it's the bunk triangle, are they more likely to make the call?
I don't see how it cannot be. You've got to use all of the information. I'm not saying someone would fold aces to the bunk triangle.
Yeah, but, you know, the blockage power of the bunk triangle. Surely, I appreciate we don't have the power to get the tournament clock paused, but do we have the power to have that triangle replaced by the correct all-in triangle with the PokerStars logo on it? We're working on it. We're working on it. Pleased to say he's here with us alongside us. It's Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro.
Hi.
That sounded like a little sad and disappointed.
Well, no. I'm very happy to be with you guys. It's always a pleasure. It's impressed how much you can talk.
Well, you're with us at a really exciting time in the tournament, Theo. I mean, obviously yesterday we got into the money, we saw the bubble burst, kind of a bit undramatically, to be honest. But now we're following the storylines of key players. We've got Ludovic Lakai going for the second title. As Ed Kilworth observed on Twitter, there are so many nearly men in the field. Max Silva among them, a real emerging talent from the last few years, and he's the current tournament chip leader. And then you've got people who've been emerging for some time, Ola Shemian, and by emerging, I mean winning stuff for the last 2 years. Kid can't even play in Vegas. He's not even 21 yet. And he's had so many title wins in Europe. And here he is second in chips at the moment with 1.5 million.
Title wins and huge cashes.
So that's actually the 2 chip leaders we have on the table of the whole tournament.
Not just the chip leaders at this table, but indeed chip leaders overall. Silva on around 1.8 million, or was on that stack at the start of this hand. Shemian on 1.5 million. Max Silva just called the pre-flop raise of Lassell King.
And came out firing on the turn.
When it went check on the flop. Oh, bad news for the tournament staff. Norton protection on the tournament clock has expired.
Oh, no.
Ace-Jack against Ace-4. Ace-Jack wins. Check to showdown on the river.
Kicker plays. Theo, I saw in a side event, I think a day or two ago. Which one was that?
The one you were sitting in.
Yeah. Well, I was at a table getting a massage. I was not actually playing an event.
That was the loudest table tournament.
Oh, that was the media event. Yeah. I know. The thing is, okay, so the media event, we know that we annoy the real players who are around us. But have you ever seen the movie Caddyshack?
Nope.
There was a scene where they let all the caddies use the pool for like 5 minutes, and it just goes absolutely crazy, bananas. That's what the media tournament's like.
That's what it looked like.
Because we just get like, we have 10-minute levels, and it's a 20-euro buy-in, so everyone's just going crazy, basically. The thing's over in like an hour and a half.
Okay.
But it's our only chance the entire trip to sit at a poker table and act like you guys, which I guess we don't really act like you guys. We act like a bunch of animals. But, yeah, I saw you earlier that day in a side event, I think.
You did. I played the PLO, and that's it. besides the main event.
Any luck there?
No, I think I late wrecked, and I'm pretty confident I went out as the first one.
Oh, okay.
That was fun.
Well, early in, early out.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, Theo, do yourself a favor and track down Caddyshack on DVD or Blu-ray. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah. Definitely gonna do that.
It's my top 3, probably top 3 comedies of all time.
Seriously, what's your top? Let me hear the other 2.
You probably wouldn't have heard of them. One of them is called Wet Hot American Summer.
Yeah.
And then I reserve the third. I don't know what my third one is.
I can now tell you that 46 players remain in the tournament because Norton has been renewed. The express renewal option was taken by the tournament staff, and we now have a clear screen again. Ori Hassan opens with a raise to 26,000. Max Silver 3 bets, makes it 72K. Action back on Hassan.
And these guys with the big stacks have been doing this to the short stacks, just beating up on them, 3 and 4 betting them, just taking every opportunity to pump up these pots pre-flop. If the new trend is going to be to play smaller pots pre-flop, this table has not gotten the memo.
So it's a 4 bet from Hassan. $136,000.
Starts the hand with 52 big blinds.
By the way, as Max Silver mulls over his options, I'll remind you that if you've got a question you want to throw in the direction of Theo Jorgensen, you should tag your tweets EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv.
You can't get any more silver than Max Silver. He is the maximum allowable amount of silver.
Theo is giving that gag the appropriate response.
He's laughing.
With his head in his hands.
At least laughing in the microphone so people know that you're having a chuckle.
I know how you feel,
right.
Theo. It's horrible, but you just can't help laughing.
What am I going to do? I think he has queens here. I think he has ace-king. I don't know. I know he's the maximum.
I'm trying to put myself in your spotlight. You have been listening to this
for years
quite
now.
a while.
Yeah.
That's the maximum silver.
To be honest with you, if I didn't find him funny, I probably would have slaughtered him by now.
Yeah, I think so.
House Tapes knows he's funny. There isn't an axe in his skull. By the way, news from one of the outer tables, courtesy of the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Andrew Chen is up to close to $1 million in chips. One of those so-called nearly men. 3rd place in Prague, 2nd place in Berlin, looking for his first win on the EPT.
See, that's one of the things that annoys me. Like I don't know. I'm 98% sure that Silver has already made up his mind. I mean, there's so much stalling nowadays, and everybody's complaining about that we don't have time enough on the clock. But if they just took half the time on, obviously this is a fairly big decision, and this is a potential big one. But still, I can't see it. It has to take 3 minutes here.
No one who comes into this booth disagrees with you, by the way. Everyone says the same thing. And Max is one of the slower players.
If they're doing it to tilt me when I'm playing there, well, they...
Oh, all in with the bunk triangle, called by Hassan. Ace deuce of diamonds to hand for Silver. Ace king of spades.
You
for Ari
said
Hassan.
it, Theo.
And there, in a nutshell, is all the analysis you need of that hand. Jesus Christ.
Got a birthday coming up.
I mean, maybe it's because I'm over 40, but I know a lot of these guys are doing, as soon as they have an ace with a suited connector, they're always thinking about, well, at least if I...
Oh,
wow.
gross.
I don't know if it gets...
Oh, my God.
Gross.
I mean, there's just sweats galore.
It's a top pair for Hassan. Ace-King still leads, but is not much of a statistical favorite when you consider...
See, here you wouldn't understand if the money went in.
Okay. Now Hassan just has to fade a deuce or a diamond on the river. Oh,
wow.
It is red, but it's a heart. Sweatiest
Like, I'm
flop
convinced
ever.
Hassan thinks on the flop that he's less than 15% for winning that one.
Oh, mentally, for sure.
Yeah.
You're just like, well, okay,
Yeah,
where's
that
my
was
stuff?
it. Yeah.
Where's my jacket?
And with that hand, by doubling up Ori Hassan, Max Silver gifts the tournament chip lead to Olashemian.
But it's like, I know so many of these guys, the really aggressive thing always go with the fact, well, if I have an ace with a suited connector, as long as I dodge aces, I always have my 30% if I get called. And, but still, I mean, sometimes it just seems so weird.
It seemed like he wasn't expecting to get called. I mean, he
Yeah, but
seemed shocked. But I would say that when someone with that size stack who's been playing relatively snug compared to the rest of the table, three bets
yeah.
you know.
But of course, it's always easier to say from our point of view when we actually know that he has ace-king and he snap calling
right
him
after
off.
the fact.
Yeah,
I'm just too much of a chicken to say it before.
But still, yeah, it's that's one of the first things that comes to mind. And I'm convinced if you talk to Max about it afterwards, he's definitely not happy about that decision.
I saw Max tweeting there, so I had to check his timeline. 2 words. Classic me.
Yeah?
With a smiley face.
It took him less time to send that tweet than it did to make that decision, though.
Maybe he was doing it before.
Oh, yeah, maybe he started thinking about that tweet yesterday. Yeah. That would explain why it got out so fast.
So the aggressive ones on this table has been Max and...
Max, Ola, Ludovic. And to a certain extent, I'd say Laszlo King's been fairly aggressive also.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking that when Max Silver verbally declared all in, the dealer gave him the bunk triangle?
Bunk triangle.
Stood no chance at all. Seriously, we have people down on the floor. We've got to get that triangle replaced because it's really tilting me now. I'm actually starting to get angry. Hulk smash!
See in the tray there, Theo, there's two all-in triangles.
Yeah.
One of them has the cool little red spade. The other one, nothing.
And that's the one with the nothing on that.
It's the unbranded triangle.
Some suit, some bureaucrat was trying to save a couple of bucks. Got cheap triangles. Somebody almost lost an eye.
I'm impressed these guys don't start, like, look at all the clothes there. Is it just me that's always, I'm hot enough in a shirt down there.
Everybody this tournament's been in jackets and hoodies and...
Yeah, I mean...
I find that surprising because I have to say that it is very warm in this building.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Maybe they've got poor circulation.
And I know that the neck tell is a really big thing these days, watching for people's heartbeats in their necks. So a lot of players wear scarves, but a scarf keeps you so warm. I don't know how they do that.
No. That's it. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, look at this guy. It's like he just came in from outside in Hoth.
And I honestly don't know about these neck tells. Like, at least the way it works with me is if I hit a monster hand, I'm going to have, I feel I have more adrenaline.
There's the whole Pope, and he provides a branded triangle.
He did it.
Neil Johnson to the rescue. Thank you, sir.
Nice job, production team. We do have power here. Hold on, how about this? I want a guy in a chicken suit to run by. They're on it.
To be fair, we did have a guy in a lion costume at last year's final table, so you never know.
So anyway, okay, so your neck tail, right, when you have a big hand, your adrenaline pumps.
I'm convinced it pumps even more when I have a big hand, when I'm thinking about, okay, now I'm going to double up.
Right.
Actually, I'm going to win this hand.
Right,
I'm going to win this tournament now.
Right, but I think that is what they're looking for.
Yeah, but on the other hand, well, I think they're more doing it after, like what I've heard people are talking about, well, I saw the neck tail because he was bluffing.
Oh, no, I've always thought it was because when you're excited, when you have a big hand, it goes more. It beats a little bit when you're bluffing, but yeah, like you said, when you have a big hand, it goes even harder.
Max Silva raises the cutoff, and this looks like a 3-bet from Ola Shemian on the button. Silva made it 26K. Shemian says, how about 70? Now we got Ori Hassan in the big blind, who recently got the double up through Silva. Actually, Laszlo King hasn't folded his small blind yet. So he's warming up in a t-shirt, but he has got the woolly hat.
That would be too warm for me as well. Laszlo King, what nationality is he?
German.
Oh, there.
So there is a 4-bet from King. 141,000 total.
This is just a very tricky situation, if you ask me, because both of these guys know that Max Silva opens very light. So, of course, Shemian is going to 3-bet very light, which King knows as well. So all I'm saying is, in this spot is where you could see. I'm not too confident about King having a really big hand. Like, I was much more confident about Hassan before playing tight. But in this spot, everybody knows that the first guy doesn't have anything, so it's just which one of those that re-raises Max.
Before bet gets through, and by the way, the high roller event we were talking up earlier on is now underway. Eugene Kachlov with us in the booth. He's now gone to play that tournament. So they're into level 2. Everyone's starting this with 50,000 chips. Blind's currently 100, 200 with a 25 ante.
Let's see, Van Plu, O'Dwyer, Shaq.
I'm going to be playing that here in a minute, but I might wait. This is way too deep for me. Like, this is way too... There's too many complex situations I'm getting in.
So it's like a strategic... You don't want to have to think that much.
No, I don't want... I'm convinced I don't play those really, really deep stacks on the first couple of levels as well as some of these guys. For different various reasons. They've got maybe more experience in the really deep stack than I do. Another thing is I'm getting bored.
Well, that strikes me as odd, actually, because like you're mostly a cash game player, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't the deep stack you'd
Yeah,
think?
but I mostly play PLO.
Okay. Well, that explains it.
But the whole problem, I think my biggest problem is I'm getting too bored in the beginning.
Which also is a cash game thing, because in cash games you play way more hands.
Exactly, and then suddenly I'm finding myself explaining to myself that a 3-bet with Jack 5 here is going to be the best move ever. And it hasn't worked out so far, Steve.
Adam Jackson has sent in a conversation topic for the booth. Players who sit in seats 7 to 2 and drop their chips/cards right in front of them, forcing the dealer to stretch, are douchebags. Discuss.
I will have to agree, but I don't think to give these guys some slack. I think they're so focused on the tournament that they don't even know that she has to move. But I'm totally agreeing on the fact that on a regular basis, yeah, we're only talking about douchebag there.
Well, apparently it's one of the most common complaints from dealers on the EPT. And talking of dealers, David tweets to say, the current dealer, unbelievable. How would you concentrate with her at the table? Hashtag wife material.
I agree. I would totally go down there and push all the bets forward if I could. No? Damn it! I rode the elevator with her yesterday and I almost couldn't breathe.
Chris Day says, no idea who this Laszlo King guy is, but from what I've seen today, he is my pick to win EPT Prague. Involved in a hand here against Ori Hassan. King, the pre-flop aggressor. Hassan called in position on the button. King does not continue the flop. He checks. Hassan bets 30,000. King calls. Paired board now. Ace, King, 4-4. Check, check on the turn. 10 of diamonds on the river. And King leads.
That's a pretty big lead.
111,000 into a pot of 144,000.
Hassan's played this hand pretty passively.
He lets it go. And King may well now be the tournament chip leader. He's the big stack at the table now with 1.56 million.
Chris Day says no idea who this Lasso King guy is. We got that one. Well, he's also my pick. That's why I like the way he's playing a lot.
Fair enough. Back to the hand, by the way, where Max Silver doubled up Hassan, the ace-deuce versus ace-king coup. Daniel Glide says, suited wheel aces are good hands to use to 5-bet bluff in general. Ace blocker is important and you have decent equity when called.
And I think that's one of the things that that just blinded Silver in this spot, because as we were talking about here, Hassan doesn't really look like a guy with that stack with these aggressive player that's going to come out and 3-bet for no reason and going to be a guy that's going to lay it down. But obviously, as I said earlier, it's going to be so much easier for us to say here after.
Well, yeah,
knowing that he had the ace-king.
That's the best time to say it.
But I think some of these guys really get blinded by the fact that the ace with a suited kicker is such a good 4 or 5 betting hand. And then they probably talk themselves. What he used the 3 minutes to was talk himself into that Hassan could fold. I can make him fold. I can make him fold.
Well, Max Silver raised under the gun. Got called by Ludovic Lacaille on the button. Silver checks the flop. And Ludovic checks behind. Another spade. It's what I like to call a straighty flushy board. Yeah, sit down, Hassan. The viewers need to see the dealer. So think about our ratings here. And with a bet on the turn, Max Silver will win that pot.
The fold and the insta-ante, usually a frustration move.
Let's have a look at some of the players who've entered the 10K high roller here in Prague. There's Elke, who had a deep run in the main event. He and his buddy Eugene Kachalov both playing today. There is Eugene sharing a table with Ike Haxton. Jeff Roster and Tim Riley also at that table.
I'm so impressed about how big these high rollers has been. Like, in Barcelona, I actually got very surprised walking down there to see the high roller, and I maybe had a clue who maximum 2 or 3 was on every table.
I think the high rollers are popular also because they're shorter events and people, you don't have to invest as much time in them, even though the fields are a little tougher and a little more concentrated.
Yeah.
You don't have to play for 6 days.
But in the beginning of the high roller, it was really, really just the best of the best you saw. And now there are so many taking a shot in these high rollers.
Newtonen moves all in, gets called by King.
10's the hand for Newton and 9's the hand for King.
Ouch.
So the Finn should be able to get
In
a
a
double
situation
up
like that, when you have 9s, you would so much just rather see aces. You hate getting spiked.
Little pip action.
Yeah. He definitely doesn't look like a guy who's enjoying himself.
It's a low flop. 10 still good.
No backdoor sweats.
Newton just has to fade a 9 on the river. He doubles up.
So he's going to double up to not very many big blinds.
Meanwhile, there have been some further eliminations on the outer table because we're down to 43 players right now. I understand that Andrew Chen has just won a big pot and eliminated a player. According to his Twitter feed, he is up to 1.4 million.
Got to admit, I'm rooting for Andrew Chen. He's come close so many times. Take a second to get this pot straight.
Meanwhile, Callum tweets to say that Jorma Newton looks like Siegmund's long-lost son.
He does have that Finnish scowl that we've seen on Siegmund, on Pasi Sormanen, Aku Jontausta.
The classic stoic expression of every Finnish poker player.
That's the happy face, too. That's the guy who just doubled up.
So by my calculations, Andrew Chen probably has the tournament chip lead right now because Shemian, Lassell King, and Max Silva all have less than 1.4 million.
James, Eric wants to know how Lakai lost all his chips. Do you want to tell him, or should we tell him to go to the PokerStars blog?
Well, suffice to say there were, I think it didn't happen in one big hand.
There was one crucial hand.
I would advise two things, actually.
How big was he?
It came in 1.7 million.
Oh, ouch.
And
now he has 0.4 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a good start to the day. My two pieces of advice to Eric would be, yes, you can read hand reports on the live update section of the PokerStarsblog.com, or, assuming you were watching this on a desktop or a laptop, you can use the rewind function, take EPT Live back to the start of the day, and watch the first level of day 4 again.
You know what we should do? We should make stuff up when people ask. We should be like, he 7-bet jammed 7 deuce and got called by 7-3, 7 high 1. It was unreal. I don't think that's actually possible. But we should just make something up. He was involved in a super cooler with Max Silver where Max doubled through him, aces versus kings.
Oh.
That is the truth. That was the hand that did most of the damage, but...
And Lakai had the aces.
He had the kings.
Oh, he had the kings.
But to be fair, there were a couple of other big hands before that, which kind of...
It took him down to about 1.3. He was started at 1.7, was around 1.3 or 1.4 when this super cooler happened.
Okay.
And lost probably $500,000 on that one.
As I say, it's not been a good day for the last remaining former EPT champ.
Max Silver won that last pot. Raise and take it. Theo, I have to say I really enjoy your, occasionally you like post a hand on Facebook.
Mm.
I don't know if you tweet them as well because I don't think I follow you on Twitter, but I do enjoy them because unlike most people who tweet every hand, the hands are always really interesting.
Yeah, well, there's so many hands out there that
You seem to understand what makes an interesting hand and what doesn't need to be tweeted about.
Yeah, exactly. Like the whole problem is, do I want to listen to every single hand? No, I don't. And
no.
I'm trying to take the ones that I think could be interesting to everyone. and it's at least all it's it's most of the times the hands where it's really complicated, and I probably could have done something better.
And sometimes I feel like there's like a little subtext too, like you're maybe saying something about your opponent without really saying it. I like to read between the lines.
Silver raising to 26,000, gets 3-bet by King in the small blind. Max will just call. Gets to play the flop in position. That flop. King Jack 10 with 2 clubs.
Kings continued. Max Silver making one of the fastest decisions he's made all day today.
Decides just to call, and the board pairs with the 10 of spades on the turn.
Every draw imaginable out there.
There's definitely a lot of draws.
King continues to fire on this Razor's board. I think this is not a huge bet. 160,000, a little over half the pot.
Silver calls again. Four of spades on the river.
Not a brick. Not the most obvious draw, the runner flush, but one you can't discount completely.
King now checks, and Max Silver checks behind. Max Silver has King Jack, the 2 pair.
What do we see King saying? I want to know King saying.
I think King may have mucked.
Here it comes.
King Queen. So, Max Silver wins a decent-sized pot, a significant win for him.
I was sitting thinking about what I would have done with Ace King in that spot.
And in which guy's shoes?
In King's shoes, and I guess since I'm calling anyway, I could have bet half. I could have betted something and then laid it down to a re-raise if he's actually has such a big hand.
So if you have Ace King on the river, you check call.
I would bet fold.
Bet fold, okay.
To get the value out of
bluffs. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, to get the value out of any king. But I would have lost more money in that spot. I don't know. I definitely would have bet it's Silver's hand.
What about how it went pre-flop? I mean, are you going to make the pot that big with King Queen and King Jack?
Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with kings making a statement here with King Queen because it's so much easier raising and then maybe laying it down to a 4-bet because King Queen is a big trouble hand. But considering the fact that Silver only calls, you must feel comfortable with your King Queen and feel comfortable with the fact that if you hit top pair, you have to be good.
Yeah.
But I don't like Silver's call with King Jack. That has potential to get him into a lot of trouble, unless he hits 2 pairs, which he did, which saved it for him.
This is Newton and V. Lakai.
But that's the whole problem with these guys, like when they're playing this aggressive, they know they have to take a stand with marginal hands because they know they're going to get 3-bet a lot more than Newtonen, for example.
Well, this hand went check on the flop. Newtonen now makes a delayed continuation bet on the turn.
But it's so rare you see that the tightest guy on the table is actually a Finn.
You're right. That's a good point.
Like, I mean, I can't recall that ever.
Lakai calls. Ace on the river.
From what we've seen so far, there's no way I'm calling any bet from Newtonen right now. We've seen him play one hand, and that was tens.
Into a pot of 116,000. Newtonen bets 40K.
He's bet turn and river.
So far, it looks like he wants value out of his king. What's going through Lakai's head right now is, am I really dumb enough to pay him off with a 10? Am I really? But it's only 40.
Well, that's better than 3 to 1. Almost 4 to 1.
Confident Lakai snaps it off. It would have been silver or Shimon. Or king for that matter, but here, I think there's
Right, like
nothing.
you said, when the tightest guy at the table's betting into you.
Yeah.
Couple of tweets.
Twice.
Couple of tweets I want to handle. Marcus Rawlings says, loving the commentary on today's events. Oh. Oh no.
Oh, he's out of some 40-30s.
Harry Potter eliminated in 43rd place.
Vit Blackwood.
Yeah, we just call him Harry Potter / John Lennon.
We couldn't find him earlier. It's because he had his invisibility cape on.
Marcus Rawlings says, loving the commentary today. Have you given any hints for the password on today's free roll? We have, the most recent hint being Harry Lime. That's the last clue you're going to get. Registration not actually available yet for the free roll. When registration opens, we will give you the password on screen. Jake Watkins has a question about the hand we saw between King and Silver where it got checked to showdown, and we saw Max Silver table King Jack, and for a moment we thought that King had actually mucked. He says, does King have to show his hand there, or can he just muck even if Max asks to see it? The rules are, if it goes check on the river, the player who is out of position, which was King, should show their hand first. Now, should he muck, Max Silver does have the right to ask to see it. Many players won't. They consider it poor etiquette to do so, but quite frankly, they're entitled to that information, and King is not entitled to muck.
I'm going to make a guess that Theo is the kind of guy that would, I want to say, almost never ask someone to see their hand if they muck it.
You are definitely right about that. There's rare occasions where I'm so confused about how he plays that I will be rude. Well,
I'm thinking maybe once a year.
Something like that, yeah. Maybe less.
And I'm not going to lie, does the person's personality ever play into it a little bit too?
Yeah. If I know that, if it's somebody I really dislike.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know that might annoy him a little, I will definitely show me that hand.
That's a way better reason to do it than wanting information.
Yeah.
Rob King says, I nearly spat out my coffee when I saw that Harry Potter gag. Well played, Graphical Nick. And Stapes has upset the Harry Potter nerds. Robin Neff said, it's a cloak, not a cape.
Is there a difference between a cloak and a cape?
It's, well, in the movie they refer, and in the books they refer to it as invisibility cloak, not invisibility cape.
I don't even know what a cloak is. Like, I mean, I know what a cape is. Stape.
See?
Yeah.
That joke was for Theo.
You helped all the Scandies. There's no Scandies that has a clue what a cloak is.
Blind on blind.
Tight on tight.
Unraised pot. That would explain the tight on tight.
See, in a situation like this with 3 or 4 really aggressive guys and 2 really tight guys, you haven't seen Murgia ever play for such a long time. There's so much street credit. He's going to be given so much credit if he actually came in a cold 4-bet, for that matter. If he actually had that in his game, when he felt, let's say, silver opens, shame on 3 bets, and then he comes into a cold 4-bet, that would be an amazing play.
I mean, but you only mean a cold 4-bet light, a cold light 4-bet. Because it's not an amazing play if he has aces.
No. Yeah, it has to be in a bluff.
Right.
Yeah,
And-
that's what I mean. Yeah.
But that's why it's an amazing play, because he's just not the type that's going to do that.
Everybody thinks he's not the type that's going to do
Right.
that, but let's say he had it in his game, or Newton, for that matter, if they could change it around.
He may. I have a feeling. I mean, my guess is that Newton does have it in his game.
Just the fact that he's finished, he has to have some of those.
But then also, you know, you think you might have the cold 4-bet in your game, and then you see someone 5-bet jams on you with ace-2 suited, and you're like, man, maybe
Yeah.
I wouldn't even get the respect.
No.
41 players remaining now. Another feature table.
What are we playing down to today?
Ori Hassan raises to 26k. Well, the ambition is to get down to 16, but the reality is that might not happen.
Okay.
So it's either play 5 full levels or down to 16, whichever happens first.
And we're guessing 5 full levels.
I'm predicting that it'll probably be 20 players at the end of the day. That said, they haven't exactly been playing cautiously today.
With the reckless players, the ones with all the chips, so it's going to take a while even for them.
So Hassan's raise, called by Emmanuel Murgia in position. 10-4 deuce rainbow flop. Do you know who this dealer reminds me of? Jessica from Liberty X. I like Jessica from Liberty X.
Can you make one reference that anyone outside of someone that was born in 1978 in the UK?
Come on, Liberty X are a young person's band. I appreciate they may not have broken the American market, Joe, but they were very big in the UK about 10 years ago.
So what young person are you referring to that could be into a band from 10 years ago? Someone who's 30?
Well, no, let's work it out. Someone who would have been, say, for example, 7 years old, would have been a big fan of Liberty X, and they would now be 17. I consider 17 to be young.
How many Scandies do you think has a clue who that person is?
Okay, it's probably in single figures.
Look, ABBA references only, please.
Yes.
For the Scandies.
That's what we know.
Just for Joe. Let's give him a visual cue.
Liberty X sounds like a sweet female comic book character, though. We do have some action here. Murgia betting after Hassan checked the turn. Bet flop and turn. Well, I know someone who's going to have to delete his Google history before he goes home to his wife.
It was for work purposes.
Are they all her?
Yes.
Yeah, no, she's fine. I'd go so far as to say she's fine. Theo, you're staying. I'm going to keep this guy. He's sticking around.
She's fine.
Rob says the ladies of Liberty X were not harsh on the eyes. David Bridgman says, I'm 23 and I remember Liberty X. And Carl Summer says, thank you, James. Was trying to think of her name. She is the spitting image of her. Rory McDonald says, when I tuned in today, I had high hopes of a Liberty X reference on the stream.
That's my favorite tweet.
Les PLO says, lol at Jessica from Liberty X. Great shout. I would like to say that I make far more obscure cultural references on this stream on a daily basis than Liberty X. That was practically mainstream for me.
Well, I'm sorry.
By the way, if you want to read about Vit Blatchard's elimination from the EPT Prague main event, an article has just got up on the PokerStars blog. Vit Blatchard and the Stack of Disorder. As Mergia moves all in on the feature table.
And this has been all Mergia since the flop. Bet the flop, bet the turn, jammed river.
Like, of course, you have to give him a lot of credit. But betting all three here on this board doesn't make that much sense.
I mean, we're going to have to change his name from Mergia to Polarizia.
Something like a new player.
With a lot of chips.
And also
a hoodie.
Very cold.
Very cold with an extra sweater.
By the way, Inga Christofferson wanted to clear up the cloak-cape confusion. The cape is without the hood. That's the difference. Cloak, hood,
A cloak
cape,
has a hood.
no
Okay.
hood.
Great.
Got it.
Now
See?
I got it.
We're learning stuff today. Phil Cooper says maybe that dealer is Jessica from Liberty X. They haven't done much in the way of music lately.
I'm going to go down and ask her. Let's read Patrick's tweet, because I agree with it. A loud shout-out for Graphical Nick. He is the man. No offense. Stapes and Hardigan.
Graphical Nick is not just the man, he is da bomb. Yannick says, I'm from Belgium, and I remember Liberty X.
Oh, that's...
Well, now that Belgium's weighed in, that officially settles it.
Yeah.
The superpower.
By the way, the new player in seat 6, the guy in the PokerStars branded beanie, is Kieran Burke from Ireland. And he's got a stack of nearly 1.4 million.
Raise and take it for Ludovic Lakai, who shows aces. I'll give you one thing for Jessica from Liberty X. She tables the hands and shows them to the camera, unlike any other dealer we've had this week. We appreciate that.
So these are the players in seat order. Once again, we are 8-handed on the main stage, with 40 players remaining in the EPT Prague main event. And these are the players in chip order. More than half the table has more than $1 million. The shortest stack is the guy who started the day as chip leader, Ludovic Lakai, currently playing a 33 big blind stack.
Got to give him a little credit for not just completely punting it off after the morning he had.
How fast did he get down there? Like in
the first level, so within 90
Yeah.
minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, not really sure.
36 minutes left on the level. Now down to 39. Everyone now guaranteed 18,400 euros. Obviously the big sums, the big scores reserved for the players who make the final table. And a reminder, for the first time ever on an EPT Live light stream, we're going to have whole cards up from the final table of this tournament. Meanwhile, we're going to check in on the high roller, Steve O'Dwyer. He's in action.
See John Little at that table as well.
As is Mehmet Mori, Mickey Peterson from Team PokerStars Online, Theo's fellow countryman. And Bernard Guillon.
And also the fellow in the white, I believe, is the UK IPT Isle of Man winner, Duncan McClellan.
Yes, beat Fatima Maria de Melo heads up in that tournament.
Boy, she's good at that, huh? Did she lose to Rafa heads up?
Yeah, a couple of second place finishes. Maybe she should do a Max Heinzelman and quit poker.
Please don't.
But yes, come Wednesday, come day 6 of this tournament, the final table, we'll be on a 1-hour delay with whole cards up. I think our live coverage that day will start at 1 p.m. Central European time. Tomorrow, when we play down to the final table, once again, it'll be a 12 noon start. David Bridgman says, let's go, Kieran Burke. Only Irishman left in EPT Prague. And as I said, he is one of the big stacks. Now down to 38. Another elimination from the outer tables. Remember, you can follow the action from the outer tables via the live updates on the PokerStars blog.
That scarf that he's got in front of his face there, how much would I have to pay you, James, to go down there and smell that? The one that's been over his mouth the whole time.
More than you probably have.
James, I will pay you 1,000 Czech crowns.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna cough up 9 other thousand.
Whoa! 10,000 Czech crowns to go down there and smell that scarf.
Yes.
See, that sounds like a lot of money. But what's 10,000 Czech crowns?
It's like $100 or 100 pounds.
What's that, 300 pounds maybe?
300 pounds.
Yeah, let's say that.
It's not enough.
Let's say 300 pounds.
No, sorry, not enough.
Very generous of you, Theo.
I appreciate the offer, and I reject your offer.
We just got confirmation that the dealer's name is actually Lynn. So that I can say, I love you, Lynn. I'm down on one knee. Yep, that's the response I was expecting. Lynn's getting a lot of love on the Twitter. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for showing the hole cards to the camera.
Michael Lee is kind of angry because he's using capital letters, which implies he's shouting, "It's an invisibility cloak!" We know.
Oh, that was like an hour ago.
We know. Simon Schmidt says, go, 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 fellow Germans. Keep on always.
It's not an invisibility cloak, Michael. It's a virginity cloak in your case.
Fontaine says, new on Twitter, greetings from Belgium. Hope to see some Belgians at the final table. Also, we've got Emmanuel Mergia on this table. And Daniel Petterson, I was exaggerating. I know Max Heinzelman hasn't quit poker. It was a gag. After finishing second in back-to-back EPTs, he refused to play the grand final because he needed some time away from the game. I was exaggerating for effect.
Yeah, Daniel.
And Marcus Rawlings says it all. We all love Lynn. King versus Silver. We've been here before. Silver opens to 26,000. King 3 bets to 61K. Silver calls.
Fires away. 71 thou.
See, this is where it has potential, a lot of trouble for Silver if he's again calling with a hand like King Jack, because he's never gonna feel comfortable. He might have to call him down for 3 barrels, so he's winning a small one if he calls here, because King might stop betting But he's losing a big one if king has ace-king and shoots 3 barrels.
That's if that's what the 2 hands are. Ha! Not anymore.
Not anymore.
King Jack
now.
good again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dacey. Max Heinzelmann hasn't quit poker. I spoke to him here last night. Rick, I know. I was exaggerating for effect. Well played, Andy Gibbons. He's late to the party, but he includes a good gag. Does the dealer look like Jessica from Liberty X?
Okay.
Just a little. That was one of their biggest hits, Stapes.
Ah, I see. Okay. So action slowed down on the turn. And the turn did bring some more draws, some of which hit on the river. Now it's Max who's betting. King Jack again, bro? King Jack?
Any king.
Well, King, the player, has counted out a call, it looks like. And makes the call.
Silver shows King Queen. Aces. The hand for King.
So that time didn't work out quite so well.
But he got scared as the King Jack, just like we did.
Paul gets in touch. He was watching yesterday. He's back again today. He is the world's biggest fan of Marquez. And he says, hey, J&J, how is my girl doing? And don't lie to me this time. According to the live updates, Ana Marquez is currently playing a stack of 617,000. We think she is still alive with 37 players remaining.
Now, Theo, I think that in general that you're going to just call there with the aces. Obviously, you're not really going to raise.
No, the reason why King, no, you're never going to raise, but the reason why King is not betting the turn is because both of them are so deep. Let's say it was against Newtonen or Morgia. He's definitely betting to get all the money in.
To bet and call it off,
yes. To bet call off, because he can never really get hurt a lot. But against Silver, he has potential to lose the whole money, so he would rather keep it down on the turn, and then I don't know what took so long.
Well, that's okay. That's where my question was going. Is like, isn't it just a snap, not really a crying call, but snap side call, right?
It's
aces there, like if you got,
it's
you're
a snap
never folding.
Call. Never. I don't know why he took
you can't
so long.
fold it. You
I
can't
mean,
raise.
and there's no way he's thinking about raising. He's thinking about, I don't know, but it's just stalling again. It's just because there's too many of these guys thinking that, well, I need to think everything through. But this is a classic no-brainer that, of course, he's calling there, and as you said, there's no way he's raising, thinking about raising either.
Okay, good. I'm glad that.
But he definitely would have played that hand different and more aggressive against the short stack. The only reason why he's checking the turn here is, yeah, the Jack is one of the cards he's slightly afraid of, which he should be, as you've seen him call with King Jack before, and now this time it was King Queen. But he's more concerned about whether he's up against the set and getting re-raised, because he knows he can't fold the aces on the turn, and then he has potential of losing a very big pot if he's betting out and getting re-raised.
It's a pot control check.
Exactly. And then we're back to why on earth it took more than 2 seconds to call on the river is a mystery to both of us.
So action has folded around to the new player, Kieran Burke. He's going to raise small to big. Into Newtonen. King, Queen 10.
Well, that was quick.
Mike McDonald's tweeted something funny, not having to do with this tournament, but Prague. Went climbing at Boulder Bar. Mike's into rock climbing these days. He went to a bar that has a climbing wall in it. Went climbing at Boulder Bar yesterday morning. Cabby warned us people climb the walls at this pub and no smoking, so he recommends elsewhere. You guys know Boulder Bar isn't a brothel, right? Oh, you do? You still want to go there? All right. You're poker players. You're sure?
You really want to do this?
Just shy of 25 minutes on this level. There will be another break at the end of the level.
Are you taking video or photographs, my friend? Okay. We'll try to do something interesting then.
Should have been here when the whole Liberty X conversation was taking place. That was a doozy.
Yeah, there was.
You should have been here when Stapes pulled off that silver. You can't get any more silver than that. I mean, that's by far my favorite.
He was my new pal, my new buddy.
Stapes was the one that enlightened me on the guy from World Series that got so disappointed. I love that. I love to see the pain in other people's faces.
I think he actually just went deep in something, so maybe.
I mean, that was a beauty, a YouTube beauty.
Ori Hassan gets things started with a raise to 26,000. And that is a 3-bet from Kieran Burke.
Kieran Burke coming alive the last few hands.
And the whole problem here in a situation like that, where you get a new guy into a table, you have a feeling like, we all have a feeling that Shimon is capable of a 3 and a 4-bet. Silver is definitely, and the same goes for King. But the others has been playing fairly tight now, and then suddenly you have a new guy you got absolutely no information on. So you, it can turn into tricky situations, because what do I do here with ace queen suited against this guy when he 3-bets me?
I've gone broke to the new guy at the table more often than anyone, anyone that, for exactly the reason you said, you don't know what they're doing. And you can oftentimes level yourself into thinking that they don't have it when you have really no reason to think that.
And there's so many times afterwards you find out, when you talk to some of your other friends in the area, tournament area where he got pushed from, he said, oh, that was the tightest guy ever that came to his table. And you just 4-bet shoved right into his kings.
Now, I was, say mildly sympathetic would be incorrect, but I tolerated, shall we say, Johan when he kept tweeting the same question before we'd answered it. Now we've actually answered the question, I'm now getting annoyed.
Agreed.
Are we blocking? Or just ignoring?
I don't know. He asked me to look at his last tweet.
Isn't it the same as his last one?
Seems to have nothing to read. Yeah, I don't know. It says he's not following me anymore anyway. Whoops. We'll make this message to Johan and everyone. We're seeing your tweet. We've seen it. We saw it. Everyone out there, we see your tweet. You don't have to send it in more than once. We might get to it. We might not.
I mean, do we now need to start providing terms and conditions that sending in a tweet does not guarantee that it will actually be read on air? I thought that's kind of implicit.
If anything, it hurts your chances if you send it more than one time.
Yeah, we're petty like that.
We have very little power. We need to exercise it where we can.
Well, Georgios asks a question. He says, hi, is Katupas, last year's runner-up, still in the tournament? We believe so.
Well, here's something new, a three-way pot. Burke, silver, king.
And it's all three big stacks.
King checks to the razor, who doesn't look thrilled at the prospect of betting into these two guys.
Confirmation, by the way, that Soterios Katupas has a stack of around 780,000. He is one of the 37 players remaining.
Sweet.
And Boyan says, Stapes, Carter Gill won the LAPT Uruguay Grand Final last month.
There we go. Burke C-bet. Called in one spot, gets one fold.
Heads up to the turn then.
Deuce on the turn.
Now we're pretty much in the same spot as we were before with King, where he decided not to raise bet his aces to keep the pot low.
So you think if you have a decent hand here, but not a monster, you may
well,
just...
the decent hand is Berg is concerned about what he's going to do. The things that's going through his head is, well, I got ace-king, but do I want to bet and get re-raised and then call off a big bet on the river because I know I can't fold here, which might be the right thing. He might be pondering about keeping it low. On the other hand, I always like in a spot like that with an aggressive guy like Silver.
You're kind of almost happy to bet.
I'm gonna bid out, but I would really hate. I'm really hoping not to get re-raised here because I'm gonna talk myself into calling. I'm hoping for maximum call.
By the way, we are definitely going to stick with this table for the next level. In fact, we're going to stick with this table until they get down to 24, when there will be a redraw. When, for obvious reasons, we will no longer be able to stick with this table.
See, in a spot like that, if I'm Berg and I have the ace-king, I'm convinced I'm up against ace-queen, ace-10.
Are you at all convinced you're up against ace-jack?
I might be up against the jack now.
Right.
But still, like, I mean... on the other hand, like, that's a personal thing, but I value bet very thin here, in general. So in Burke's situation with ace-king, I'm still going to lead out.
Okay, so that's great. I like that. You say you're going to lead out. What happens if you lead out and then get raised?
That's a very tricky spot.
Then you're hating life.
So do you like better, if these are the only two options, do you like bet call or check call, if those are the only two options?
I'm check calling. Then.
Check calling.
Yeah.
Which it looks like maybe that's what Burke's going for.
He has checked the river.
Now, I only gave you two options.
Yeah.
If you could pick any option, what would it be?
I'm probably
Silver's betting.
Bet folding.
Bet fold, okay. And would check call be your last option?
No, that would be my second.
Okay.
And here in the spot where if you got ace-king, it's going to take me less than a quarter of a second to call. Because like he could be value betting king queen like he did the other hand with king.
Right, when you check, I mean, you want him to bet all his worst kings. So again, it's not a fist pump call, but it is a fast one. There's the call. Is that a jack?
That's a jack.
Yeah. Queen jack.
He likes to put himself in very awkward spots, Mr. Silver. He's I mean, once again, I don't like the call pre-flop there.
He's running pretty good. I mean, these are the kinds of hands. I mean, assuming that Burke had a king or had a jack beat until the river, he's putting himself in spots where he needs to get lucky. The king jack hand, he got lucky. He was dominated before the flop.
Max Silver up over 1.5 million.
Pretty confident that he, considering the fact that Burke called, that he had him beat.
Yeah.
By the way, a question for you, Stapes, on Twitter from Pedro. What is your favorite EPT stop and why?
Boy, it's so hard to say. There's so many good ones, you know. We've got this one here in the Czech Republic. I like the one in the Banana Republic. That's one of my favorites. I like EPT Hoth. A little chilly there. The cold decks are rampant, but you know, there's a great bar there. EPT Mipos, of course, one of my favorites. I keep hoping that they'll add a stop in Zamunda. I don't know. I don't know what my real favorite stop is. I was a big fan of Berlin. They all have something. It sounds like I'm like just trying to big up the brand, but we all know I don't do that. I guess London's my least favorite because I live there, so it's not very interesting to me. But Barcelona is like a great party town. Berlin is just like really nice and awesome, especially if you're like an English speaker, because everyone is just like spots you a mile away and is really cool. Everyone works really hard in Berlin. This is my first time here in Prague.
Yeah.
And I like it a lot here.
Prague is a fantastic city.
Great vibe here. What am I missing?
Deauville.
Okay, Deauville's not my favorite. Deauville and Monte Carlo aren't my favorite, but the rest of them.
San Remo.
Also not my favorite.
Okay, so Barcelona, Prague, and
Berlin.
Which obviously
PCA.
no longer exists.
Joe.
PCA's fine.
For me, the PCA is
You like
just,
PCA the best?
Yeah,
Pedro?
but because I'm getting out of Denmark in January and going to Bahamas is not really a bad thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then I got a son, 5 years old, and he's basically going insane every time he gets close to water.
You're taking him to the water slides and the sharks?
Him, his big sister, and the wife to Bahamas.
Cool.
See, and the kids are insane about the water.
I think I may enjoy Bahamas. This is the first time I'm bringing a date to the Bahamas, and I think maybe I'll like it better. Because going as a single man, there's like 6 women on that island.
6 is a high number.
Yeah, okay, sure. Theo's taking the under.
One thing's for sure, you're going to be spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
So Burke raised pre, got 3-bet by king. Burke makes the call. Thought of queen, 6 deuce with 2 spades. And king bets 85,000. Burke calls. 4 hearts on the turn with 340,000 in the pot.
Hardigan, you got a favorite?
My favorites keep disappearing from the tour because Copenhagen's gone, Berlin's gone. So I don't want to say anything else in case that disappears as well.
You have a favorite, but you're afraid it's going to go off the list as soon as you mention it.
James, just say Barcelona's your favorite then. Guy can't stand Barcelona.
I just feel I've been there too many times. I actually really enjoyed Barcelona just gone, mainly because we finally got to stay in the Arts Hotel, which makes it a very different experience.
I felt like I was in a relationship with the shower at the Arts Hotel. That was maybe the hardest breakup I've ever had in my life.
You're sick.
Oh God, I just said the dreaded A word, didn't I? We're now going to get Twitter timeline's going to fill up.
Hearts?
Yeah.
So this pot's getting kind of big. And the most obvious draw was the flush draw, which didn't come in, but some weird little baby straights did.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like King is good enough to know when he's betting out on a deuce 6 queen board, he's not really worried about any straight there,
Right.
unless he's extremely unlucky to get into the ace 3 of spade flush draw. Wow. That was an all-in.
Yeah. Which is enough to put Burke on. Olashemin stepping away from the table. Pratush Badiga.
Like, I mean, that is going to be very tough for me here. Let's say I'm in a spot where I'm holding a queen here, because why is he betting? He's over betting the pot here. If he had ace queen, like I would be very puzzled with this.
I was just going to say that Pratush Badiga, a former EPT final tableist, says he's been watching for 30 minutes or so, and Wizzo Olashemin hasn't played a hand, no sleeveless hoodie. So is that actually him?
You just picked a bad 30 minutes. He is geared down a little bit, but he was very active for most of the first level.
It's a funny hand here. That I'm convinced I'm ending up calling with any queen now from Burke's situation, because the first thing that comes into my mind, if let's say Burke has queen bad kicker and King has ace queen, which was the most likely until now, why not bet 340 and get value out of it? Suddenly it looks like he's trying to push him off at bad queen. On the other hand, if King is good enough to reverse that and overbet the pot simply on that, yeah.
I mean, it could be, yeah. I mean, it just could be trying to get value out of a worse queen, right? I mean,
exactly.
Because it was 3-bet
Well, that's
before
very
the
well
flop by
played.
King.
Then I would potentially have fold for it.
King's just fired every street here, and they're really, you know, if you have a decent queen here, there's not much to be afraid of. It's not like some of those other boards.
No, it's not anything afraid. But if you're sitting in King's spot with ace queen, you think of, well, the pot is 720,000. I'm betting 350. So I know he's going to talk himself into calling here. If I bet too much, the chances is he's folding a queen, which is where we are right now.
I kind of feel like Burke showed himself to have enough of a hand to have called pre-flop, called flop, called turn, that I think you can maybe expect to get full value here if you're really big.
I don't know. I would bet a lot of money on the fact that he's folding a queen now, which is the reason why I would have done the same in a bluff as King does.
Those of you asking if we're going to get a new feature table soon, the answer is not that soon. We're going to stick with this table until we get down to 24 players and there's a redraw.
I would really want to know what King has in this hand.
So when we come back from the break, with 7 minutes left on this level, we will have the same lineup. I say that. We don't know whether Mr. Burke will still be a part of that lineup. If he makes the call and is wrong.
I'm willing to bet a queen is good here. If Burke calls.
He looked like he was just about to do it.
He's going to lay it down, and his hand is good. His queen is good, and he's going to lay it down. He doesn't want to lose the tournament now. He still have over average, which King knows as well. This is one of those really big hands. There's no way like, it just doesn't make it. The hand doesn't make any sense, because if King had a pair of kings, he's betting out for value. If he has ace queen, he's betting out for value. Suddenly he's over betting the pot.
Missed spades? Question mark.
But the stone cold bluff all the way, maybe a missed spade. And now he's pushing him off a queen, and Burke is definitely laying it down. because he doesn't want to lose this tournament here. He doesn't have, what do you say, the cojones to risk your entire tournament here. The average stack is 839,000, and he has to call he has to call $1 million. This is a really, really crucial spot.
I'm not convinced he's winning. I mean, let's say it's a hand like King Queen or something. I'm not convinced King Queen's winning here.
I am, because it like, to me it just doesn't make any sense. He would overbet like that. Burke has all the way said, well, my hand is not.
He calls.
We're gonna find out.
We will see both hands in an all-in call situation.
Wow.
Both hands have to be tabled.
Wrong.
2 kings.
That's an excellent bet from King.
Ace Queen.
Well, I thought that long with Ace Queen too.
And on that hand, Kieran Burke is eliminated by Lassell King.
He definitely turned into my favorite for winning this one. That's an amazing overbet. There's no way I would have bet that much, because I would have been so afraid.
He just had a great read. He just knew he was up against a really strong queen.
Yeah, but that and then still overbetting is amazing.
Well, Andrew says, like Stape said yesterday, when people bomb the river, they have it more often than not.
They do in it, but let's say, Stape, what are you gonna do there with the kings? You know, your guy, you know your opponent is on a queen.
Look at that, by the way. King's up to 2.5 million.
Absolutely no way.
Huge chip leader.
You're risking that he's gonna fold by betting that much. The pot is 720.
I don't know. I'm not a good player, so I don't know what I would do. But in that spot, it just seemed to me that Burke had shown himself to be super strong, because he called before the flop. Call. Like, I don't think you can call. There's only one real draw on that board, which is spades.
Yeah.
And then when the spades miss, like, you can't bluff the guy off miss spades, because he already is gonna fold.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm more likely to think that 8 out of 10 players in that spot is saying, okay, there's 720,000 in the pot. This guy definitely looks like a guy who doesn't have this kind of shot every single day. So is he really gonna lose his entire stack on a queen here? No, let me just bet 400 and then he's still in the game and I get 400 in value.
Yeah,
for sure.
Maybe that bet doesn't get called very often. Like, maybe that's a mistake to have bet that much.
I don't
in
know.
general,
Well,
in the long run. Right.
Exactly, but here, in a spot, let's say it would have been me. That would have been a great play over betting there, because I'm more likely to call there, because the first thing that comes into my mind is, why is he doing that?
It's a snap call, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe not a snap, but I really like that. And now he doesn't have any space for his cards. He's running out of space.
Robin says, amazing play and great commentary. You guys were spot on. Luke says, tried to hold off but succumbed to YouTubing Liberty X's greatest hits. That was a fun 90 seconds. Chris Day says, that is why Stapes and I have Lassell King as our favorite. Hashtag Kings do King things. Wow, he's trying to get the KDKT hashtag going. Good luck with that one. Another Luke. Luke Hobson says, King with a great river bet. And you saw there that we have just released the free roll password. It was Vienna. You got the Ultravox and third man clues earlier on. Vienna, lowercase, is the password that will get you into today's EPT Live free roll. So back to the action. Pratush Badiga wanted Shemian to play a hand. You get your wish. He raises the cutoff, but gets 3-bet by Hassan in the small blind. But he calls in position and we go to the flop.
But how about that last hand? Whoa!
Yes. Pretty special. And obviously we now have a huge chip leader in the tournament. Nearly 2.5 million chips for Lassell King. With 35 players remaining as we bid goodbye to Kieran Burke.
And of course, Kieran's going to go home here and hammer his head into the wall and think about, why was I stupid enough to call? But I can't see himself blaming anything there. I think that was...
I think also...
a lot of us would have called.
You factor in the missed spades.
Yeah, the missed spade there as well, and the fact that he's been fairly aggressive.
Sure.
As well. Like, is it wrong of him to call ace queen pre-flop there against an aggressive guy? No.
No.
Is it wrong of him to call?
He called with top pair in the flop, top pair in the turn, and
Yeah.
top pair in the river. Top pair, top kicker on a board that's not that scary.
Against an aggressive guy where it misses the flush draw on the river, and suddenly he overbets the pot. No, I don't like.
So it's just a little cooler-ish.
By the way, this is likely to be the last hand of the level. Just 20 seconds left on the clock. Hassan continued for 57,000 on the flop. He's considering his options on the turn. At this point, we would like to thank Theo Jorgensen for being a great guest once again on EPT Live.
You're welcome. I want to thank Stapes for coming up with the silver. silver. That's as much silver as you can get. I love that one. It's, as always, a pleasure, guys.
Pleasure's all ours.
Hassan loading the second barrel. And a reminder that we are going to stick with this table when we come back from the break, when the blinds will go up to 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Shimmy and folds, and that'll end the level. And as we go into the break, Lassell King has the big chip lead here at EPT Prague. 2.49 million after that huge hand, that massive pot, and the elimination of Kieran Burke. Kings against ace-queen. So we'll be back in 20 minutes' time and continue to play down, hopefully to 16, or maybe for another 3 levels, here on day 4 of the Prague main event on the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Enjoy the break. We're back soon with more live action here on EPT Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I am poker.
Join Ronaldo at PokerStars.net. We are poker.
I'm Sarah Grant. I'm a presenter for Poker News and sometimes PokerStars.tv.
I'm Laura Cornelius. I'm a freelance presenter, but I work for Poker News and also PokerStars TV as well.
This is the best time ever to be in Prague. I spent a semester here in school when I was like 20-something, but then come back in the winter time now for the PokerStars event. It's just beautiful, the Christmas tree, it's cold, everybody's dressed up. Whole different experience to come for a PokerStars event than to come as like a Euro traveling college kid.
It's like the quintessential place for Christmas, I think. With the Christmas markets, like you go down there, all the lights on and there's music being played and you can buy things for Christmas. This is my second time here. And it's cold, but we're kind of used to that in England anyway. This time it's not snowing though. Last time I came here it was snowing, which kind of adds to it a little bit more. But yeah, it just really gets you in the Christmas mood, because before I came I wasn't really in the Christmas spirit that much, but coming here, seeing the tree like behind us, seeing the tree lit up in the square in the old town, you're ready for Christmas.
I just did a radio interview like last week and they asked me how hard is it, because the guys are obviously hitting on you all the time, or how hard is it to be a woman in a community of so many men? And I was like, it's actually funny, they really don't. I think most of the guys in this, not all of course, there's always exceptions, but in this industry are more shy and more uncomfortable, but in a way that tends to be really endearing. Yeah. I think, having dealt with some athletes and big actors and stuff at certain points in my life, it's like there's no guy in the poker world, with the exception of a very few of them who can be like really genuinely mean or really genuinely like sexually aggressive. Or I just think that the guys in this world to women tend to be pretty gentle and pretty nice to be around.
And we've both been doing this for a few years now, so I mean, we've known the same players for the last, well, for me, like 3 years or something. So, you know, we can call these people, well, I'd like to be able to call these people our friends now. You know, we see them like quite often, and we get, you know, a chance to find out who kind of they are and be their friend.
Well, see, this was the other thing I was going to say, though, and because this is something that I also found interesting. While I find them to be, especially towards women, more gentle and not so, say, Neanderthal-y, where I think athletes have an alpha man thing, which makes them, you know, attracted to women, and also makes them aggressive at other men and aggressive at women. I think poker players sometimes have an alpha man brain thing, where they think they're smarter than all other guys, and even that probably they could get girls that big sports guys can't, because they're way smarter. Like, they could outthink all of this, the whole thing.
I mean, yeah, these days.
Where I think athletes have an alpha man thing, which makes them, you know, attracted to women, and also makes them aggressive at other men and aggressive at women. I think poker players sometimes have an alpha man brain thing, where they think they're smarter than all other guys, and even that probably they could get girls that big sports guys can't, because they're way smarter. Like, they could outthink all of this, the whole thing. And, you know, a lot of people who I think are dynamic in the ways that they, in this industry, because they're intelligent, because they're savvy, and also because I think they're used to super multitasking, that they can do a lot of interesting things. But to me, without a doubt, the most interesting stories are the guys who like paved the way for poker. I think the most interesting stories, especially in poker, are the people who have gone broke and come back, the people who have, I don't know, been at games that were held up. Like, I just really feel like mostly the old school guys, that's true heart, in my opinion, that you love poker so much that it can just destroy you, and then you can just keep coming back and keep coming back. And I think I will be the most interested to see, and I actually thought Black Friday would be one of the best ways to find this out, but would be really interested to see how some of these guys who came up in the online game will handle adversity, how so many people who found a laptop and you know, oh, I've got my HUD display and I figured out all this stuff and I'm a computer guy. Do you love poker? Do you love it enough that when Black Friday hits, like, and you go broke and you bought a house in America and now you have to sell it and go somewhere else, like, how much do you love poker? And I don't think we've seen a lot of that yet. I think we will, and I think it's weeding it out slowly, but I think the harder things are for people, the more interesting their stories are, and I just think poker's been pretty easy for a long time.
I feel extremely privileged to work in this world. I mean, it wasn't something that I fell into. I started playing poker in about 2008, and my friend took me to my first game. It was like in the top of a pub in London, and it was just, everything about it was just so dodgy. And from that moment onwards, I just absolutely fell in love with poker. And I kind of started presenting around the same time, and I was just lucky how everything seemed to fit right at the right time. And Poker News were looking for someone a few months later, and it all worked out, and it was just a dream come true, really, because I mean, I love poker, I love traveling, I love presenting, so it's all three things, and I'll never stop loving any of those things, I don't think. So yeah, no, it's brilliant, I love it.
I feel super, super lucky also, and I did just fall into it. I came from a whole different background and a whole different world, and I never saw myself presenting. I never saw myself in the poker world, and I mean, I really thank God. I thank God for like putting me on a path that's better than the path I had for myself. I had a clear path of what I was doing in the film business and where I was going, and I didn't even know this path existed, and it's a million times better than anything I ever imagined. And I actually think it's a big part of why I'm having a hard time with everyone's like, you know, what's your goal and what's your next thing? And for most people it is a thing, I think, to just have all these goals. And I think because this wasn't even in my vision 5 years ago, and because it's given me so much joy and so much happiness and so many friendships that I hope I have for the rest of my life, now it's hard for me to try to make a plan for myself because I already know whatever plan is out there, it's better than my plan. So I just am like, you know, I'm waiting, I'm taking it as it comes. But I will say for sure the friendships, I hope that there are some friendships that I made here that will last forever. And in terms of if a better gig comes along, would you ever just leave this? I think loyalty is the most important quality in anyone and in the world, and it would have to be something really good and really awesome.
Jorge Balim Limón vive la vida a alta velocidad. Él soñaba en convertirse en un piloto profesional de rallies hasta que un accidente cambió todo. Ganador en los límites más altos desde el 2009, Jorge cree que la clave de su éxito está en su habilidad para calcular riesgos y controlar sus emociones.
Este fin de semana es el rally Cañadas Nakam de más de 2 horas en terracería, entonces un rally muy pesado tanto para la tripulación como para el coche. Es un rally muy importante para mí. Una parte creo que casi me define como persona es el no dejarme dominar por el miedo. Si algo me causa miedo, mi reacción es incluso agresiva contra el miedo. Siempre es empujar hacia el miedo. En una carrera, todos tus instintos te dicen que tengas que frenar y es tu cerebro el que tienes que controlar. El póker en realidad siento que se parece mucho a los rallies. Se tratan 2 actividades de cierta manera de alto riesgo, en las cuales tienes que dominar tus instintos y conservar la cabeza fría. En el momento en que pierdes esa cabeza fría, empiezas a perder o empiezas a chocar. En el póker tomo cosas al rally y del rally tomo cosas al póker, pero son parecidas, que cualquier actividad del estilo que tienes que tomar riesgos tienen muchas cosas en común. Toda mi vida he tenido una tendencia, o podría decir hasta me he esforzado por no tener una vida común. Prefiero hacer algo arriesgado y perder que no haber hecho nada. Creo que es la manera en la que vivo, por eso no puedes ganar si no estás dispuesto a perder. Siento que hay que arriesgar. Es el dicho de que la suerte le sonríe al valiente. A mí me ha funcionado. Empecé a correr rallies en el 2005, me parece. Es algo que me gusta mucho hacer. Hay una sensación que es indescriptible para mí, el tomar una curva, simplemente ver una curva, es indescriptible para mí. Una modalidad de carrera un poco peligroso, pero para mí es el más divertido por mucho.
Tiene cierta tendencia a los deportes extremos, ¿no? Pero yo creo que este es como que el más importante, o sea, como que sí, creo que ha saltado del bungee y cosas así, pero el rally es como lo más importante, lo que más lo llena de adrenalina, lo que más lo hace sentir, como se divierte, a pesar de todos los problemas que pueda tener, pues por eso lo hace, ¿no? Al fin y al cabo se divierte y lo disfruta haciendo todo esto.
Yo soy miedoso, no tomo riesgos. Entonces, cuando él de chiquito me decía, vamos a subirnos al bungee, yo sentía que me iba a morir del pánico, pero para que no tuviera el miedo, me subía con él y me aventaba. He hecho locuras por él. Yo soy una persona muy tranquila, no me gusta correr, no sabemos de dónde salió. Debe de ser marciano el hombre.
Jorge es un hombre de corazón de pollo. ¿Qué? ¿No puedo decir eso?
Me gusta mucho salir con mis amigos a bares, a fiestas, diferentes cosas del estilo. Casi todos los fines de semana salgo con todos mis amigos.
Esto se llama La Boa. Bienvenido.
Me divierto mucho con ellos, son personas muy divertidas, siempre hay anécdotas rarísimas semana con semana.
Siempre nos hace sufrir cuando vamos de vacaciones, que maneja muy rápido y vamos arañando los asientos. Ha hecho vomitar a varias personas.
Sí, a tu novia.
Sí, a un exnovio.
Cuando Jorge quiso ser profesional, realmente fue un shock. Realmente no esperábamos que él pudiera dedicarse a eso.
Fue muy difícil. Yo soy ingeniero, quería que mi hijo fuera ingeniero. Cuando me dijo que quería jugar póker, para mí era un juego como al azar.
Definitivamente teníamos mucho miedo. Los dos peleábamos para podernos poner de acuerdo porque teníamos mucho miedo del riesgo que conlleva el hecho de jugar.
Cuando platiqué con él más a fondo, en lo que ya más adelante, y vimos que es matemáticas aplicadas, que es estadística aplicada, pues entendí que realmente es un juego entre comillas, ¿no? Es realmente una ciencia y que bueno, pues si es lo que le gustaba, adelante, ¿no?
Me imagino que la percepción en general de las personas es que soy alguien que le gusta tomar muchos riesgos, pero al contrario, yo me considero que eso al contrario. Las cosas que hago sí, obviamente son cosas de riesgo, el póker, los coches, pero pienso que yo soy una persona muy calculada. De hecho, incluso entre los pilotos, yo soy alguien conservador. Me considero igual en el póker, de hecho, me considero alguien más calculador que alguien que tome riesgos visceralmente. Yo me considero alguien de cabeza fría, aunque sí me gustan tomar riesgos, pero siempre son riesgos calculados.
Me pongo un poco nerviosa cuando hace rally, sin embargo tampoco es como que me ponga, o sea, que pueda perder los estribos cerca de eso, no sé, a lo mejor porque nunca lo he visto chocar, nunca, no sé, a lo mejor es también como propio bloqueo, ¿no? De pensar de que no pasa nada o de pensar de que todo va a salir bien. Entonces, pues sí me pongo un poco nerviosa, pero mientras no yo vea algo así como algo aparatoso, pues realmente no pierdo la razón, digámoslo así.
¿Ya te tocará?
Cállate.
En el 2007, en una carrera en Oaxaca, el Rally Sierra Juárez, tuve un accidente masivo en una recta de 2 kilómetros.
Prácticamente terminando la carrera, se acabaron los frenos, quedó sin frenos. Entonces, al llegar a una curva, quiso enfrenar, se siguió de frente, salió volando, dio 3 giros el coche sobre sí mismo, quedó destrozado el automóvil.
Sí, fue terrible, fue un susto. Y no llegaba, ¿y qué pasa? ¿Dónde está? Y nos avisan. Tuvo un accidente y se van al hospital. ¡Ay, Dios mío!
Yo perdí el conocimiento a los pocos segundos de haber chocado. Definitivamente por mucho ha sido la experiencia que más me ha asustado en la vida.
No vimos el coche. En la noche que fuimos y vimos el coche, estaba destrozado. Sí he visto primero el coche, yo creo que nos da un ataque al corazón.
Un infarto.
Un infarto, sí.
Muchos pilotos, yo diría la mayoría, cuando tienen un accidente de esa magnitud, no vuelven a correr. Es algo difícil de superar. De hecho, durante más de un año tuve pesadillas, que no podía frenar y chocaba. Me di cuenta que era algo que me gustaba mucho hacer y valía la pena hacer y que no lo iba a dejar. Solo fue un un lapso de miedo. Yo creo que para mí es la emoción que más limita a las personas. Es una de las emociones más fuertes que para el ser humano y impide que la gente viva sus vidas plenamente. La gente está muy asustada de hacer muchas cosas, incluso de morir, y termina por vivir vidas insípidas. Y eso va totalmente en contra de mi filosofía. Yo pienso en disfrutarla completamente, no importa lo que dure.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We are in Prague for day 4 of the main event. 35 players remain. And we're just kicking off level 22 of the tournament. Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. The current chip leader is Lassell King, a German player who's up on our feature table after he played an extraordinary hand against Kieran Burke from Ireland. Joe Stapleton still alongside me, James Hartigan.
Lassell King, more like Bossel King.
If only Theo Jorgensen was here for that one.
My biggest fan. Love that guy.
So we are currently 7-handed at our feature table. We have the guy who started the day as chip leader, Ludovic Lakai, who's taken a huge knock. He's lost about 1.4 million chips today. Also got Max Silva, who was chip leader at one point. Ola Shemian, the young, aggressive German, and Lassell King, the current tournament chip leader.
And these shorter stacks have been doing a pretty good job hanging on despite all the crazy, well, I guess other than Kieran Burke, but other than him, these other short stacks have been doing a good job holding on because it's been a very aggressive game at this table. Lots of 3-betting, lots of 4-betting, betting on almost every street. And just look at that stack for Lassell King.
By the way, on the subject of that hand, Dorothy says, go Germans. What an amazing overbet. He must have read the Irish player like a book, knowing he would call with a queen.
That hand ended up being exactly what it felt like to me, but I did see Theo's point, and that maybe in the long run, shoving there is going to get you more folds than will get you paid off. But I agree. I think that Lassell just had a really great read that it was at least a good queen there, and that he was probably going to end up calling because Lassell has this image of being super aggressive.
Kaivon says Theo had the same thought process as him, and he would have definitely called with ace-queen there. He says it was a great bet by King. I remind, if you want to get in touch, by the way, that the Twitter hashtag is EPT Live. The email address is nuts@pokerstars.tv. First hand back from the break, we see an under-the-gun raise from Jorma Nuutinen, and he gets 3-bet by Ori Hassan on the button. Nuutinen had a deep run in EPT Prague last year. I double-checked it during the break. He actually finished 10th, so he missed out on the final table.
Long way to go before he can beat that.
Reminder that we have 35 players remaining. Next redraw is when we get down to 24.
Can you imagine bubbling that final table and then you watch it on the live stream the next day and you see a guy in a lion costume and you're like, I bubbled and there's a guy in there with a frickin' lion costume.
Not just a lion costume, a lion pajama suit. A lion onesie. As I said, it was amusing for about, I don't know, 20 seconds. Nuutinen calls. Calling 3-bets out of position can be costly in the long term. It's a 6-4-8 flop, 2 hearts. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
And Nuutinen has pretty much put his entire stack at risk by calling this 3-bet. Because any money goes in here on the flop, and they are playing for stacks. No money does go in on the flop.
3 of spades on the turn. So with no c-bet from Hassan on the flop, Newton leads the turn. $70,000. Hassan calls. 322,000 in the middle. The river card is the 8 of spades, pairing the board.
And Newton's got just over pot size bet left behind. Sorry, Newton.
Oh, who is squeaking that chair?
Players going broke. We just had 7 eliminations.
$130,000. So more than a third of his remaining chips.
Can't imagine Hassan loves his hand. After not continuing the flop. Unless he's just huge and decided to play it weird. Got the call in his hand.
Can't quite bring himself to make it, or trying to get a read as the chips close in on the betting line.
He was the 3-better pre-flop, so my guess is he's thinking about heroing with some kind of ace high.
He folds. So if you want to play some poker tonight, as well as watch the poker on EPT Live, we have got another free roll for you. The EPT Live free roll, as ever, starts at 8:15 Central European Time. $1,500 in the prize pool. It's password protected, so if you want to register for the game, Vienna is the word you need, all lowercase Vienna. By the way, George Clyde Smith got in touch. My mate JR says he played with you, James, in the London Series event on the UK IPT, and you confirmed he's the most unlucky player you've seen. He had aces, ace-king, aces, all lost. He's Welsh. If you remember, give him a shout-out. I do remember him, so I'll give a shout-out to JR. He is certainly one of the unluckiest players I saw on that day. I want to say hello to Adam Levy, who thinks I should have a womp-womp sound effect for every time Stapes makes a dad joke.
Well, I guess you'd never have to use it. So go ahead. Dad joke. Hey, Adam, you're a funny guy. You should be up on the stage. There's one leaving in 5 minutes. How about that? That's like a great-great-great-great-granddad joke.
Johan says running great in the big 550 on PokerStars while watching EPT Live. We're talking about tournaments on Stars. Very soon Lee Jones will be taking a seat, and we'll be kicking off today's edition of Lee's Lowdown. We're talking about the December Festival and, of course, giving another shout-out to the PokerStars Facebook game. Questions for Lee? Nuts at PokerStars.tv. Tag your tweets EPT Live. And yes, Tobias, there will be 30,000 seats in today's free roll. So far, 4,000 of them have gone. Actually, 4,090. Make that 4,091, because you know what? I'm going to register. Boom.
All right, I'll do it.
Got myself into a sticky situation yesterday where I started going deep and building up a big stack and then had to play kamikaze poker so I could have dinner. Just a reminder, we have 8-16 blinds. Last hand was raise and take it for Ori Hassan. This hand's going to start with a raise from Ola Shemian. Under the gun, he makes it 32K. Mike Silver defends his big blind.
Here we go.
A 6-5. Silver checks, Shemian continues. And Max Silver quickly folds. We appreciate the brevity of your action, Mr. S.
Yes. Oh, have you seen this awesome infographic? How successful are American players at the PCA?
I would say reasonably.
4 out of 10 main event winners have been an American, it says on a t-shirt.
Well, 40%, that's not to be sneezed at.
But the t-shirt also has a map of the United States with little red states where the winners come from.
Ooh.
Except for New York, which isn't red for some reason, even though John DeBell's from there. But we won't focus on that. $76 million won by American players, represented by a number on a sack. I'm doing what's known as a word picture. A word picture.
Is there a go where they can see this infographic rather than have you describe it to them on a live stream?
Well, it was emailed to me, but if you, I don't know if you want, I can forward it to them.
Surely that's going to appear on the PokerStars blog at some point.
You think so? I don't know what happens to these after I delete them.
By the way, just to give you a quick overview of the tournament as a whole, we know that Lassell King is the chip leader with 2.5 million near enough. Dimitri Holdew, the Eureka main event champion, is currently second in chips with 1.87 million. Other big stacks include Julian Track and Andrew Chen. Stephen Chidwick still going strong. Jonathan Roy repping the French-Canadian contingent. Last year's runner-up, Sotirios Koutupas, currently playing 780,000. And Anna Marquez, the last lady standing, still alive with just over $500,000. A reminder that you too can follow the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com.
You know, I should probably get my PokerStars Facebook app open in preparation for Lee Jones being here.
Let me know if you get a scratch and sniff opportunity.
Well, I think I have 3 new scratches today. What's happening in this hand, homie?
Hassan raised under the gun +1. Shemian called out of the big blind. He checks this 9-5-3 flop with 2 diamonds, and Hassan continues for 38,000. And then Shemian check raises to 93K.
That was the sound of Lee Jones winning 1,000 chips and a scratcher.
Hassan calls the check raise. And we go to the turn with 272,000 in the middle. Jack of spades. By the way, yesterday, Stapes, you weren't here when we kicked off Lee's Lowdown. I did a kind of mellow jazz remix of the Lee's Lowdown theme.
Oh, like a cover.
With your permission, I'd like to do a country and western version today.
Yeah, sure, of course. It's like the BBC Live Lounge.
Wait a minute, this is the British guy gonna do a C&W cover?
Didn't say it was gonna be good.
James likes both kinds of music, country and western. This pot's getting pretty big.
Yeah, having check raised the flop, Shemian leads the turn for 130,000. And Hassan's had a lot of decisions to tank over.
And everything he
this
should have
level.
been calling that check raise with did not get there on the turn. I guess diamonds with overcards.
Pocket jacks.
I think he did.
Here we go.
Boom.
So although that looks like a lot, remember the blue chips
Yeah,
are 5,000.
No, I
and
think that's basically a call.
it is a call. I mean, Ola Shemian obviously bet with the yellows, which are the 25,000 chips. The reds, the thousands. They're the smallest in play at the moment.
And now we have Ana Marquez's stack in the center of the table.
532,000 in the pot.
There is not a great deal of room left for these two guys.
I wonder if all the other tables are playing this big.
Have you guys been doing this like on a regular basis?
Pots this big?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jeez.
It has been an action day for sure.
Yeah.
Purely from a spectator's point of view, the most exciting day we've had here in Prague so far. With Shemian checking the river. Hassan's loading up. Oh, it's going to fall over.
176 or 177.
That's so going to fall over.
That's a call.
Let's see the hands.
He turned over ace-4, busted draw. I think.
Earth to dealer. Can we see the hands, please?
And
Well,
Shemian's got pocket tens. Hassan has a busted draw.
I have no problem with the dealer, you know, taking care of the players, getting the chips straight before they show them to the camera.
I'm just thinking about the hundreds of thousands of people who wanted to see those hands. So yes, it is time for Lee's Lowdown. So here is the C&W remix of the Lee's Lowdown theme. Please, 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 please. I want some Lee's Lowdown.
James, you know I support you in most things that you do. And that was one of the best.
That was not C&W. Careful.
Oh no, we just got some bad news.
Really bad news, especially for Paul Jackson. Ana Marquez, last lady standing, gone.
Is no longer standing.
35th place. Well, she is standing. She's walking out the door. 35th place finisher, Ana Marquez. No ladies left in this tournament. But Lee Jones is here in the booth to talk about the December Festival and the PokerStars Facebook game. And Lee was on it like a car bonnet. He loaded that game. He scratched and sniffed. He got some extra chips, and he is going for it. He's going to sit down in a game as soon as he can remember his password to get him into his own computer.
That was an awesome segue, by the way, from last lady standing to Lee Jones, James.
Let's first talk about what's going on PokerStars in the December Festival, because that's pretty awesome. Starting, it's actually today, we're doing $700,000 in milestone hands. Okay, and we actually discussed this with the conv when you guys were fogged in London on the first day.
Lee, language.
Every hand number that ends in 6 zeros, so that's round million number hands, we're going to give away some cash to whatever table catches that hand. So basically, if you look up at the hand number at your table and you see 6 zeros at the end, there's going to be some cash involved.
That'll be like that's going to be a bad beat when you get all excited and there's only 5 zeros.
Exactly. Well, but now here's something that, you know, we did. I think we did a contest on it, and we don't have to do a contest this time. If you guys know within some, you know, reasonable error coefficient, how many hands PokerStars deals, like in an hour. Yeah. Remember, we're going to give away a little cash for every million hands. How many hours is it going to take before, you know, between each one of these hands hitting.
An hour. Hold on.
I have absolutely no idea.
Hold on. I'm gonna take an educated guess.
Any answer I give is gonna be stupid.
He said educated guess. He's got his abacus out.
$500,000.
That's not terribly wrong. You're off by a factor of 3.5.
150,000.
No, we deal 1.8 million hands an hour.
1.8 million hands an hour.
So yeah.
Wait, is that counting play money tables?
It counts all of them.
Ah, see, that's the thing.
Yeah, well, you're in all the hands you're playing on the Facebook client right now. I mean, those are adding in there. So that means that we're going to give away one of these cash prizes, essentially almost 2 an hour for the next week. And all you have to do is be at the table.
1.8 million hands an hour.
It just hit him.
Well, you probably will give away 2 an hour because more people will be playing to try to win these things. So, what was the last big one you did? I got on and tried to win that. It was
well, we had 100 billion.
It was the 100 billionth hand.
Yeah.
I was playing like 4 tables of Zoom until I realized that Zoom wasn't eligible.
Yes.
So
oh well.
That was that.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Justin Fairbanks has just observed on Twitter that not only is there no lady left, there's no chance of a Spanish champion either. Ana Marquez was the last remaining Spanish player.
How do you keep track of this stuff?
I'm not allowed to sing licensed music anymore, but just imagine that I was about to sing Teenage Kev Math to the tune of Baba O'Reilly.
Yes.
As most people know it as Teenage Wasteland.
No,
the
they
name
don't.
of the song.
No,
is
they
Baba.
don't.
I think
it's only a few benighted people that don't know that as Baba O'Reilly, right?
I think it's more only a few people over a certain age.
And you being 43 years old, of course, do know that.
I don't need to be reminded.
Let's pick up the action here, by the way.
Oh, we've got a 4-bet. What do you know?
Yeah, Newton and Open Silver 3-bet, and after some thought, Newton and 4-bets to 155K. So action back on Silver.
Is it just me, or does he look a little like a young Bill Gates?
A little bit, sure.
Who,
Max
Newton?
Silver.
Oh, Max Silver,
Yes,
sorry.
Newton. How would
No,
you know?
James, the one who looks a little like a young Bill Gates.
I don't know. Did Bill Gates have glasses when he was younger? Maybe not.
No, he did. He's had glasses since he was 12.
Maybe he wore baseball caps and hoodies and had a slight scowl.
I don't think Bill Gates ever had a hoodie or a baseball cap. Boom.
I don't think you're qualified to make that statement. You don't know Bill Gates. Unlike Barry Greenstein, who has met Bill Gates and will tell you with little to no prompting.
Okay.
Remember, hand histories, eliminations, stacks from the outer tables available for you to view on the PokerStarsblog.com.
Speaking of the giveaway that we're doing.
Yes.
Yes. So the 300th. So we're going to start counting these hands up today. And every hand that ends in 6 zeros is going to has some extra cash with it. The 300th of those that hits. So when we've done 300 million of so sick. When we've done 300 million of these things, that hand will have $200,000 attached to it. So if you want to be around, it'd be good to be around for any of them, but if you can manage to be around for the 300th one, then that will be, and if you think about it, that's 300 divided by 1.8 hours, which is, what, 180 hours or so? Yeah, that's going to be a big number that we're giving away. So be there for that.
What's the number you're giving away?
$200,000 is going to go with that hand.
But not necessarily all to one person.
No. It spreads around the table, and then it actually, we're doing a thing like we did for the 100 billionth celebration, whereas it also spreads around, like if the hand gets hit at a 1-2 no limit hold'em table, then it spreads around to all 1-2 no limit hold'em games.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
It kind of is.
I have a question that maybe I'm going to ask you a hard question here.
First time that's happened.
Let's say I'm the PokerStars fat cat.
We'll stipulate that for a moment.
Why am I giving away money? Why don't I just keep it? Why don't I just build a bigger blimp? Why don't I just, turn turn Antarctica into a red spade or like blow up the moon or something with this money. Why am I giving money back?
Because that's what you do in the business world. It's like, really what you want to do is you want to do stuff for your customers, and you make them happy, and you give them good products and good customer service.
I don't know, it sounds shady.
And like, for instance, like, okay, you weren't at the London party, but Mr. Hardigan here was.
Correct.
And
there is photographic evidence, alas.
Yes, and along with the fire extinguisher.
Yes.
And the woman whose bustier was on fire.
And the woman who flossed her nostrils with a condom.
I wasn't
Were
going to...
these guests of the party or hired entertainment?
These were paid entertainment.
Fortunately. But, you know, the thing is that people would say, well, what's your point here? Well, we just want to say thank you for being a customer, right? I mean, we appreciate having customers, because without customers, Hardigan and Stapes and I have to go get real jobs.
Lee, I'm not going to lie. I was kind of teeing you up for that.
Okay, well, thank you.
By the way, it wasn't just a fire extinguisher condom lady. There was also your opportunity to have your photo taken with a dwarf as well.
Boy, they spared no expense, huh?
we found it a little bit discomforting, but I mean, the guy that was
he was into it.
Dancing
dwarf was into it.
That's his job. I mean, he gets paid money to do that, you know. And like, good on him.
Were you allowed to toss him?
Fortunately, there was none of that going on.
Well, for the 100 Google's hand, I want to be able to throw a human being.
Actually, he then went over to apply for a job as a doorman at the Hippodrome.
Silver's under the gun raise. 3-bet by chip leader Lassell King.
God, you guys are right. This is like action table.
That's why we're sticking with it, Lee.
Yeah, really. I wouldn't even take a player poll, like a viewer poll or anything. I mean, this is...
Yeah, some things are far too important for democracy.
Thank you very much, Karl Rove.
See, we used to have this great thing where Graphical Nick would put up this graphic that says sarcasm alert to help out people who are unable to detect sarcasm in my voice. But the problem was that graphic goes on all the different language streams. And once the Russians were doing some really earnest bit, probably about some poor guy who was dying, and it came up sarcasm alert on screen. Obviously,
it didn't work. It didn't end well.
Yeah. So now I have to verbally tag everything I say with
hash sarcasm.
Yeah.
Right?
Because I appreciate there are some countries that don't get it.
He's thinking about calling. No, he's not thinking about it anymore. My God. That's just like every pot. I think this is raise and take it stuff.
Very rare at this table.
Luke tweets to say, after watching the Ashes series, it's nice to see an event where an Englishman isn't being soul-crushed. Nice work, Max Silver.
Just give it to the final table.
Checkity, checkity, check. Everything that could have got there didn't.
Kenny says, I told the girlfriend I'd taken today off work to go buy her Christmas presents, but I'm still in bed watching EPT Live. Max Silver to win. Smiley face.
Get thee out there and get the Christmas present, Kenny.
Give the gift of EPT Live.
Oh my God, she's killed Kenny.
And Lassell King says check. Republics are for the bank.
Boom.
And a call from Silver.
Ace 9, the hand for King, and Ace Queen, top pair, top kicker for Max Silver.
That was rope-a-dope.
Keeps the pot small, induces a bluff on the river. Rubs $50 on his nipples.
Phil Cooper says, Graphical Nick, can we see some VPIP? I'm intrigued to see how close to 100% Max Silver is. Silver up to 1.7 million. Lassell King still the chip leader with more than 2.1 million.
I need to remember that hand.
Well, there we go. Max Silver's VPIP. These are the hands he's playing voluntarily when he's not in the blinds. 38%. That's pretty high.
Well, they're playing 7-handed. So, I mean, that's not...
But they've been 8-handed for most of the day, Lee.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Look at that. Phil asked a question. Graphical Nick's on it.
Boom. Okay, well, then let me ask a question, see if I can get the same response.
Uh-oh.
Would somebody please tweet and put my Twitter handle at Lee H. Jones in there and just say something about Max Silver check calling top. So I will see it and I'll remember that I need to do something with that.
What do you need to do, Lee? I'm intrigued.
I could tell you, Joe, but then I'd have to kill you. It's a secret.
He's going to write a blog. Shadow Moses says, if you got moved to this feature table as an amateur player, what playing style would you recommend?
Tight, weak.
That's what you always recommend.
Yep. Have it. Is that a playing style? No, sorry. I'll change that. Always have it. See if someone will buy your equity.
Mergia raises his button. Max Silver defends his big blind. He checks the flop.
Phil Cooper's helped you out here, Lee Jones.
Thank you, Phil
Max
Cooper.
Silver called top.
Thank you. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
He's also the last 5 tweets in my timeline. Nice to have you, Phil. Nice to have you up my rectum.
Can he say up on the webcast?
Just kidding, Phil. You're all right.
Yep, it's what I thought they were.
So Mergia continues for 40,000.
My merger joke got completely fell under the radar last time. I hope it comes up again.
I was about to do one, and then I actually thought, you know, Joe, well, either he's already done it or he'll be upset if I
Is it
bogart
mergia more like polarizia?
Yeah. Headed in that direction, yeah.
Nice.
So is Silver calling the 40K on the flop. We go to the turn, which is the 4 of diamonds, pairing the board.
Oh, so much for the check calling strategy.
Yeah, Max decides to lead.
1 for every card in the deck.
52,000.
Hey, wait a minute. That was supposed to be the answer for the poker quiz on the Facebook app. 52. I knew that was the answer.
Was it how much will Max Silver
bet on the turn when the board pairs?
On hand number 83 of day 4 of the EPT Prague main event. Wow, this quiz is pretty specific.
Brought to you by the European Poker Tour. Live. And by the way, Prague, this is a great town. If you are out there and you are a resident of Prague, or for that matter, a resident of the Czech Republic, I love your city. I love your country. And oh, by the way, those doughy things that they wrap around the spindle and then they squish them together and then the spindle rotates over a charcoal fire till the thing becomes brown and crispy on the outside and chewy and delicious on the inside, and then they roll it in brown sugar. Oh, my God.
Lee, I thought you were on a diet.
I mean, look, I'm not on a diet. This is the diet for the rest of my life, which means I'm not going to deprive myself of those things for the rest of my. As a matter of fact, the first one I ever had this morning, and it was off the charts. I only ate half of it, though.
Mergia folds the river. Another pot for Max Silver.
Actually folded the turn, didn't he?
We're checking out the other tables remaining in the EPT Prague main event. Now this table features a couple of guys who've come close in this tournament. The guy with the red headphones to the far right of your screen, that is Sotirios Koutopoulos. He was the runner-up in Prague last year. And the guy in the 1 seat at this table is Andrew Chen. He finished 3rd in Prague back in season 5. He also finished 2nd in Berlin in season 8. He's gone 3, 2, the next logical step being?
There you go. He's, isn't he one of Timex's traveling buddies?
Yes, he is. Daz tweets to say, Jason Mergia, I thank you. Yeah, Lee's kind of smirking. He's not smiling. He's not chuckling. He's just smirking. I'm going to say that's not a win. Hold it around to Jorma Nuutinen on the button. He raises, getting a fold from Max Silver in the small blind. Olashemian's in the big blind.
I like the sunglasses. This, you know why I like the sunglasses? They are kind of the spaceman spiff look.
I've not gotten a single reference today from anyone. It's not just you, Lee.
Would somebody tweet in and explain to Joe what spaceman spiff is?
Oh, wait, was that the first guy on the moon?
Oh, dear. Close.
Second
No,
guy.
that was Captain Tom.
Wasn't it Major Tom?
Major Tom, that's right.
I don't think he made it as far as the moon. His spaceship kind of went on the fritz before he got that far.
And he was a junkie.
Strung out in heavens high.
Is that the same as Rocket Man?
He's just trolling you now, Lee.
I spotted that when I spotted the lure coming back, and I did not bite.
Do not feed the troll.
Rocket Man's a sequel to that song, though, right?
No, Rocket Man is Elton John.
1970?
And the song we're quoting is David Bowie.
Bowie.
Right, but Elton John wrote the sequel. It doesn't matter. Spaceman Spiff is one of the many alter egos of Calvin from the Bill Watterson Calvin and Hobbes comic strip.
Thank you very much, whoever that was. Hello, Twittersphere. Well done, and thank you.
Hickey was actually second after Paul Walsh, but Hickey explained it a little bit better.
One of the many alter egos. I mean, that's not something that you see on Twitter every day. Is somebody that actually says something so concisely and articulately.
Nuutinen's raise called by Lassell King in the big blind. 10-6-4 flop.
Check, check on that flop. King of diamonds on the turn.
There's a check. Max Silver's going to bet. No.
He does look like he's going to bet.
I think he's counting his chips. Max, you got 1.857 million. Nice. So 35,000 apiece on the turn.
Check again. Check, check, check. Show us.
Can you beat a 5? Answer?
5 good.
No.
No.
5 so good.
In amongst all of his other tweets, Phil Cooper did actually ask a legitimate question. How much will you be giving away on each millionth hand, Lee?
You know, I think it actually varies. So I don't know the exact amount, but I think it actually does vary with the particular hand number. But basically, there's just like free money being dropped out of the sky at PokerStars.
By the way, this table has Dimitri Holdew, the Eureka main event champion, Stephen Chidwick, who finished 3rd in that tournament, Sam Chartier, and Sigurd Eskeland.
Jonathan Roy still in there too in the one hole?
Yeah, Jonathan Roy still alive.
You know, speaking of Sam Chartier and Jonathan Roy, Canadians, the PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Shootout premieres tomorrow night in Canada on Sportsnet with yours truly, severely miscast as a play-by-play guy.
Really?
With a guy who's severely miscast as an analyst, Jeremy Roenick.
Who's Jeremy Roenick?
He's an NHL Hall of Fame hockey player analyzing poker.
You think it would have made more sense for him to do the play-by-play then?
I think that he's probably equally bad at both jobs. I'm kidding.
Is that microphone on?
He provides great insight to the hockey aspect of the poker game. So he knows about the personalities of the folks playing, you know. They're all, there's only one current NHL player who's in the game. His name is Phil Kessel, but all the rest of them are like retired Hall of Famers, and JR knows a ton about those guys. So that's why he's around. And
so like the guy check raises, and he says, "This guy's got a wicked slap shot," and then
have you seen the shows?
No,
because it sounds like you have.
Have you seen the YouTube where they get a cricket announcer to do commentary on an American baseball game? He has absolutely no idea what's going on, but he's basically
it's kind of like me in a poker commentary position.
Or JR commentating on.
No, JR is great. And if you think that me and James are an odd couple, just wait till you see me and JR.
Now, Joe, you know I'm a big fan of your work. I want to see these shows. Where are they airing?
They're airing on Sportsnet in Canada.
See, I don't get that channel. However, I imagine they will be uploaded to PokerStars.tv eventually.
On the interwebs.
Oh. I don't think they were before.
That's a shame. I love watching sports people I've never heard of in a sport I don't follow play poker.
Well, there's one PokerStars Team Pro at each table as well.
Ah, well now I'm into it.
So the first table, I believe, is Vanessa Russo. The second table is Jonathan Duhamel. The third table is Daniel. Every week there's a new episode. Actually, they do 2 episodes per table, so I think the first 2 episodes are Vanessa Russo.
Justin Fairbanks is in Canada. He says, I will be watching on Sportsnet. Okay, that's 1. Let's try and get the viewership into double figures, people.
So Ludovic Laquet actually came in for a raise from under the gun. Hassan defended from the big blind.
And Hassan check called the flop for 40,000.
Has Laquet called? No, I think he's called.
Yeah, well, it's now Hassan taking over the betting. And this is becoming common, isn't it? Where we see the guy who defended check the flop. The pre-flop aggressor then continues. They call and then suddenly come out firing on the turn.
He's kind of representing that turn hitting him. I mean, if he has a 9, he may just decide, I'm going to get 2 streets of value against that king. Bang, bang.
Wow, an all-in and a call. Ludovic Laquet shoves the turn, gets snap-called by Ori Hassan.
And he's standing up already.
I was going to say, he just like bounced out of his seat.
He may well be drawing dead for all we know.
Wow. I called it exactly right, ladies and gentlemen.
Hassan improves to a full house on the river. He didn't need to improve. Ludovic Laquet came in to day 4 as the big chip leader. He started the day with 1.7 million, 700,000 chips more than anyone else, and he is out. Doesn't even make the top 30.
That was an epic flame out, and I don't mean it in a bad way at all, but it was just, you know, a bright, shining chip leader at the beginning of the day, and now is just absolutely flamed out of his seat before the other guy even tabled his hand.
So for the time being, we will be 6-handed at the table. We're bound to get some new players soon when we get down to 32. 33 remaining at the moment in the EPT Prague main event. I want to throw this question to Lee Jones, and I appreciate, Lee, that there might not be much you can say about this one, but you can understand that people just keep asking. Any insight into PokerStars offering US play in the state of New Jersey?
The answer is that, I mean, I wish I could say more than we've said already.
Here's an answer. Have you ever been to New Jersey? Why are we trying so hard to get in there in the first place? It's a dump.
Southern New Jersey is actually beautiful.
I'm just kidding.
And the beaches are nice.
I used to vacation in New Jersey.
You know, unfortunately, I can't say more than PokerStars has already said. We are continuing negotiations with the DGE, and we'll continue to do so. We are committed to getting back into the United States at some point. And, you know,
New Jersey is very nervous about allowing a company like PokerStars into a state that is represented by Snooki in the situation.
And of course, Ludovic Lacaille going out there, as Justin Fairbanks points out. He was our last hope of a two-time winner in this particular tournament. So Neil Johnson's dream of 100 individual EPT champions is still alive, and the TV crew can stand down. They're not going to be shipping a crew here to Prague to try and capture the winning moment for Ludovic Lacaille.
it's okay, Francine, cancel the flight.
Gurian gets in touch to say, such a shame I didn't follow EPT Prague so far. Time to pick it up on the EPT live stream. Good to have you along for the ride. If you want the story so far, if you want to know how we got to this point on day 4, make sure you read the end of day reports and the live updates on the PokerStars blog.
Oh, look, there's Luca. Hey, Luca.
Meanwhile, the action continues at this table. Newton raises under the gun. Shemian 3-bets to 71,000. Hassan cold 4s to 154,000.
And the fun hasn't even started yet.
Action is on at Newton, who's the effective stack here, starting the hand with 600k.
Hassan just looked at him and said, "Huh, you raised? I don't give a fig, Newtonin." Thanks, Joe.
By the way, Stapes, Rich Ryan has sent you a private message.
I saw that. My dad's from Asbury Park.
Wow. So is Southside Johnny.
I love the way you try and say that as some kind of mitigating circumstances. You do nothing but complain about your dad on this stream.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, so Newton is out of the picture.
Looks like Shemian's out of the picture as well. More chips.
He's going to get all those chips.
For Ori Hassan, who now has more than $1 million, 1.125.
I can't figure out why Ludovic Lacaille shoved the turn. But he's a brilliant poker player, and I'm a random guy that works for PokerStars. So, again, he must have seen something and just got it wrong that time.
One of the other outer tables, Artem Metalides at this table, as is Ka Kwan Lao. And hang on a second, didn't we have Ka Kwan Lao down as a Spanish player?
We did.
So Teenage Kevmath is wrong.
Ooh.
Ka Kwan Lao could be the first ever Spanish EPT main event winner.
Teenage Kevmath is wrong. Teenage Kevmath is wrong.
Teenage Kevmath saw the name Ka Kwan Lao. Said funny.
Didn't think he doesn't,
doesn't look
Spanish.
Drewish, I said, by the way.
Drewish?
Spaceballs.
Kind of having trouble with the live updates at the moment. I hope the blog isn't down.
Traffic.
Yeah, exactly. Brought the server to its knees.
Last little king. Raising from the cutoff. And it looks like...
You know, if Murgia covers his face anymore, he's going to be violating the rules about, wearing a face mask in the casino.
We need to activate the conv, people, because I've got flag controversy here. Earlier in this tournament, we had Ka Kwan Lao as Spanish. On the live updates, he now has a Union Jack against his name. So is he British or is he Spanish? Convey!
Convey's being deployed. Is the parachute really necessary? He's just walking over there. Seems.
It's just not quite the same, right?
Seems like overkill. I don't know.
Jake Watkins says, thanks, Lee, for that baseball commentary video. Funniest thing I've seen in a while. Lee North says, is Stevie 444 still in? Yes, Stevie
Yes,
Chidwick
and you know,
is still
when I
alive.
was here yesterday, he had kind of like dusted off some significant portion of his stack. I was surprised to see him still here.
Going to the river here.
Is 2.2 million going to be the chip lead?
Oh yeah. Julian Track, who's on one of our outer tables, has about 1.8 million, as does Max Silver, so they're currently second on the leaderboard.
Say, it's okay. Lost the King's going to have more chips after this hand. As he fires the river here, 80,000. Four-card straight out there. What is it? 2 4-card straights out there, right?
Just one. And
Just the one,
a singleton 8 will get you there, but otherwise than that, you need like a 5-3 or a 5-8 or a 5-8.
Lots of straights out there.
Yeah. 8 jack.
Flush out there. This seems like some kind of potential hero call.
What are you chuckling at, Lee?
I don't know, it's just like you reach for them and it's like, no, I'm not.
I'm just not sure how light he's thinking about calling here.
So much for the call theory.
Oh, yeah, that's a raise.
It's really funny because when somebody thinks about it that long, that's rarely what you see them do. I think he's got a, you know what? I think he's got a straight. He's trying to decide if he could raise without a flush.
I mean, defending out of the big blind, I think there's lots of straights and 2 pairs he can have here. He gets called.
Top.
Just a pair. And a straight.
Yep.
For Laszlo King.
More chips for the chip leader.
Really difficult to win, to bluff a pot when you rep your opponent's hand.
Exactly.
King now playing 2.5 million. Newton down to 304,000 with the blinds at 816 with a 2K ante. 37 minutes left on this level, and my apologies to Teenage Kev Math. We've actually verified Ka Kwan Lau's identity, and he is British.
Vietnamese.
He has the Union Jack against his name, so it stands. With Ana Marquez going out, there will be no Spanish champion. Very confusing when people have multiple nationalities and change whichever country they want to represent halfway through the tournament.
Blonde, 5, please.
I mean, Europe is kind of like the way the United States are, you know, because people move around a lot in one country. I don't want to be insulting, but, you know, it's easy.
Of course it is.
And some countries are not all that different from the next, especially near the borders and stuff like that.
So it would make life a lot easier if we just had like the EU flag, like the blue with the golden stars, and just said everyone was European.
European.
Yeah, I like it.
Phil Hellmuth would be much more comfortable with that situation.
Well, it'd have to be Northern European. Would have to be earmarked. Yeah, because like, look, I was born in New York State, but I lived in California, so that's confusing, and that's kind of what I think goes on here.
By the way, we've got new players coming to the table because we are down to 32, so we've just broken a table. We're down to the final 4 tables in the EPT Prague main event. And Luca Vivaldi, the floor man, is just counting the stacks of the new players coming in. Talking of coming in, you're going to get some commentary from the aforementioned Mark Convey. He's going to be coming in for a while, joining Lee Jones and Joe Stapleton, taking you through to the end of the level with 35 minutes left on the clock on level 22.
Excellent.
I love that. Justin Fairbanks says that he pulled an O'Dwyer, changing a nationality halfway through a poker tournament.
Happens a lot with us, actually.
When did O'Dwyer first do that?
It was during the grand final, the event that he actually won.
Oh, this past year, okay.
Yeah. And I think politically, as much as anything else, Steve was very keen to be considered Irish and represent Ireland and disown the United States as his home country.
Politically, is that what it is? Interesting. Oh, we'll just have to refer to that as the O'Dwyer 13. Oh, yeah, so we did an O'Dwyer 13. Oh, yeah.
A lot of people asking about how Harry Potter is faring. I'm afraid he bust in 43rd place. So it's been some time since he departed.
He did leave on a train from a track that didn't exist, though.
Well, with Max Silver checking the river, Ori Hassan will bet 46K.
Pretty small bet relative to the size of this pot, less than a third. Maybe trying to get a call.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you're not trying to defend anything. You're not trying to somebody bluff anything. This is just like, okay, you're getting value. And you know, for for fold equity, it's like either they have it or they don't. He's going like, the pot's laying me 5-1. I just can't. I don't want to do this. I feel like I'm playing limit hold'em.
I don't see why you'd give someone such a great price unless you wanted to get called here.
Well, that's exactly what Silver's thinking. There's no way he gives me 5-1 unless he's just begging for a call.
That's what he wanted to think.
Exactly, but that makes it a sick bluff, right?
Sorry, I'm not being so fast.
Oh, they're still the same, Max. You have ace-king. It's the nut, no pair. Am I really 5-1? Can I possibly be 5-1 behind? Apparently I can.
Max lays it down.
Another chip for Ori Hassan, who's now playing more than 1.2 million.
What's with all these racks? Is the table about to break or something?
No, 2 new players are coming in, and obviously Luca's just counting their chips. Mainly for our benefit, so we can get it right in our graphics system.
Thanks, Luca. Give you those names just as soon as we can. 4 more players until we redraw. We'll be sticking with this table until then. 4 more, when I say 4 more players, I mean 4 more players have to be eliminated. 8 more players. Sorry, I read that number wrong.
And we can stick with this table, but then it'll be a completely different set of people, actually.
I'd like to welcome to the booth for the first time today, the Conv, Mark Convey.
Hey Joe, Haley, Haley.
It's
good to be here.
Good to have you here.
Thank you. We're really getting to the nuts and bolts end of the tournament now, aren't we?
We're going to be 8-handed here for the first time in a while. The new player sitting between Ari Hassan and Emmanuel Murgia is Ihar Soika. And in between Murgia and Newtonen, Zdravko. Yeah, that's it.
Duvignac.
Zdravko Duvignac. There you go. And sounds like someone is all in after Soika opened
Newton and shoved.
Newton and shoved, that's correct.
Sorry, my eyes have been on the outer table a bit in the high roller. So we lost Ludovic Lacaille, is that right?
We did.
In spectacular fashion.
Did he blow up?
He
or?
jammed top pair into trips.
Well, the flop
Yikes.
came king 9 little, and his opponent, which is Hassan, check called. Board pairs the 9s on the turn, and Hassan leads out. And he goes, I shove, and I was like, pow, snap calls, and he was literally, the moment Hassan's chips hit the felt,
Yikes.
Lacaille was up and out of his seat.
So yet again, we're going to have a brand new EPT champion.
Correct.
Yes, we are.
There's
We
our
have a new
current
king of the
chip
silver
counts.
track.
Soika comes in with 71 big blinds.
King of the silver track.
Dubyak comes in with something I missed because Lee was hitting me.
Bullying in the workplace is not on, Lee.
Not cool.
Not cool.
Especially because you're management.
That's good. I'm actually not management.
I don't know what you get away with on the Isle of Man, but out on the field here, you don't accept that sort of
Yeah,
behaviour.
yeah.
Are you mayor of the Isle of Man yet?
No, believe me. They wear, I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, they wear silly medals around their necks.
Silly because they're medals, or the medals
Just because it's like, have you ever noticed that the pomp and bling associated with leaders of states is sort of inversely proportional to the actual power of that state?
He's saying because a mayor wears a medal and everything above a mayor doesn't wear anything, and they're way more powerful than mayors are.
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
and
Thanks for
as a matter
explaining
of fact, like the chief, the guy who is effectively the head of the Isle of Man, has just like this giant, like bling medal that he wears around his neck for state occasions and stuff. You never see, say, I don't know, Barack Obama is wearing a suit, right?
No, he just has a giant plane and the power of the U.S. military behind him.
And a guy standing 3 meters from him holding the nuclear codes.
Correct.
Right? He doesn't need a medal around his neck.
So King defended his big blind there and folded to the C-bet from silver. Javier wants to know, you know how Anna Marquez and Kaquan Lau are doing? Well, Anna Marquez is out.
She's doing fine. She's having lunch in the cafe in the Hilton lobby.
Seasoning her lunch with tears, salty tears.
And Rev Kev wants to know, what's the free roll password again?
It's live. No, wait, that's just what it says up on the
Free roll password is Vienna. Vienna, and that kicks off at 8:15 Central European time tonight.
Thank you, Graphical Nick. I am so pumped to go to Vienna. But then I think I'm probably on a pastry high from that doughy roll thing that I got in the town square this morning.
Still, I'm looking at Wiener Schnitzel. Very, very good.
Have you guys had those things that they have on the spindles? Down.
Raise and take it for shipping. Go ahead, guys, continue.
I'd continue, but I have no idea what Lee's talking about.
Go down to the town square where the Christmas market is.
Yeah.
There's this big Christmas market going on in Prague. I don't know if you knew that.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will see people, they have these spindles that are like about, I don't know, 4 inches in diameter, and they wrap dough in like a closed up continuous loop.
Yeah.
And then the spindle rotates over a charcoal fire, baking the dough.
Oh, wow.
And then when they're done with it, they roll the whole thing in brown sugar and cinnamon. Then they slide it off, and if you want to go completely over the top, they dump it in Nutella.
Wow, you have me at sugar and cinnamon.
And dough baked over a charcoal fire, right?
Yeah. But the sugar and cinnamon sealed the deal.
Yeah, okay. Would somebody tweet in and tell us the name of what you call one of those things? Because I keep calling it like Happy Doughy Goodness.
It's a
EPT Live is
literal
the tag.
translation.
#EPT Live. Max coming in from the hijack with a raise to 38,000. And looks like that's going to get the job done. Hey, wait, it's a raise and take it.
Justin Fairbanks writes in asking, have you been to Vienna? What would you like to do there?
Eat pastries?
I would settle for, never mind. It's more of a who question than a what. That's all.
It's a recurring theme, Mark.
We'll leave it there. Yeah.
I'm lonely.
So there'll be a complete redraw of 24 players, is that right, Joe? And then we'll have a new feature table then.
That is correct. Actions folded around to Lasso King, our tournament boss.
I hope if he wins, he buys a slightly nicer hat.
My guess is that hat was probably not cheap. Looks like Soika was called out of the small blind. Nope, nope, just a raise and take it.
That's 2 straight. There's been some kind of terrible miss. Oh, I think we're going down to a redraw, aren't we?
No.
No. When 32 players remain, we're still at.
No, we're at 32.
Oh, we're at 32
when
sorry.
24 remain.
24, okay.
Right. 24. My bad. There's more than 90 entries already in the high roller event, so it looks like we could easily break 100 unique entries. It'd be incredible.
Not that Lee is any slouch here, but we've got a tweet from Krista Mulder. We'll be doing EPT commentary with Stapes and Hardigan at 6 p.m.
Excellent.
Tune in on PokerStars.tv, but I don't need to tell you that. You're already watching. Newton folds. Silver folds. Folds around to Hassan, who also folds. On our new player, who folds. Mergia, our shortest stack at the table, ships it small to big. Duvniak makes the call.
We have a showdown.
I see at least an ace for Duvniak.
Maybe king high or queen high? King high.
6 suited for Mergia. Ace 5 for Duvniak. Merge is gonna need to hit or he is out of here. He's got live cards and he's suited. Not a terrible spot to be in.
Wow. He's in better shape than I would have thought he was. And now he's in really good shape.
2 pair right off the bat.
It's gonna be tough to catch up.
Let's have a 4 clubs for a sweat.
Without runner. Merge is going to double up.
That's it.
No sweat. So Merge is going to double up to 444,000, which is over 20 bigs at least. And by the way, someone wrote in with an excellent point here that when Lakai broke the top, he did only have 15 big blinds. Daniel.
Oh, okay.
Daniel
Thank you, Daniel. That's an excellent point.
Another Daniel's written in to say, do you guys know when and where the players for Shark Cage will be announced? I don't, but let's find that out. I'd like to know that.
The first filming of that's in the PCA, is that right? The first couple of heats?
That's correct.
It's an exciting format.
David says he just rewound the tape to listen to the Doe conversation again. You know, it's very insensitive, guys, because some of us are on Atkins. So that's messed up.
Alrighty. I'm going to bounce out of here and bring in, I don't know who I'm going to bring in, but I'm going to bounce out. Oh, there's, okay, I know why I'm bouncing. See you guys.
Lee, always a pleasure.
Always. So how was that slice of pizza you enjoyed in the break then, Mr. Atkins boy over there?
Didn't have pizza. Had a salad.
Oh, you just had the salad?
Had a chicken Caesar salad.
Wow.
Yep. Raised by king. Nice try, though, Dekan. Do your research.
Try to trip you up.
Call by Hassan.
And apparently it's called dildo.
Excuse me?
Someone had a joke.
I see. Well, good on you. Delicious. Either way you slice it, it's good in your mouth. Queen high flop, 2 spades. Can I say who Lee's talking to? That's kind of a big deal. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Lee's talking to Kara Scott. That's former EPT hostess. That's why he had to leave the booth.
Lucky guy. Can we leave too?
I know. I'm going to go talk to Kara
Yeah,
Scott.
you guys just, yeah, hold the fort for a bit. Slapes and I will be back in a minute.
Kara Scott replied to one of my tweets once.
Sick brag,
I
bro.
know.
Sick brag.
Sorry, I had to do it.
Anyway, 164,000 has already made it into the middle in this spot.
Kings continued. And Hassan is called. You know, we haven't seen all of Hassan's hands, but he hasn't turned up with much cheese. He tends to have it. That is a pretty wet board, though. And there's 2 flush draws out there now. Now King slows down. Let's see if Hassan wants to rep something here. No, sir. Check, check. Free river. It's another queen and another spade. King checks. I think we're going to see a check behind here, a fair amount.
Just not this time. $72,000 is the bet. Relatively small. About a third of the pot.
Kings counted out the call and makes it. King 10. For Hassan, I assume.
Yeah, I think you're right.
3 queens for Lassell King. And I guess when I said we're going to see a check behind here a fair amount, I think that's probably the move he should have made.
Yeah. You probably knew King High wasn't winning there. So, Joe, another Joe is asking you.
Yeah.
Do you think that by doing this commentary, your game has improved? You know, listening to the pros and...
Exponentially, my game has improved. I don't have a lot of time to play. I'll say this. I don't think I'm even a losing player anymore. Now, I'm probably running above expectation at the moment because I don't play that often, but my last bunch of cash game sessions, as long as I'm trying. Now, occasionally I'll go play some drunk 1-2 and stuff like that, and I don't always win in those sessions, but yeah, I'm probably having my first winning year at poker in my life, maybe. And yeah, I've gotten exponentially better. And it's not, it's only because I talk to pros so much, or because, you know, when I do the commentary for the EPT TV shows, I get help with that. That's why I sound much more educated there than I do here. Jimmy Fricky, Gobble Boy, still works with me like he has from day one. We do the analysis together on those things. And so, yes, I think that it has improved my game quite a bit, but that's mostly because I have access to such tremendous poker minds and guys like Ike Haxton and Eugene. We do commentary with them, and also if I just pull them aside sometime and ask them a question, they answer me honestly. So I'm in a really awesome position.
You're in a win-win situation.
Yeah, definitely.
You get to do this amazing job, and you get to improve at poker.
iPoker Girl wants to know, are there any girls playing the high roller? Mark, you've been out there. You seen any ladies in the high roller?
I've seen at least one. I think she was... I've seen 2. Yeah. Vanessa came in late. There was I think she's a Russian lady, and she had a really, really big stack. But then I saw her double up John O'Shea, queens versus aces, and then Vanessa was one of the late reg females. I'm not sure if anyone else. We may see Anna Marquez later on when she's blown off a bit of steam after busting.
Possible. And yeah, if you guys want to get your game a little bit, you can probably get it better than mine pretty quickly at Poker School Online. It's free, by the way, and in addition to these things we're advertising at the bottom of the screen, they have all kinds of opportunities and free rolls and ways to win money and get your bankroll started on Poker School Online, so I would definitely recommend checking that out if you're new to the game.
I mean, it just can't hurt in any way. Get involved.
Luke says Prague brings back memories of chowing down on pork knuckle, best meal of my travels. I had pork knuckle last night.
Yeah,
it's
good.
awesome. Fantastic.
So like slow cooked, sort of, you know, fall apart meat.
Absolutely. You got it.
Yeah, I couldn't really imagine a slice of medium rare pork knuckle, to be honest.
No. So
King made it.
King and Hassan again.
36k pre-flop from King, call from Hassan.
And King has continued. You know, to go back to Joseph's question for a while, because I would like to be able to share the fact that my game has gotten better, but not that fact, but I'd like to be able to make your games better. A lot of times what I'm doing is when I'm playing poker now, I think, what would I say in the commentary right now in this spot? And like I said, the thoughts aren't always something I come up with on my own, but I just think about what have I said this over and over and over again. And I think if you can if you're a poker fan and you watch a lot of poker on TV and you watch some analysts who you particularly like or agree with, think to yourself those same things when you're in their spot. You know, it doesn't have to be me necessarily, but what would whoever say in this spot? And I think that will help you out a lot. It keeps you from making some common mistakes.
Yeah. That's exactly what Jake Cody was saying. Was he's in the box since he's become a Team PokerStars Pro and come in and done some guest commentary spots. He said by talking through hands, he was looking at situations differently just by doing a commentary. So he thought to himself, why don't I do that when I'm sat at the table? So he's talking through and he said, whoever over suit 2 raises and 1 flat calls here. Oh, it looks a bit different to the last time he flat called. And he's thinking through. So he's commentating inside his head and he thinks this helps improve his game. I think I need to try that. I haven't had much luck recently in tournaments, so.
I mean, tournaments are hard. Tournaments, I mean, you can play perfectly in a tournament and still lose. I mean, most people don't play perfectly, but, you know, tournaments are very difficult.
Especially with the busy lives that we lead and being at all these poker tournaments, you only get to play a few a year, so it's...
I would also say, don't make the mistake I made, where one time I was doing commentary in my own head while I was playing poker, and then I went ahead and announced my hole cards.
Stapes,
I just said,
Stapes is at it again here.
I just went, what do I do with ace jack here? Oh. Legitimately, that happened. That was a home game, and I was like kind of calling the action for the whole table.
I'm sure that everybody in his home game appreciates it. I'm back, gentlemen. It's good to be back.
Welcome back, Lee.
Thank you.
Lee's lowdown. I did tell everyone who you were talking to.
Did you really?
Yeah, I had to. When a big star walks into the room.
I didn't know if I was supposed to say or not, so I'm not going to say anything.
It's okay. You don't have to. Max just folded around to Mergia.
Hit the share video button to share this stream with your friends. That's right. Become a mirror site for EPT Live. Thank you. We hope you have a lot of bandwidth on you.
I think
maybe just sharing the link so then people can bring it up and use up their own bandwidth.
That's like different.
I think Hobby's probably got it.
It's just this modern technology.
David asks, who's in the booth with Stapes and Lee at the moment? This is Mark Convey. Mark's been in the trenches as a tournament reporter for years now. And has been doing comms for a couple years too, not full time just
when
yet.
When did you start this business, Mark?
In the 50s or 60s, I think.
That sounds right. Like you helped Doyle Brunson just first break into the situation.
Yeah. My very first EPT blogging was season 3, the year that Victoria won EPT London. Victoria.
You know, we have this system where we like describe years, like there used to be like a 1-9 at the beginning of them. Now they have a 2-0 at the
Yeah, but
beginning.
no
of
one
it.
knows what year anything happened anymore because the years just blur together when you're on
I
the
know.
tour.
Like if you
Yeah,
go
I
up to
remember day one
anybody
A on season 3.
I
Don't know what year it
that's
was.
what they. No kidding. You go up to anybody. Like if you go up to the PCA and you say, "Excuse me, what day is today?" They go 2. You go, thank you.
I live like that. I honestly sometimes I do not know what day of the week it is.
I know,
No,
and
most of us
I'm in
don't.
tournament director meetings. They go, what's, and they go, well, when did that happen? And they go, 3 London,
Let's
1B.
Let's catch up on the action. Raise
Oh,
for
we've got
Mergia,
it.
3-bet by Silver, 4-bet shove from
But
Mergia.
boom, boom, boom.
Called by Silver.
He's got ace yak. Looks like Mergia's got king queen. Quick, Mark, what's the price here?
The
55,
price?
55? It's like 55, 55, 45?
Oh, yeah, roughly that, yeah. Or 60-40. Close enough.
That wouldn't have been my guess, but you guys were so confident.
I kind of got a bit flustered.
Jack in the door, but also a queen out there, so king, queen is ahead. Mergia set for a double up.
And he just did.
Does double up. And Mergia had been pretty snug before getting it in here with king, queen, and you can see why he probably would get it in with king, queen, considering his stack size and the fact that, everyone else has been so aggressive, so when you get 3-bet, I don't think you can necessarily assume your opponent has you dominated or has some big ace, so he gets it in with the king, queen.
Merger's loving this TV table. 2 double ups, quick succession.
That's right, now he's back up to just about 60 big blinds, which is a more than playable stack, and as you can see, stacks have finally started to even out where there's only one short stack at the table now as opposed to the 3, 4, 5 we had before. Only one player with 20 big blinds. It's Jorma Newtonen. And even 20 big blinds isn't absolute danger zone yet.
Max Silver's sort of been the Robin Hood of this. They will take him from the rich and give him to the poor.
Yeah. And if you think about it, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that the tournaments get into this place because, I mean, I know I go on about this, but I haven't gone on about it at Prague, so I get my shot at this one. But it's like, once the boys turn their cards up, it's like, okay, fine. We might as well spin a roulette wheel and see who wins.
Oh, that chestnut again. It's all part of the game, though.
It is part of the game, but it's like,
it's not the skill part once it's turned up.
Right. It's not the skill part. And realistically, even the king, queen, and the ace, jack isn't
it's
like
not,
with the stack
yes,
size.
in a vacuum, in an isolated incident. But if you're the person who's consistently getting it in with the ace, jack versus the king, queen,
Right.
You're going to win it 60% of the time.
And
in
that adds up
infinity.
pretty
Right.
quickly.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's that element of luck in the game is what makes this game so amazing.
Oh yes, the game needs the luck
need
element
that because
for
you
sure.
need the fact to bring new and recreational players into the game. They need to know that on any given day it could be their day.
Exactly, and well, it's not even just new and recreational. It's guys that have been playing for a very long time, who often manage to get it in on the 40% side of those things. But that comes up enough that they like if we did this in chess, that's why chess has difficulty, because basically the better player always wins, and it becomes very depressing for the guy who is the, quote, the 64, taking the 40 side of that.
Yeah, I think Stapes and Ike were talking about that in the box yesterday, the lack of variance in chess.
That's right. If you want to participate in something where the best player always wins, I recommend checking out the EPT Live free roll, where luck plays almost no factor whatsoever. The password is Vienna. If you want to find it, click tourney, then free roll on PokerStars. 30,000 seats total in that free roll. $1,500 being given away. Trying to see how many players are registered right now. So far, 12,000 runners in the free roll. We do expect it to max out. We've maxed out every day so far of this event.
It could also silver out. look at that. Now that's some serious Photoshop right there.
That's from the tech master that is the claw.
The claw has
Did the
designed
claw do that?
The PokerStars executive blimp.
This is you guys. This is a classic.
Is that you driving, Lee?
No, but it's Stapes and Hardigan.
I'm gonna retweet the claw.
That's just.
It's also in the hashtag EPT Live.
I mean, somebody really. Okay, we have a real. I mean, this is somebody that has a deft touch with Photoshop. Let's just say that.
See, this is the era that I started poker in, Lee, when I was telling you how long
is
I've
that
been.
what it was?
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, see, Mark, you say that, but actually, you know, I actually lived that world. I played pots against Johnny Moss. Did you know that?
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I got into a game that was way over my head so I could play against Johnny Moss. But you know what? I mean, if you think about it, it was well worth it.
Did you ever bluff Johnny Moss?
No, I value bet him and he called.
Sick frag. Duvnak. Is that how you'd say that, Hardigan? Yeah, I know. I was on my own for this one.
Did you even that?
No, Duvnak.
Duvnak raising under the gun. Been relatively quiet at this table. Gets called. No, 3-bet by Max Silver. These guys are absolute animals at this table. It's just always 3 and 4-bet every time.
Well, if you get a couple of guys, I mean, you know, it's a style thing, and some guys like to take, you know, like to call in position, and then other guys like to 3-bet. If you get a couple of those re-raising types at the table, you just, you know, things just spin up.
Those re-raising types.
Do you know what? I unless he said the number, I really dislike that.
He said the number, I'm pretty
sure.
sure.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
So Merja is 4-bet.
Cold 4-bet from the big blind.
160,000.
They got Duvnak out.
I was just going to call him the original Razor.
He's given Silver a pretty decent price in position.
Yeah, and there's a big stack. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
I was just going to say, they were going to have big stacks to play after the flop.
Yeah, but we've got a couple of those types, Lee.
That's not the, it's just like guys that, you know, that are more inclined to put in the in-plus first bet rather than float behind.
Silver wants those chips back.
And Christoph has an appropriate tweet he sent in a few minutes ago. The Belgian got 2 good dealer reads. Wonder if his third will be good too. I think what he means there is the dealer's been kind to Merja.
Gotcha. If Daniel Negron is watching this, he is having kittens. Why is he 4-betting? Why is he 4-betting and then not know what the guy's going to do if he 5-bets him? Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? That's a terrible Daniel impression, but you understand where I'm coming
from. Oh, you mean he's supposed to basically have
an
plan.
idea?
Yeah,
well,
right.
Why is he 4-betting if he, you know, he's got to think that someone's going to 5-bet shove over the top of him?
I mean, typically, and again, we've been over this. I am no pro, but typically, when I 4-bet, I'm 4-betting with the intention to fold to an all-in, or with the intention of fist pump calling an all-in.
Yep, big time.
And the point is it's as Mark is saying, you got to have that plan before you put in the 4-bet. Oh, look! I thought it was pocket jacks. It's queen jack. Damn.
Maybe he's still got a bit of adrenaline coursing through his veins from those 2 double-ups, and he looked down, saw a hand that he really liked. It's like, this is a raising hand. I've got to raise. Okay,
Honestly,
I raise.
I think what it is here is that he just doesn't want Max to get a read on him.
It doesn't matter, Joe. Did I just get trolled?
Yeah. Where's Hardigan?
Look, I just make a soft target, right?
It's kind of like when I used to get left alone with my dad for a few hours, and I go, where's Mom? Mom needs to handle this. Mom knows how to deal with me.
Was that after you wet yourself? Or?
Where's Mama Hardigan? Lots of teenagers wet themselves, Mark.
It's good that you've got it all out of your system by the time you hit your 20s, though.
And my guess is, unless there's a fold here, this is going to be the last hand of the level. We're at 2.5 minutes for this decision. And I have one word to say to that. Why?
That's just one letter. Oh, WH.
Now, on the flip side, because I like to backpedal a lot, this is for his tournament life. There's a lot of money in equity here with chip stacks and all that. These are big decisions from an emotional, from a human level. I understand the tank. From a logical level, from a gameplay level, I do not understand the tank.
Right. Maybe he just likes the TV time. I don't think so.
Well, I don't think so because you can't really see him.
What is it, Mark?
That's a good point.
Mark, you've seen probably more hands lifetime. By the way, the tournament is officially on break. We are eating into the break right now. Mark, you've seen probably more hands of poker in your lifetime than I have, considering how long you've been on the tour. What is a hand that someone is going to tank this long with? Ace Queen?
It could be Ace Queen suited, even Ace King. You think, you know, does he really want to call all in for his tournament life when he doesn't have a pair? When the original raiser in early position suddenly come back over the top. He could have been just been paying attention to the 3-better and thinking, this guy looks weak, I'm going to put in a 4-bet.
He can fold and have an exactly average stack.
Yeah, I think Ace Queen suited, Jacks along those lines is a.
We're done.
Mergia does eventually let it go. So Max Silver picks up that pot. Lee Jones.
Max that said Queens.
We are on a break. I want to say thank you.
What was it? What was it? What was it?
He said Queens question mark and then showed Ace King.
We are going to have to live in mystery. Lee Jones, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for letting me step away.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Mark Convey, we'll see some more of you later today. When we get back, we're going to have Christoph de Mulder here. There's our current feature table chip counts. We're going to stick with this table. We are going on a break for 18 minutes, but after that, we will be back with more live action from European Poker Tour in Prague.
Rafa Nadal, 11-time Grand Slam champion. Versus Lucia Arroyo. In the Town Pillow fight of 2009, she was runner-up. We are competition anytime. Nadal. We are poker.
We're happy to be here. My name is Simeon Todorov. I'm a poker player from Bulgaria. I play now professionally for 8 years. This is my girlfriend, Maria. She's a blogger. She works for pokernovini.com, which is a Bulgarian site for news, and we're especially blogging all the Bulgarians that are taking part in the PokerStars tournaments.
It's great actually, because until this year I have covered only tournaments in Bulgaria, and Eureka last year was the biggest event ever held in Bulgaria, and we had Bulgarian champion, Petr Zografov. And this was really exciting for us. So the number of Bulgarian players is increasing, and that is why we decided this year to cover all stops.
During the Eureka I was playing all the tournaments, the main event and the side events. I've been to all Eurekas this year. I've played almost all events with not very huge success. I've reached day 3 in Rozvadov, but I busted. And during the EPT, I'm here to help her with the coverage because it's a huge tournament. I know most of the pros, and blogging it's much more easier when you know all the people on the tables. We're big fans of Game of Thrones, of the book and the miniseries. We're very excited and waiting for the new season to start. Already the winter came, we're waiting for the series to start.
Yeah, and that's why we were so excited to visit Dubrovnik, because we heard that some of the scenes were shot there.
I had a little surprise prepared for there, and it turned out quite well.
Yeah. When we were in Rozvadov, the report was taking a lot of time, so we pretty much never saw anything from the place. No, we didn't do any sightseeing or anything. And the next stop was Dubrovnik, and I always wanted to go there. When we arrived, I heard that PokerStars organized a media trip to visit the old town and this island, but I missed it. And the first 4 days, I never really went anywhere in Dubrovnik. And the final day, when was the final table, it was about to start in the afternoon. And we had some free time. And I told him, I really don't care, but we're going out. We're going to the old town. We're going to do some sightseeing. It was raining the days before, but I really didn't care. And he said, okay, we'll go.
I was planning it like an year total, where exactly to do it, because I know that even if girls don't say it, it's very important moment for them to be like magic moment, special place to remember it during whole her life. And but I wanted to be like a surprise, to not know at all. And I had a tournament starting a little bit after the final table of Eureka. And I was saying that we have to hurry, we don't have time to go a lot of sightseeing. Sightseeing,
and I told him, can you just skip that tournament? Come on, it's your decision if you will play or not. But he said, oh no, you know I can't do that.
Not a chance. I have to play all tournaments. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, and he told me later that he didn't want to agree with me, so that I won't get suspicious that something's going on. And we were on a terrace and we were watching the bay, and I was taking photos. And in the old town, on the wall, you just walk over it, and there are terraces, and then you walk some more, and there is another terrace, and there were a lot of tourists. And he was behind me. I was taking photos with my phone, and he told me, Maria, I have something to ask you, and I told him, yeah, in a minute.
I was standing beside her with the ring on my knee. Everybody was standing still, and I said that I have a question to ask, and she's making pictures, saying, yeah, just a minute.
But I noticed something different about the voice, and I just turned around.
Yeah, and everybody was so quiet, just for a second.
Yeah, and we're making jokes now that I made the decision like a poker player, because I obviously tanked for 2 minutes before I say something.
She went deep into the tank.
Yeah. But it wasn't that I was actually considering to say yes or not. I was so shocked, I didn't realize minutes were passing by.
In those few seconds I thought, really? I didn't know that it's that kind of decision.
Yeah. It was really exciting. Then I called my parents. They were shocked as well. When we came back to the media room, I just couldn't say anything. Words didn't come to me in English, and I just smiled. And when someone asked me what is going on, I just showing the ring and smiling. And yeah, it's been how much? 6 months ago, and it's still a very nice memory, and still can't believe he did it like that.
At the EPT 9 Grand Final in Monaco, Johnny Lodden played an interesting hand against Andrew Pantling. At this point, 2 players have been eliminated, Grant Levy and Jason Mercier. So as we join the action, we're 6-handed. Blinds currently 25,000 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante, and we are going to sweat with Johnny Lodden. We'll play a hand from his perspective.
Norway's not exactly the sweatiest country, but all right, I'll do it.
Pocket jacks is Johnny's hand.
I think we should raise.
He does raise to 105,000. Andrew Pantling on the button.
Are we boring you, Andrew?
He calls. O'Dwyer and Negreanu in the blinds both fold.
Well, with Negreanu out, this hand just got a lot quieter, if that's even possible.
Heads up to the flop. King 6-3, rainbow.
One overcard to our jacks, but we can't go just throwing him in the muck right away.
There's a c-bet from Johnny. 125,000.
I like the c-bet. We can get action from worse hands, although we are very likely to get action from a king.
Pantling calls.
We do know Pantling can get stubborn with aces on these flops.
7 of spades on the turn.
Not a bad card for us, but it's hard to get value from a worse hand now.
Loddon slows down. He checks. Now, if Pantling did call the flop with a random ace, he might want to try and steal it here.
I do think we can call one bet.
Pantling doesn't bet. He checks behind.
Pretty sure he doesn't have a king when he checks, but I do not care for that card.
Ace on the river.
It might be better for us to bet here rather than have to guess when Andrew bets.
Loddon leads for 260,000.
Well, he hasn't snap called.
Johnny must be happy about that.
Pantling's on an upswing at the moment after busting Levy and Mercier. But honestly, I don't see him calling us with much worse.
Pantling raises, and Johnny is not going to be happy about that.
Johnny's not happy. I'm not happy. We're not happy. I think this is a fold.
He's made it 710,000 total.
I think Johnny got all the information he needed from that raise. And if Andrew does have an ace, just an ace, I think he may be overplaying his hand a little bit. Well, that's kind of what he does.
What is it, 710?
I know we've put a lot of chips out there, but again, I think this is a fold.
Loddon lays down his pocket jacks. What did Pantling have? Ace-queen, he rivered top pair.
Pretty tough for him to get called by worse there, too.
A pot of 1.5 million. Pantling now up to 6.4 million.
Run better, buddy.
Loddon down to 2.2 million.
That hand was the worst thing to happen to a Johnny since the invention of the crane kick.
To watch poker's greatest final table of all time, go to PokerStars.tv or YouTube.com/PokerStars.
The second you join our table, you know things are different. This is poker as it was meant to be played. With the whoosh of the deal, the chips hitting felt, and the raking of the pot. Because we didn't just create another online poker site. We used the sights and sounds of poker to bring the game to life. FullTiltPoker.net, it's where we play.
Grzegorz the Warsaw Mikhailovich first discovered poker in the back of a bowling alley. He soon became one of the first online poker professionals in Poland, posting 8 consecutive winning years at the online tables. For Grzegorz, poker represents a freedom that wasn't always available in his beloved city of Warsaw, and it affords him the kind of lifestyle he's always dreamed of.
My name is Grzegorz Mikhailovich, and I am a member of PokerStars team online since 2009. I live in Warsaw. My poker nickname is the Warsaw, and I hope it shows that I'm really proud of it. I was actually one of the first Polish poker players. When I started playing, I was focused mainly on the multi-table tournaments. Then I decided to play more sit and goes. For the last 2 years, I play almost exclusively small stakes, short-handed cash games.
Może 12 grudnia, ale nie jest...
Koleś asy znowu dostał.
Ale damy na ten. A jakie mają blindy? 2 razy więcej. Ten ma...
At the moment I would consider Wojtek as my closest poker friend.
Myślę, że gdyby nie Warsaw, dużo mniej swojej grze bym się przyglądał, dużo mniej bym analizował. Poker nie jest łatwą dyscypliną i jest wiele momentów zwątpienia. Są okresy downswingu, są okresy gorszego nastawienia i Warsaw jest niezrównanym motywatorem.
Zmuszaczem.
Zmuszaczem, tak. Żeby przeczekiwać gorsze okresy, żeby spokojnie grać dalej swoje, nie podlegać tiltowi, emocjom.
Mniej wydawać na buty.
Mniej wydawać na buty.
I met Wojtek for a first time, I think about 10 years ago. We were playing bowling together. I think bowling was introduced to Poland on the late 90s. I was going to the bowling center almost every day and practice.
Warsaw w bowlingu miał zupełnie inną ksywę. Miał nick Dude.
Od Big Klebowskiego.
We are at the bowling center. We're playing here a small exhibition game with my bowling friends. There is 11 perfect games between these guys, so they are very good.
When I was playing a lot and I was good at it, I would love to be a professional bowling player. But because bowling was so young in Poland, it couldn't provide for a full-time job.
I ja pamiętam, że przez jakiś czas, może nie tyle, że żyłem z bowlingu, ale nieźle sobie dorabiałem. A jak to wygląda teraz?
Wiesz co, kiedyś nawet były większe nagrody niż teraz.
Tak?
8-9 lat temu było w turnieju można wygrać, nie wiem, 2-3 tysiące były za pierwsze miejsca, a w tej chwili mnóstwo turniejów jest tylko, dajmy, 1000 zł za pierwsze miejsce.
1500.
I think after about a year, when I was playing bowling less and less, I started playing more online poker.
Warsaw na pewno jest jednym z pierwszych, może nawet pierwszym graczem pokerowym, profesjonalnym online w Polsce.
For me, poker is a symbol of freedom, and I think this is something I definitely couldn't do like 20 years ago. My country, Poland, has a rough history. It's been occupied very often during the last 250 years. And just after the World War II, Poland was occupied by the Soviet Union. Poland was a grey, sad country. There were no freedoms for people at all. Everything was controlled by the country, by the government. It was very tough for people to live in this kind of system. There is no such thing as a professional poker player. Maybe some people thought that they are professional gamblers because there were few casinos in Poland open, but this has nothing to do with what we can call now a professional poker player.
During the last 20 years, everything in Poland and everything in Warsaw has changed. From the old great times to the new modern buildings, new modern people, activities. Actually, everything has changed.
No a jutro wyścig z Jurim. Coś mi nie odpisywał na SMS-y ani na ten, ale mam nadzieję, że...
No może ja przyjdę rezerwowo, w razie czego ja pojeżdżę z tobą.
Unfortunately, I have a history of making a lot of silly prop bets, most of which I have lost.
No muszę powiedzieć, że Warsaw jest mistrzem w podejmowaniu dziwnych zakładów. Zdaje się, że 90% zakładów przegrał.
No, może nie 90.
We are in Blue City, that's the shopping mall in Warsaw, and we are at the go-kart track, and we're gonna make some challenge against Yuri.
We're in a go-kart center, where one of the poker players is about to get demolished.
semi-professional go-kart driver. He's very good at this, so he gave me handicap.
Basically, we're gonna do 4 rounds, and whoever comes up with a better time wins.
Welcome, race fans, to today's event, Yuri versus de Warsaw. Winner takes all. Ready, set, go! And they're off. De Warsaw takes the early lead. He's sharp, he's focused, he came to play. He certainly doesn't look like the underdog right now, but look out. Here comes Yuri. He's moving at an unbelievable pace, and oh, Yuri wins the first race. De Warsaw isn't giving up. Here he comes barreling down the straightaway. What a turn. Yuri is struggling. He takes the turn wide, and oh, beautiful recovery. Yuri wins the second race.
I'm losing by 1 second. I can only lose by 0.3. I'm struggling a little bit at the moment.
In the third race, Yuri starts out strong. And Yuri wins the third race.
No more Mr. Nice Yuri.
This is the final race, folks. De Warsaw has only one last chance. It all comes down to this. Here comes Yuri again, and he's too fast, and Yuri wins!
Oh. I lost by 0.3 of seconds.
For not a professional, he's really quick. He's really quick.
Not quick enough.
If I play cards like he race cards, I'd be a rich man.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. It's day 4 of the main event here in Prague. 32 players remain, 4 tables of 8, including our feature table, headlined by the current tournament chip leader Lassell King, alongside 2 other big stacks, Ola Shemian and Max Silva. An entertaining day of poker so far, but during that last level, things slowed down a bit. It's James Hartigan with Mark Convey. That last half hour, Mark, not a single elimination.
No, we saw 2 double ups. We saw a lot of 3 betting, 4 betting, all-ins, but I mean, I guess the money's quite big now, so maybe that's really playing a factor. We think we saw Merger. We think he folded queens before the flop. We're not sure. Just as though we were going off air, Max Silva showed ace king and asked his opponent queens, and the reaction and sort of told us that he had pocket queens. So I'm not really sure why he was 4-bet folding there. Really, if you're going to 4-bet with queens, you're doing it for value, and you should be calling if someone shoves on you.
We're at level 23 of the tournament. Blinds 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante, and this will be the penultimate level of the day. I imagine we will play 2 full levels, Mark. I think it's highly unlikely that we will lose 16 players over the course of the next 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm kind of tend to agree with you. I think you said, I think your guess was about 20 players left. I think that's a pretty decent educated guess right there.
So back from the break, the first hand saw Max Silva raise and everyone fold. On this hand, he's raised under the gun and maybe meeting some opposition from Emmanuel Mergia, who still is not emerged from beyond that scarf.
Boom, boom.
Well, Stapes isn't here. Someone's got to do bad puns. By the way, Shemian has called from under the gun +1. Then comes the squeeze 3-bet from Mergia at 114,000.
Yeah, Shemian's the type of player generally when he enters pots, he likes to apply pressure on his opponent. So you would normally expect him to be 3-betting. But maybe because Max Silva's such an accomplished player, he was pot controlling, so you have to be wary. Max has to be wary of like what Shemian's going to do behind him. The lovely Dana's our dealer at this table right now. Of course, this time Merges re-raising in position.
Just to let you know where we are with the payouts right now. Of course, the bubble burst yesterday with 151 players in this tournament getting paid. Everyone's now locked up 18,400 euros. Remember, make the final table and you're close to a 6-figure score, with the winner receiving 889,000 euros.
4-bet alert.
1,007 players started, 32 remain. Let's see if we get an all-in on this hand, because it's getting big, this pot, with the 4-bet from Max Silva. 228,000 total. Action back on Shemian, who, remember, called the initial raise.
Seems as though Shimian does have a decision to make.
He decides to fold. Back on Merger, who elected to 3-bet the button, now finds himself facing a 4-bet. And again, just to go back to the theme of that last hand before the break, what's the plan here? The plan is to move all in, give him the triangle. And Max Silver calls.
Is it Kings versus Ace-King? Jacks versus Ace-King.
Merger gets it in with Jacks. Called by Max Silver with Ace-King, and there is a classic race underway at the feature table of the EPT Prague main event.
Quick, someone wake up Graphical Nick. There we go. Never lets us down.
Remember, Merger is the player at risk. He needs Jacks to hold here. And they're not holding now. There is a king on the flop. And Silver will take the tournament chip lead if his pair of kings hold. Merger's only hope is a jack on the river. It's a 9, so we lose Emmanuel Merger. And Max Silver will now be playing a stack of over 2.5 million. Actually not quite the chip leader. 50,000 chips separate him and Lassell King.
He took on the wrong race, James. He's going to be thinking to himself now, what if?
I guess it's easier if you're the one doing the shoving,
For sure.
rather than having to call it off.
Yeah, yeah, very good point.
So very tight at the top right now between Max Silver and Lassell King. They are the chip leaders in the tournament overall, not just at this table. We've got the two biggest stacks in the room on the main stage. Jorma Nuttinen, who seems to have been playing between 15 and 20 big blinds all day, still has a 15 big blind stack.
That's just not the Finnish way to grind it out.
So we're down to 31, and a reminder that Nuttinen finished 10th in this tournament last year. And we've still got the guy who came second, the runner-up to Ramsey Jalassi, Sotirios Katupas, still alive with a stack of 1.2 million.
Bless you.
He's in the top 10 right now. Stephen Chidwick still going strong, as is Andrew Chen. Sigurd Eskeland, Jonathan Roy, Sam Chartier, all have chips.
Some seriously talented players left in this field. But we mentioned this before earlier in the week in our coverage, that the cream, a lot of the time in Prague, does tend to rise to the top.
Stuart has a question on Twitter. He says, when there's a big tournament at a casino like an EPT main event, where do the extra dealers come from? They are employed directly by the EPT, Stuart. It's a question we often field to Neil Johnson.
And trust me, I work on a lot of different tours. The EPT dealers are the best on the planet. They really are. They're a class above.
We take them from event to event, many of them working on some of the other PokerStars sponsored tours as well, like the UK IPT or the Eureka Poker Tour.
Yep. The dealers really very rarely get a mention, and that's actually a good thing, because if they're not being mentioned, it's generally because you don't even notice they're there, which means they're doing an amazingly good job.
On the rare occasion that I play live poker, it tends to be at a card room in the UK, and it could be Birmingham, could be Newcastle, could be London, and I'm always probably too harsh and too unfair on the standards of dealing, purely because what I've witnessed during my day job are the highest standards of dealing in the world.
Yeah, it's a completely different perspective.
That last hand saw Shemian raise under the gun. Soika 3-bet and take it down. And obviously we're hearing announcements left, right and centre in the room. So many side events running today. 1K re-entry event, as we just heard being announced there. We've got the 10K high roller starting today.
And that promises to be another huge high roller event. Those high roller events are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, I think 47 events if you combine the Eureka and EPT festivals.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're right. I'm only joking. It's staggering.
An unraised pot here, blind on blind. A queen 5 deuce flop with 2 diamonds.
And a snap fold just from Shimmy and just when Silver was reaching for chips.
Javier observed that the feature table was turning into a heads-up battle between Mergiat and Silver. There is a victor in that battle, and his name is Max Silver. Mergiat no longer in the tournament. So we are 7-handed for the time being.
Unfortunately for Max, he has 30 other players that he needs to battle his way past before he can claim his first ever major title.
Those of you who have just joined us on EPT Live, Francesca Gunn among you. You may be wondering what happened to Ludovic Lacaille, the winner of San Remo in Season 9, our last potential 2-time champion, coming into today as monster chip leader. Well, he went out during the last level. Did not get off to a great start today. Granted, he ran kings into aces. That's never going to help. But other hands didn't go his way either.
Ludovic's very much a momentum player. You know, the temperament is sort of similar to that. If things are going well from him, he can be unstoppable. But sometimes when things don't go well from him, he can equally, you can see that, you know, the momentum just completely shift in a downward spiral. Incredibly talented player though. He'll be back.
Yoram asked on Twitter, what about the winner of the Eureka main event, Dimitri Holdew? He is still in, and he's in the top 5 right now with 1.5 million in chips. A reminder that if you want to follow the action on the 3 outer tables, if you want updates on the chip counts of the remaining players, go to the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Bert Stevens asks, is there coverage of the high roller on EPT Live? Potentially some bonus coverage tomorrow. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it's highly unlikely. I do think it's going to take us a decent amount of time tomorrow to play down to the final table. Should we somehow get to 5 p.m. and have our final 8 in the main event, then we would switch to the high roller for a couple of levels, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, we're planning to get our roaming cameras on the go though, so hopefully we'll bring you some shots later today, just a little bit of the action, what's going on. But we won't specifically have a feature table, at least not today anyway.
Queen 9-8 on the flop. Silver, the pre-flop aggressor. Hassan defending from the big blind. And Silver continues on this flop for 52,000.
So just to clarify on if we can bring you any of the action from the outer tables on the high roller, if we do manage to get the main event field down to 24, there will be a complete redraw. That's going to take the tournament directors and floor staff a little bit of time to do that. So we'll get our roaming cameras, if that does happen, on the go, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you a little bit of super light coverage of that.
Yeah, I would say that your best bet, if you want to follow what's going on in the 10K high roller, is to go to, guess where, PokerStarsblog.com, click on the live updates. There you go. URL on your screen now, plus their Twitter handle. Every time a new article is uploaded, written by Howard Swains, Rick Dacey, or Stephen Bartley, you'll get a link. In fact, they've just provided a link to Lee Jones's latest blog. I want to check that out. Newton and all in, open shoving from under the gun +1.
Pretty much the only move he had with the stack he's got.
Everyone folds. Kevin Mellor on Twitter says there's no such thing as a good dealer, there's only such things as bad ones. I get the point you're making, Kevin, but no, trust me, there are very good dealers and they work on this tour. I remember last year at the final table, we had Marketa dealing the final, and of course Marketa is from the Czech Republic, so she was dealing the final table in her home country. I've never seen anyone cut chips as quickly as Marketa cuts chips.
She's phenomenal, she really is. And she keeps a table behaving so well. If you ever see her out on the floor, no one misbehaves at her table. This is her territory. This is her domain. You're going to be playing in her domain. You're going to behave yourself.
Brendan Kelly asked a good question. What kind of coverage can we expect in 2014? Hoping every festival will still have some sort of coverage. Gonna have to throw that one over to the PokerStars executives on the other side of the room to give me the green light on how much I can say.
You're not allowed to tell them about the inflatables, apparently. So. Oh. And the slide for the exits? No, okay, we can't say about that either. The trapdoor? No, okay, no trapdoors either.
Well, look, what I can tell you, because it's confirmed, and obviously we're going to be publishing the schedule on PokerStars.tv very soon, is that we will be streaming every single day of the PCA. We're covering the Super High Roller, Day 1, Day 2, and the final table, and of course the main event as well, from Day 1B through to the final table. And those two final tables, by the way, the Super High Roller and the main event, will have whole cards up.
I'm getting really excited just thinking about the PCA. It's going to be big as ever. Yet again, we've got another 3-bet here at our final table.
Francesca, who was late to the party today, asked if any women are left. No, Anna Marquez, this time I can say with some certainty, is out. She was the last lady standing. So King, the original raiser. Hassan, the 3-better. King checks the flop, which is King, Jack 5 with 2 spades.
Looks like Hassan's going to continue his aggressive line post-flop.
So much of the time, Mark, in these 3-bet pot situations where the player has called the 3-bet out of position, the action is going to go check, bet, fold on the flop. I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but the majority of the time, I'd say as much as 65, 70% of the time, that is the course of action.
It just shows you the power of aggression in position.
On this occasion, King check calls for 126k. 6 of diamonds on the turn. 2 flush draws now.
Half an average stack, just sitting in the middle of the table, waiting to be won. Once more, King's checked it over to Hassan. He's only got 702,000 left, so could easily commit himself with a standard size bet here. It'd be interesting to see if he reduces the size of his bet to create the illusion, at least, that he can get away from it.
There's the second barrel. This is pretty committing from Ori Hassan. 222,000, leaving himself about just under $500,000 behind. The King is thinking about doing something funky on the turn. I'm not sure he has any fold equity. Dorothy Meyer says, really itching to play one of the EPTs in 2014 after having watched a lot of them on the live streams. Hashtag, yes, I know there are satellites. Hashtag, try playing them. We look forward to seeing you at an EPT in 2014, Dorothy. Good luck in those satellites. As King calls.
This is getting really interesting now.
So 969,000 in the middle, better part of $1 million. Hassan has less than half a pot-sized bet behind.
The board pairs on the river. It's not a spade. 5 of clubs.
So is Hassan going to shove the river? It's either check or shove, right? I can't see another move he's got.
It'd be interesting to see if he still thinks that King's got a bluff within his range. Therefore, if he does, then you'd want to check it over to him, and he has checked it to him. What's Hassan going to do now? You've kind of got to think that King's got some decent showdown value here.
Are we going to see the red triangle of death placed in front of Ori Hassan? Yes, we are. Decision back on King.
I think Stapes was saying earlier that Hassan's kind of hasn't shown down any like bad hands since he's been at the table. Is that right, James, earlier on? When he's had to show down, he's always had the goods.
Pretty much. And King's asked for a count. We think it's just shy of 500,000.
And he does call.
All in and a call. Ace King, the hand for Hassan. Top, top. Ace Queen, the hand for King.
Wow. Now that's a speculative call.
Makes a big call on the river with just ace high. And the wheels starting to come off now for Lassell King. He's going to be left with 1.6 million. Hassan up to 1.9 million. By virtue of that hand, Max Silver becomes tournament chip leader with 2.7 million.
I'm really not sure why he needed to get involved there.
And sometimes you go with your gut instinct, you go with your read. On this occasion, his read was wrong.
Yeah, maybe he thought he had a busted flush draw. Yikes.
We'll introduce our next guest commentator in just a moment, but I do just want to handle that question from Brendan Kelly about our coverage in 2014. I can talk about until the end of EPT Season 10, Brendan. We mentioned the PCA, live coverage of every day of the Super High Roller and the main event with cards up coverage of the final tables. We will be in Deauville, where we will have another webcast light. We will be starting our coverage from day 2 on our webcast lights in 2014. So in Deauville, Vienna, and San Remo, you'll get coverage from day 2 through to the final table with cards up coverage of those finals. And then for Monaco, because that is a televised event, coverage from the very beginning with some of the side action covered as well. And again, whole cards up at major event final tables. So I guess that's the big change with the lights, is that we'll be following the tournament from day 2 rather than covering the day 1s. So joining us in the booth from Team PokerStars Pro, Christoph de Mulder. Great to have you with us, Christoph.
It's always nice to be here.
Chris, happy to answer your questions. Tag your tweets EPT Live, email nuts@pokerstars.tv.
You came in at the end of that hand there that we just witnessed, and what was your thought?
Yeah, it's one of those concepts I've been discussing with my brother, Matthias, who's also a Team PokerStars pro, that Image might be overrated. I mean, the guy, I've been watching the EPT live today, and he hasn't really done anything strange. Like you said, always has been showing down very, very strong hands, and still he manages to get an ace-high call there, which is, I mean, I don't want to judge it, but it's very speculative. And yeah, I mean, the guy must have probably rolled his eyes and thought, okay, thank you or something. Obviously not saying it because that's not the proper etiquette. But still, yeah, I mean, people are, sometimes if they go with their read, I guess they go with their read no matter what.
I think Nick DeLorme on Twitter summarizes it. He tweets, hero call, hashtag yikes. We seem to, by the way, we just lost a player for one of the outer tables. We'll get confirmation on who that is because the tournament clock is ticked down to 30. 30 players now remaining.
Javier says this is cool. Feature table madness.
Yes, definitely when the cameras are on, people try to do, they try to be the hero, but yeah, like you said, when you make a hero call, and it's right, you are the hero. When you make a hero call and you're wrong, you just look like a complete dork.
What a surprise, another 3-bet pot on our feature table.
Yep, Max Silver opened under the gun successfully in the last pot, the last hand, and now this time he's 3-bet from the big blind over a button open.
Yeah, a case of raise and take it with his under the gun raise. Duvniak, the initial raiser here from the button. Silver making it 110,000 from the big.
For me, Max Silver, I guess you can put him in the category of like Ruben Visser. He looks like one of those guys that always has it. Like when he 3-bets, you're just, okay, he probably has it, and then you fold, even though he 3-bets you 5 times in a row and he probably has garbage. And you just feel like he has it anyway, so you're better off folding or something.
Now, I'm sure you've been in a situation in a major tournament, in an EPT, Chris, where you've had a big stack, you've played a hand, and for whatever reason it hasn't gone your way, and you lose a significant chunk of your chips, and you go from being one of the chip leaders to maybe kind of like middle of the pack. How do you regroup? How do you stop yourself from going to pieces and punting off the rest of your stack?
I think it's very important, definitely in tournament poker, to like you can move up a couple of steps and then make sure you back down at the right moment as well. People have seen you lose this really big pot. They probably think you are steaming, whether they're right or not. It's very often a smart idea to take your foot off the gas pedal right now and just relax a bit, just let it go. Make sure you don't have any more negative thoughts in your head, and then just keep on going, because obviously he's still in a very good position. I mean, there are 30 players left. We had 1,000-something players playing. That means 970 people want to have your seat. So that's what you have to acknowledge and make sure you don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, a field of 1,007, the biggest field we've ever had in Prague, and we're down to 29 now in this tournament. And a lot of support for Max Silver from back in the UK. Tom McWaters tweets to say, I had Max Silver on my table at the UK IPT Isle of Man event. So hard to play against. Definitely the best player I've played against, and I hope he wins.
He's a really, I was playing with him during the Eureka main event this year, well, actually 5 days ago or something, and he's a really, really genuine, nice guy, and that's actually really nice to have at the table.
Yeah, he's one of the good guys.
Yeah.
Dan R says, Chris, are you moving to London with your brother?
I am moving, but I'm not moving to London. I'm moving in with my girlfriend. She's living in another part of Belgium. Belgium is very small, but still, they speak a lot slower there, and people are very friendly. So that's where I'm going right now, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. But it's not going to be London.
A new chapter in your life.
Life is full of chapters, Mark.
Thank you for the education. We don't want you in London anyway.
The last hand was raise and take it for Jorma Nuttinen, and now we have a raise from Max Silver on the button. And Lassell King is going to defend his big blind.
Let's hope he doesn't pull the I'm going to overplay my top pair hand right now and punt off the entire stack.
Ace 4-3 with 2 spades.
Check from both players.
I think Lassell already went very deep in the Eureka main event. He's obviously an experienced player, so I don't think we're going to see any more blow-ups.
You're right, he did have a deep run in Eureka, as did 2 other players still in the tournament. We've got the 3rd place finisher from that event, Stephen Chidwick, and the winner of that event, Dimitri Holdew.
And they've been sat together all day, sat next to each other all day.
So weird.
Ami Bearer, who came second that event, was walking in to play the high roller, stopped when he saw them sat together, had a little smile, was like, and then he said to me, I wish I was still playing with those guys. So.
Chris, I'm hoping that there is a good story behind this. Lauri Passanen tweets to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would Chris rate Jonni's girl from the night you went out with the Finnish guys?
Can I go minus?
Whoa!
No, I shouldn't be hard. She's probably like
just a plain 0.
I have to. If I have to be really honest, it was probably a 2.
Wow.
So yeah, not very good. But she was maybe a very nice girl. I didn't get the chance to talk to her. It was very loud music, but not Miss Czech whatsoever.
You got high standards. I want to see a picture of your girlfriend, and if you're going to move in with them, and she must be.
I actually think she's a very beautiful woman. And she's listening right now, so.
Ah, clever boy.
Hopefully Jonni's girl isn't listening right now.
Ka-ching!
By the way, Pedro observes that Lassell King looks like Ryan Fair and blows stacks like Ryan Fair. That's slightly unfair, but I get the point you're making, Pedro. Ryan Fair, in case you don't remember, was the guy who came into the final 9 of the PCA as chip leader and went from chip leader to out in 9th in the course of 2 orbits.
Wow. There's a lot of needling going on at the moment. I tell you, the knives have really come out on EPT Live. So is there anyone else you want to put down, Chris, while you're on air? You know, you've only got a short time with us. Feel free.
There's got to be some stories from that night out. You can't go out with the Finnish guys. There's got to be a lot of drinking involved. Something interesting must have happened that night, Chris.
I actually backed down when all the interesting stuff started happening. So I'm getting old. I'm getting old.
Nicely evaded. Might as well have just said, I'll take the 5th.
There's always room for diplomacy.
Not that you see much of that in Prague normally, but I see your point.
Well, we're down to 28 players now. We had that strange final 30 minutes, the last level, where it remained static, and now suddenly 4 quick eliminations back to back.
I'm glad to see Lassell King's taking your advice, Chris, and not getting involved in any pots after that big confrontation.
Well, he's not overplaying hands. That last hand, by the way, he got involved in against Max Silva, ended in a pot of 155k being shipped towards Silva. So what happened? King check called the flop and went check on the turn. He's now checked the river. Soika deciding whether to bet the river.
I think we're very often gonna have like an ace high king high confrontation here. Unless Soika bets here, he very often has some middlish pair. 6s and up. Probably pocket 10s would have bet the turn, so it's probably going to be something like that.
By the way, we're always urging you to follow @PokerStars blog on Twitter, because they'll always tweet when they've published a new article. Many of you might find this one interesting. PokerStars to start high-stakes Zoom-only trial. Read all about it, PokerStarsblog.com. As a bet on the river from Soika takes down this pot. So Lassell King loses another one.
But he manages to keep the losses small, so that's all right.
Playing a stack of 1.4 million now, pretty much on level pegging with Ola Shemian. Max Silva playing 2.8 million. He is the tournament boss. Daniel Pettersson gets in touch. Say hi, guys. Chris, I'm playing my first live tournament in April. Got any good tips? If there's one mistake you made in your first live tournament that you would say to newcomers, don't do what I did, what would it be?
I actually just made a mistake in the Eureka high roller this event. I opened the cutoff, the button 3-bet. I went all in for like 36 big blinds on the 500 1000 level. The button folded, so I started raking in the pot and put my cards over the line. But apparently, the big blind had cold 4-bet. So I was all in with my 9s up against 10s and lost, and that was a very unpleasant exit. So always keep your attention up. Make sure you don't do any Definitely not if it's your first tournament. Don't go on Facebook. Leave all those things aside and just watch everyone. Make sure you don't make any mistakes. Bet when you have very good hands. Try to minimize bluffing and put money in the pot when you're ahead.
Fantastic advice there.
By the way, one of the 4 players we've lost during this level is Sam Chartier. Sad news for the French Canadians.
Great news for everyone else left in the tournament. Sam Chartier is a seriously talented player.
Yeah, he's one of those guys you don't like to see at your table.
So Max Silver raised to 44,000. Jan Soika defended his big blind. Soika checks this 8-7-4 flop. And Max continues for 54K. Soika calls. 8 of spades.
Puts 2 flush draws out there now.
And a paired board.
This should very often slow down Max. Soika has a lot of 8x in his range, which now made trips, or a hand like a7, whatever, is not folding, so.
And the boards has got very straighty on the river.
Yeah, just control the pot, and then also you open up Soika to be able to bluff at Max as well, so you can catch those.
I mean, yeah, like you said, in this situation, it's just like he put it in his, how do you say that, in his lap. This is a spot where Soika should probably be betting like 80% of the time, unless he has a hand like, with showdown value, let's say a hand like 9-6 or something. Or a hand as weak as 4, ace-4 or something, you could probably check as well and win.
Would you value bet a7 in Soika's spot here?
I think maybe not against Max Silver, because he has some very solid ranges, and he's probably only looking you up with a better hand. He's not going to be calling ace high or something in this spot. But maybe ace7 I would still value bet, but a hand like 9-7 I would check. From the hijack, Max doesn't have a lot of 5s in his range, so he's not very often going to have a straight.
Yep.
You see the pain in Max's eyes. He's probably, I think he has 2 pair some way here. Let's hope we see a showdown. Obviously, it's a very profitable bluff with a hand like King Deuce suited or something here.
Just looking at those towers in front of Max Silver, and I think it might be a good time for the tournament staff to bring out the green and black chips.
Oh, don't. It's too early in the day to get that excited, James.
A call from Max Silver. He called with 3rd pair. And Soika had the Queen 10 for nothing at all.
Great call by Silver.
Is that going to put him over the 3 million mark?
Get that man some 100K chips.
It does. 3.1 million. Max Silver, the first player to break the 3 million mark with 28 remaining.
And Max is really in his flow right now. You saw him opening a hand like King 6 offsuit. It's very marginal. He has Weasel Olashemian on his left. Also Lassel King, who's known for, well, I just know that he 3-bets a lot. So opening King 6 there means he's just feeling very, very confident right now. And he should be, because he's a chip leader.
Power poker.
I guess it could also mean that he saw the big blind, I forgot his name, Soika, as the weak spot at the table. He's trying to get heads up with him, and that worked.
The chip leader back in the action, raising under the gun +1 to 44,000. Lassel King calls.
It's probably likely that Max has got a hand better than King 6 this hand after showing that down.
10 deuce deuce on the flop. So we're going check on the flop. We get the jack of hearts on the turn. Max bets again. Sorry, checks again rather.
I guess this card is better for Laszlo King's range than for Max's range. When Max checks there twice, he just always has a hand like ace high or something marginal, just trying to get the showdown. So yeah, King can just bet and take it down.
King wins a small pot, but right now he'll take any win he can get. Dan says it's no surprise Silver is chip leader. The captain of the Run It Up Warriors, Jason Somerville, used to be his coach, and we know that because Jason got in touch earlier on, and he has been watching the live stream. Watching Max in action.
He must be proud. Max is all grown up, bossing poker tournaments all on his own.
A reminder that if you want to get in touch with us, the hashtag on Twitter is EPT Live. The email address is nuts@pokerstars.tv. Info on your screen right now. How are we doing with tonight's free roll, by the way? 18,800 players registered. Remember, there are 30,000 seats available. So just over 21,000 still up for grabs. Sorry, just over 11,000 up for grabs. Simple mathematics, James. You don't need a calculator for this. If you want to register, you will need the password for tonight's free roll, which is Vienna, which is back on the EPT schedule, replacing Berlin this season. Vienna, all lowercase, V-I-E-N-N-A. Vienna is the word that will get you in to tonight's EPT Live free roll, starting at 8:15 Central European time.
Just 2 hours away.
Newton and all in, shoving over the top of a Soika open.
This can be very annoying for Soika. He just lost, well, a decent-sized pot, bluffing with the queen high, opening the next hand on the button, while the same orbit on the button, getting shoved on. I mean, those are things you don't rather not see happening when you don't have it.
Soika folds. Nick asks, what do the pie charts next to the players' names mean? Don't really come into relevance until we get to the final table. They show the chip distribution at this particular table. So, for example, Max Silver will have a decent-sized slice of the pie, if you like, but it is just showing the chip distribution of the 7 players we're watching at the moment. It doesn't show the actual percentage of chips they have in the tournament overall. It's of the 7 players at the table, not of the 28 players in the tournament.
Yeah, that obviously changes when they get down to the final table, because it is for all the chips left in the tournament. Max Silver will be hoping he's got a similar slice at that juncture.
So we'll probably see it demonstrated on this hand. Let's see who the first man in is. Looks like it'll be Duvniak on the button. So he raises. So we get his name, his flag, and yes, those of you questioning it, he is registered as a player from the Netherlands in this tournament. We have got his flag correct. You can see his position at the table. That's the D, the dealer button. Max Silver in the BB, the big blind. And you can see the big, healthy white slice of pie for Silver. A healthy percentage, just over a quarter of the chips in play at this table. And Duvniak with a very thin slice. His stack, 644,000. Silver checks the flop. Duvniak continues for 43k.
Silver's going to call this bet.
Seven of spades on the turn.
Might slow down the action. 5 again makes a straight. Pretty similar board texture like the last one.
Check, check. And 3 on the river.
in this scenario, actually, Max does have a lot of 5x in his range, so could be that he's betting here. No, he checks. Check, check. Nines for Duvniak, I suppose. Queen 6 for Max Silver, and Duvniak will rake in the pot.
Are you surprised that Max was defending so wide from the big blind?
Not at all, not at all. Like I said, Max is in his comfort zone right now. He's probably playing better post-flop than a lot of the players at the table. I mean, I'm assuming. I don't want to say anyone is bad or anything. But getting such a good price, I mean, you just have to call one big blind. Getting to play a pot heads up, never bad with a hand like Queen High.
We're now halfway through the level. What is the penultimate level of the day? Whatever happens, we will not play beyond level 24 today. Make sure you're with us for the penultimate day of the EPT Prague main event. Tomorrow is day 5, the day we play down to a final table. We have to get down to the final 8 tomorrow. Could be quite a long one. Our live coverage will start at 12 noon Central European time. And make sure you're with us on Wednesday for the final table. We're going to crown the 3rd EPT champion of season 10. And for the first time ever, on an EPT Live light stream where we don't have the TV set, where we don't have the whole card cameras, we will have whole cards at the final table revealed to you, the audience, courtesy of the computer chips and RFID scanners. So we'll be on an hour delay for that, so expect to watch the stream from 1 p.m. Central European time on Wednesday. Kings under the gun raised, called by Shemian in the big blind.
The class of the Germans.
10-7-3 on the flop. Check, check.
That's probably one of the most common sayings that you'll hear at the poker at the moment, are 2 Germans battling it out in this pot.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Shemian checks again, and we get the delayed continuation bet from King.
What is your view actually on it, that the fact that there's all of a sudden so many Germans? You think it has something to do with Pius Heinz, that he won the main event and then all of a sudden everyone in Germany started playing poker?
I think they were already on the ascent before Pius Heinz won the main event.
Yeah, I agree.
There's just so many good German players.
I think they have a very strong sense of community. As this hand goes check, check on the river.
And if we look at parallels with... I'll finish this one off first.
Yeah, well, Shemian obviously flop middle pair, picked up the flush draw on the turn, and that pair of 7s was good. He will win this pot. No, but the sense of community they have and the fact that they travel the world together, they discuss hands together, I think that's really helped them. They are like a little family, bless them.
Yeah, and if you look at parallels with sport, like football and stuff, they're known as being incredibly mentally strong. They're very logical. They're not that emotional. So all these things are key components to make a really good poker player, which is what Scandinavians, why they were so good in the early years of the EPT. The Germans have caught on, the boom came along, and they've got a lot of those characteristics too. And because you don't want to be too emotional when it comes to poker, you've got to be able to take the highs and the lows. There's such extremes that we see in this game, and it just seems to me that they have the perfect sort of blend of all those sort of characteristics.
As far as the high roller contingent are concerned, the Grusams, Kurganovs and Reinkemeis, the fact they all now live in London, is it Fulham they've chosen to make their home mark?
Fulham, that's right, yeah.
Right, well, I'm claiming them as the UK. I'm claiming them as Londoners now.
I'm down with that. Marvin Rettermeier, he's another one who lives in London, not part of the same crew. Dominic Nietzsche, he now lives in the UK. Just moved to Edinburgh, though.
A guy like Ole Shemian, for older people, he might look like just a young guy that has just started playing poker, but the guy has won millions and millions online playing on PokerStars. He's just like a veteran in the circuit, actually. Although he's how old is he? 21?
He's just turned 21.
He has now turned 21.
Just turned 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know the last time we saw him, which was when he kind of really made a splash, was in Barcelona in the high roller event, the super high roller event there, where I knew then that he was still only 20 years old.
Yeah, he'd already taken down 2 major titles.
Ridiculous.
He won I think the TLB on PokerStars back when he was 18 years old.
And I know regular viewers are so bored of hearing this story, but just a couple of years ago, at the final table in Barcelona. It was the year when Eugene Kachelov made the final table, and then it was heads up Martin Schleich versus Dragan Kostic.
Yeah.
Early hours of the morning, heads up battle went on for hours, and there were two drunken Germans cheering Martin Schleich to victory. And one of them was Ola Shemian.
Martin, that is enough.
Show the bluff, Martin. Yeah, he had aces in that hand, guys.
I think that was actually the final table that my brother came 10th in, I think,
Yes,
the year.
it was that year.
That's right, yeah. Stapes and Martin had a really nice chat on stage at the end of that. Sorry, Stapes.
I think Martin was actually completely freaked out through a combination of A, somehow winning this poker tournament, B, the fact that he was worried about missing his flight, and C, the fact that he didn't know who these two guys were, and they were shouting his name really loudly.
And D, he was starstruck by Stapes, and E,
well, obviously,
Stapes' beard and hair. It's enough to freak anyone out at close quarters.
I actually got the chance to talk to Martin once during the PCA, and you're probably right. It didn't seem like the guy who's used to having people talk to him.
He's shy.
Yeah.
Bless him.
But he was kind of friendly, I guess.
We've talked about that final table a lot with Eugene Kachelov, because obviously that's the closest he's come to winning an EPT. And Eugene had been ill all that week. He'd not been sleeping properly. He was horribly jet-lagged, and I think just exhaustion got to him at the end. And
yeah, and am I right that three-handed play lasted 5.5 hours?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think it was about 4:30 in the morning when it actually concluded.
Yeah.
One of the longer final tables that we've had on the EPT. And boy, have we had some long ones.
I know. And my spirits were high covering that tournament until in my Twitter feed, Dominic Nietzsche and Steve Vaudoyer went to Puzzle, I think it is, or a three Michelin star restaurant in Barcelona, and they went and had a tasting menu and tweeted pictures of every single course. And they literally went through 12 courses, and we hadn't lost a player, and it just nearly drove me insane.
Grab a Snickers.
Bizarrely, that was one of the final tables that wasn't live streamed, so we didn't get to share the experience with the world. Obviously, it was filmed for TV, but a 48-minute highlight show does not give you a sense of how epic and painful that final table was.
And interesting to note, after that one hand where Lal King is his name, I think?
Lassell King.
Lassell King. Called down with the ace high, he still hasn't won a pot.
I think he won a small one for like 92,000 chips.
But you see how poker can go in momentums. Obviously, every hand is individual and doesn't really have anything to do with each other. But if you can create a momentum, like you said, it can go both ways.
Newton's under the gun raise. It's called by Ori Hassan on the button. Newton continues this king high flop.
Newton has to tread carefully. Shorter stack at this feature table.
This is a typical situation where if Newton bets twice, he's going to bet the flop, going to get called often. And if the turn peels like a queen, a jack, or an ace, and he bets again, Hassan is going to have to fold a lot because it's in the middle of Newton's range.
Yeah, if you think he's started the hand with just a touch over 20 big blinds.
And Hassan will fold to the c-bet. And we play on seven-handed at our feature table. 28 remain. Down to the final four tables. Remember, when we get down to the final three tables, when we get down to 24, there will be a redraw. Now, should that redraw happen in the middle of a level, as Mark mentioned earlier on, what we'll do is try and bring you some bonus coverage of the high roller, maybe just some shots of the big faces in that field, and maybe just kind of zoom in on a couple of hands from the tables there. And then we'll continue until the end of level 24 today. Unless we somehow, by some small miracle, get down to 16 players before then. Tomorrow, we start our coverage of the main event at noon Central European time. If we get to the final table super quick. Maybe you'll get some bonus coverage of the high roller, but as I said, I would not bank on it. Just stands to reason, Mark, that when you've got more than 1,000 players in a tournament and there's so many chips in play, it's going to take a while to get down to the final 8.
And the structure is so good on the EPTs these days. We want to allow the players, when it matters most, near the end of the tournament, to have as much play as they do, as much play as possible compared to the beginning of the tournament. This is life-changing money they're playing for.
So Max Silver raises under the gun to 44,000. I'm assuming this is a 3-bet to 100,000 by Russell King, and he will win it. Adam joins us on EPT Live. He says, college could only keep you away from you guys for so long. I see Ola's going well, but the same can't be said for Ludovic Lakai. Indeed, got off to a bad start today. It never got any better. As things stand, it's Max Silver who did most of the damage to Ludo's stack earlier on, by the way, when he had aces and Lakai had kings, who is the chip leader, close to 3 million. Ian Bradley says, watching the live stream on the bus home from work. Oh, the glamour, and go Max. Don't forget, viewers back in the UK, that there is another Brit in the field, Stevie444, Stephen Chidwick. You might want to get behind him as well. Granted, he doesn't have as many chips as Max.
Stevie Chidwick's really turned into one of the best all-round players in the world. He just doesn't have a weakness in all forms of the games. Brilliant in mixed games now as well.
Is it too early, Mark, to hope for 2 British players at the final table?
Never too early, James.
Newton raising small to big.
Yeah, Newton obviously doesn't have a very, how do you say that, gracious position at this table. He has the chip leader on his left. Next to that, he has Ola Shemian. And next to that, he has Lassell King, so yeah.
And Max Silver bets enough to put Newton and all in, which prompts a quick fold from the Finn.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have to get out of line too much, because within another 4 players' time, there's a complete redraw at 3 tables left.
To be honest, he probably woke up this morning, looked at the seat draw and saw I've got Max Silver on my direct left and next to him Ola Shemian, and my seat draw sucks.
It just shows you, I think, the respect that Ola Shemian has for Max Silver as well. In my time in the booth, he hasn't really got out of line too much. Max is, with his chip stack, is being the table boss, is pushing the action around, and for someone like Ola Shemian who loves 3-betting and applying pressure on opponents, it's really nice to see this different aspect to his game, to show that, you know, he knows he's got a decent stack. He can wait for better spots. Decent, you know, really good discipline.
Poker Pharaoh says, I wish you guys would show the hands after they fold with a 30-second delay like they do on the World Series of Poker. Well, Poker Pharaoh, when we get to the final table, you don't have to worry about a 30-second delay. We'll show you the cards as they play them. But bear in mind, this is not a final table. This is 1 table out of 4 in the tournament. It's a feature table from day 4 of the tournament. We cannot show the whole cards of the players at 1 table, putting them at a distinct disadvantage to the rest of the field. That's not fair, and that's putting the integrity of the tournament at stake, and we would never do that on the EPT. But trust me, when we're down to 8, when it is a level playing field with just 1 table left, you will get whole cards, and that's on Wednesday, so make sure you're watching the live stream then. And all I would say is, granted, many people prefer to watch poker with the whole cards revealed, but there's a lot to be learned. And there's a lot you can get out of it by not seeing the whole cards, looking at different aspects of the game.
Yeah, when you're sat at a poker table yourself, you're not getting to see the whole cards without showdown. So it's good here. You know, we get expert analysts in like Chris that can talk you through, and as if you're at the table yourself. There's a lot to be learned from that.
And also, actually, for beginning players, it might be better that the whole cards are not revealed, because this way they will not get a subjective look and subjective, is that a word in English? It is, right?
Yes.
Or opinion, because of seeing the whole cards. It's always easier when you know what the other guy has or what both of them have. And right now you can actually make a decision, you know, think, what would I do in this spot with this kind of hand or with this kind of hand, without knowing your opponent's whole cards.
Yeah, because a lot of people say that the game was changed by the early TV broadcasts of Gus Hansen and heavily edited highlights of final tables, where people were playing a huge wide range of hands and crazy action and all-ins. And the game changed a lot back in the mid-noughties because of that.
So let's pick up the action here. Sojka opens to 42,000. Duvniak raises to 105,000. And Sojka 4 bets, makes it 2-2-2.
A cutoff versus hijack situation where Duvniak still has Huutonen, I think his name is. Nuutinen, sorry, behind him. He should not very often be light here because it's very bad for him if Nuutinen shoves right behind him. So I actually expect Duvniak to have a hand here.
By the way, Justin Fairbanks does correctly point out there are 4 Brits left in the field. The aforementioned Stephen Chidwick and Max Silva, plus Kar Kwan Lau, the man who was originally Spanish and then became British, and EPT 9 London final tableist Tamer Kamal.
Yeah, he final tabled the EPT London earlier in the year, which is season 9, and then he also final tabled the EPT High Roller.
All in from Duvniak, and Sojka folds.
Sojka is experiencing what we were talking about just a couple of minutes ago. He's in this negative spiral. He's not winning any pots. It might be better to just take his foot off the gas pedal right now.
Nuutinen, the shortest stack at the table, playing 21 bigs. Max Silva, the tournament chip leader, with a 147 big blind stack.
It's also a very weird candidate, I think, for Sojka to be 4-betting Duvniak, because Duvniak doesn't strike me as the aggressive 3-better at this table.
Yeah, very good point.
Maybe he just had a very good hand to do it with.
It's a nonchalant looking raise under the gun.
The clock ticks down to 27 players, another elimination from one of the outer tables. And Nuutinen all in again. Hassan opens under the gun, so I don't imagine he's that light. Does he want to call here? No. Tell you what, Nuutinen playing a great survival game. He was a short stack at the start of the day. He's still a shortish stack now, but he is laddering. Right now, everyone receives 24,900 euros. The next jump is when we get down to 23. You lock up the better part of 30K.
I'm going to love you and leave you guys. Joe's going to come back in the booth. Chris, pleasure as always.
It was nice talking to you, Mark.
You too.
Thanks to Mark Convey. So we can now dispatch to do more fact-checking on a whim. Craig Barker says, you never need to justify the way EPT tournaments are covered. Yours is the benchmark, all others are measured against. It's very kind of you, Craig, but I do understand it when people say, I'd like to see whole cards. I do understand that that's what people expect from TV coverage. But when you're doing something live, when it is a multi-table tournament, you just have to explain that television has to be subservient to the tournament. The proverbial tail cannot wag the proverbial dog. And talking of dogs...
Hello, my babies.
And other hairy creatures.
I couldn't miss Christoph de Mulder, although I'm excited to hear he's moving in with his girlfriend, because Christoph is like my #1 competition out there for single men here on the tour. I can't tell you how many ladies I've lost to this guy.
I feel flattered.
So we got to get him off the market. Maybe I've got a shot with some of the negatives. Is that how you put it?
So just to recap the action here, Max Silva opened with a raise to 44,000. I think the 3-bet from Lasse King was 110,000, so the pot is slightly off at the moment. Max Silva calls the 3-bet in position. King with the pre-flop betting lead, an ace-8-4 flop. King continuing for 100,000. Silva calls.
Surprised to see King still in that t-shirt. I thought after that call of ace-queen, he'd be in a superhero costume.
Sick call, huh?
Sick in so many ways. More like you puke afterward.
It's probably a superhero costume of not a very big superhero. the Green Lantern or something. It's not going to be Superman, I can tell you that.
So King slows down, he checks. Max Silva has so many chips he doesn't know what to do with them.
I was just going to say it's a spot where King is very often going to be betting the flop and then checking the turn, because if you don't have ace-king or ace-queen on this board in this situation, you're practically almost always checking the turn. A hand like King-Jack of hearts or King-10 of hearts would be a very profitable two-barrel. 6-7 of hearts, 5-6 of hearts, all those hands. But if you have any kind of showdown value hand, you're very often slowing down.
168,000.
And it seems like Lasso is going in check call modus.
Looks like 150 there. And there's the call.
This would be a pretty standard play if you have a hand like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-king. Maybe even a hand like ace-9 suited.
Board pairs on the river.
Changes everything. Pretty tough spot for Max to bluff here.
Yeah, that face looks like I missed. 2 jacks. And they are good.
Is mucking.
And it might look very strange for people that Lassell is check calling 2 jacks there, but actually once he check calls a turn, he's actually saying I have an ace here, so 2 jacks becomes the same because your opponent is not very often going to try to bluff you off of an ace. But it's still pretty speculative.
Question on Twitter from about an hour ago, which I forgot to field. Shane Cockram asks, is there an EPT Prague radio stream? Well, obviously we have the webcast that we're doing now, and the great thing is if you have it on your mobile device, say for example your smartphone, you could turn it into a radio show by not looking at the picture. Exactly. We actually had a viewer, I think it was Pete, who said that when he was driving around, he basically plugged his smartphone into his car's stereo system and drove around listening to EPT radio.
With the screen not visible.
Obviously, because that would be unsafe.
And you don't have to look at 9 guys the entire time.
You just have to listen to 3 of them.
It's getting better. With some luck, you have Liv Barina stream. Or Fatima.
Occasionally, we get lucky.
Francesca says we should bring back Think About It when people ask why no hole cards. Annoyed that the commentators always have to explain it every stream.
You know, Francesca, I think we had to explain it to you 3 or 4 times probably, so look at you. Big shot.
One thing I would point out, though, is that, and we keep making a big thing about this, EPT Live is on more platforms than ever before, and the audience is getting bigger all the time. We've got new viewers coming in, and I have to respect the fact that they don't know, and we've got to tell them why. If you are a first-time viewer, if you've just joined us with our live stream from Prague, we would love to hear from you. Tag your tweets EPT Live. Email nuts@pokerstars.tv, and most importantly of all, play on PokerStars.
Play on PokerStars.
King kind of steadied the ship with that hand, back up to near enough 2 million. Max Silva still the chip leader with 2.6 million.
King's just flatting this raise from Shemian. Hassan on the button. Looks like he's going to flat also.
We're going to see some 3-way action. The big blind might hop in there. Duvniak, no, he decides to. Does he still have cards?
No, he just folded. So yeah, we are going to go 3 ways to the flop, and I think that Hassan's in a good spot, obviously, to just flat there because he's on the button, but also he's got 2 of the lesser aggressive guys sitting to his left, so I don't think he has to worry about them all of a sudden trying to squeeze light like he would have if
Yeah, it's a very important thing to mention. It's always important to know who's sitting behind you. Do I have someone that is 3-betting light? Do I have a shoving stack behind me? That's also something beginning players don't really take notice of, and then they're surprised when the short stack goes all in or whatever, and they don't know what to do. It's always important to take note of everything and then make your decision.
And action checks around that flop, so free turn card. Makes things a little more straightenizing out there.
It's actually a very odd spot for Olashemian to be betting here when he checks the flop. You expect him to be betting a hand like ace-10 or whatever because, yeah, it just has... It's the winning hand very often. You want to get value, and there's a lot of overcards like a jack, a queen, or a king that can kill your action or make your hand the losing hand.
And why wouldn't he bet ace-10 on the flop? Because it's kind of a draw-heavy board, and he just doesn't want to make the pot too big with it?
I think he would always be betting a hand like ace-10.
Oh, if he had ace-10. Okay, so you're saying you can kind of rule out ace-10.
Yeah. I think he very often has a hand which has picked up some kind of straight draw
Yeah.
right now. Maybe a hand like 9s, a hand like 9-8. I think he would have bet on the flop.
Well, every draw imaginable just hit on the river.
I think we can also include a hand like Jack-9 suited. He's very often gonna, not very often, but he definitely has in his range.
Basically anything that picked up equity on the turn, he could be betting there. So his range is fairly wide.
It's gonna be like Jack-9, Queen-Jack, not King-Jack, I don't think.
But they're often gonna be hands that improve with this river too, though.
I think so, yes.
I don't know whether you saw this question from Mikey. Are you guys playing the EPT Live free roll? Are you in Stapes? Can't remember whether you registered or not.
I'm in.
I'm in as well, as are 22,000 other players. So about 8,000 seats available. If you use the word Vienna, you can register for the game.
King 9. 9 of clubs. And that is good.
Like, well, our analysis was right, Joe.
And that was very likely improved by the river. I mean, and if he doesn't have a 9, I think there's lots of 2 pairs that got there. Obviously clubs, all kinds of things that could have helped him out there.
But when Ola bets here for value, it's just very often a 9 because a hand like 2 pair, he's not going to be betting for value there.
Andreas writes in with a question for Chris. Chris, what was the most awkward moment where you have been confused with your brother? I'm not gonna lie, if I was your twin brother and you had like kind of a hot girlfriend, I might just roll up to her house in the middle of the night.
Oh, Joe, honestly.
What? And just have tea. You didn't let me finish. I love tea. I can't pass up a free cup of tea.
You buying this? I ain't buying this. I mean, does it still happen all the time? The people who still struggle to tell you apart?
It's actually weird. Some people think we're not brothers at all, although I think we look pretty similar, and other people can't see the difference. So yeah, it depends.
I have a hard time with it. I struggle with it. Once I'm talking to you for a little while, I know who it is. But if I'm just like passing you in the hallway, I do struggle.
I can imagine. We're twins, and twins tend to look similar.
It's science.
It is science. So we're either 3 eliminations or 17 minutes away from a break.
Correct. If we do get down to 24 players, the tournament will go on break at that point, so they can do the redraw. It'll be the... No, not the penultimate redraw, because we get a redraw at 16 and a redraw at 9. It gets a bit redraw-centric.
Maybe the penultimate redraw of the day. Maybe
Yes.
the final redraw of the day.
Possibly.
We really can't say anything right now. We'll get back to you.
Mikey says, I look forward to busting you guys in the free roll. Well, that's assuming, Mikey, that you somehow, miraculously, in a field of 30,000 players, get on the same table as both of us.
I can virtually guarantee that one lucky player will bust me.
Reminder that today's free roll password is Vienna. Shemian raises under the gun. King 3-bets. Max Silver in the big blind. He's capped his cards. Nah. So back on Shemian.
The Germans are definitely not soft playing each other. We can
No.
exclude that.
And this is typically a situation where I'd say, like, okay, to 3-bet an under the gun raiser, you're supposed to be like really strong in this spot. A lot of players are gonna like flat ace queen. They're gonna flat even ace king sometimes. But with how aggressive these guys are playing, I wouldn't be comfortable saying that.
You must have some kind of hand though, something that has some equity hand, like Jack-9 suited would be a good candidate to be 3-betting there.
Right, just not typically as narrow as people would usually be, though, I don't think.
Times have changed, Joe. They have changed.
They changed right here today.
Wow, our viewers really like detail. Aaron Bass says, if the level ends with 25 players, will there be a break? Or will they just wait for it to get to 24? There will be a break when the level ends, assuming we are not yet at the final 24. Whether that's 27, 26, or 25.
Or they can just make it very long minutes instead of like 3, 2, 1. It will be 3, 2, 1, hoping someone busts out.
King's turn to raise UTG.
And this is again a good how do you say that, fact of how flow can do something to you. You saw Lasso King winning the big pot with the pocket jacks, and he's back in the flow. He's up there, open raising a lot of pots, winning pots, and yeah, momentum is a very important thing, and definitely in live poker.
Yoram says, I went away for dinner, came back and see King is almost back at 2 million. Absolutely. Clawing his way back up.
And although we do have a lot of young players at the table, there is a lot of different styles. We see, I think, Hasse, who has actually more of a solid approach. You see Lasso King, who's trying to build and bloat every pot. Same sometimes counts for Wizzo for Ola Shemian, who tends to blow up things. And then you have Max Silver, who's just solid as a rock, very, very strong player. And some more amateur players that we don't really know of.
What I really like about Wizzo is that it seems like, even though he's typically a super aggressive player, for a while, even before you came in here, when everyone was going crazy, he actually sat things out for a while.
He did.
And he also has the, how do you say that, the positive thing about his image. People already think he's crazy. He doesn't have to play crazy for people to make people think he's crazy. If he has aces and he 3-bets, he's going to get value of it anyway.
Soika's raise, called by Silver on the button, and ace-jack-7 flop.
We saw it in the hand where he had king-9 and value bet the river against a lot of other players. Probably Hasse would have folded against Ola Shemian. We saw how fast the chips went in. He just snap called it. And that's a guy like Ola Shemian builds a lot of stacks.
Soika continues for 57,000.
If I would have to bet money on it, I would say Soika would be the one busting out first at this table. I don't want to jinx it for him, but yeah, he's not been winning much at this level.
Normally how the commentator's curse works, Chris, is that you pick someone who you think is going to do well.
Yeah, I'm doing it the other way around.
Exactly, so by picking Soika to bust, he'll be chip leader by the end of the level. That
will be cool too. And you can also see it, how there are sharks at the table. You see Max Silver, he knows Soika has been losing pots. You see it, how they try to capitalize on it and just
he's brutal, yeah.
take him hard. Same counted for Duvniak, who was 3-betting him. You mean, if people feel like you're losing, they're just going to try to win as many chips from you as possible before anyone else does it.
Regardless of what you think of Soika's skill level, he's a less active player, he's a smaller stack, he's less well known, and players are just going to try to capitalize on that.
And that has been the incredible strength for guys like Wizzo, who no one knew anything about before they entered the live circuit, but already made like maybe 5 million playing online on PokerStars. If people don't know, they are automatically going to make assumptions. That's how you have to roll in poker, because very often you're only sitting together for a short period of time.
New article's just gone up on the PokerStars blog. Profile of Andrew Chen. Is he en route to EPT final table number 4? You can click on the link, just follow the guys at PokerStars blog.
And to give Max Silver a range here, he very often, if he's doing this for value, obviously has a hand like Ace-Jack, Ace-7. I don't think he's calling Jack-7 on the flop. So it's actually a very small, a very narrow value range he has here.
And a much wider error range.
Yeah, he's pretty often going to have a hand like 10-8 suited, 10-9 suited, King-10, King-Queen. He's probably just calling the flop because it also has showdown value. But on the other hand, to have a 3-betting range on this flop, being Soika, it's also pretty narrow. Because a hand like Ace-King, you're not very comfortable just 3-bet calling the flop here.
And I think his bluff frequency is lower here with his stack and his playing style. Soika, that is.
Soika's made it 252,000.
Pretty committing.
Actually, I'm not very sure if I agree with Max's raise on the flop here, because like I said, his range is just so incredibly narrow. He's only actually ripping Ace-Jack and 7s, because Ace-7 he would have probably not called pre-flop.
I mean, he's probably only going to get Soika to fold his airs, right? I mean, that's about it.
Yeah. And maybe even Soika is 3-betting the flop here with air, we don't know. And although he's putting a lot of pressure, obviously Max is putting a lot of pressure by raising the flop here. If you think about it, yeah, he just doesn't have a lot of value hands, but he could still have Ace-Jack and 7s, obviously. But then again, would Max raise the flop here with a hand like pocket 7s? I'm not sure. It's a pretty dry, well, not very, there's a lot of straight draws out there. Yeah, that's true. Seems like Max is going to call the 3-bet on
There's
the
a
flop.
lot of straight draws, but none of them are open-ended.
There is probably a gazillion gut shots out there, though.
Yeah. Silver calls. It goes to the turn with 639,000 in the middle. Soika's got about 350k behind. It's the 4 of spades.
I mean, you could definitely see Silver making that raise with a gut shot, you know, just hoping that he'll take it down right there, and if not, maybe he catches.
It would be pretty advanced to be floating a check raise here this shallow with a hand like 10-9 suited, and then still it would suck if Soika shoves here, but because you still have to fold. You're actually just hoping Soika gives up on the turn, then, and so you can shove very profitably.
Soika seems like he maybe give it up.
I would actually love this check being Soika with a hand like Ace-Jack or Ace-7.
I'm just trying to induce.
Yeah, it looks like what does it look like to us? It looks like he's giving up. He's waving the white flag. And Max is going for a very tiny bet.
Sure is.
trying to induce something, I guess, or trying to bluff very, very cheaply.
110,000.
Boy, this is just so tempting just to stick the rest in here with whatever you have, isn't it? And that's, I guess, what's so scary about it.
And if Soika doesn't have a hand here, I can tell you one thing: the guy feels owned.
Rob informs us on Twitter that anyone who is enamored by Dina, the dealer, the EPT Facebook page has just added some pics. As we see Soika fold and Max Silver win a pot that takes him back up to nearly 3 million.
So the 3-bet on the flop with probably air. So I don't see how you can fold anything legit there.
And your prediction's looking good, Chris, because Soika's now down to 17 bigs.
Been in the business for too long.
Here's a question for you from Javier. Chris, which has been your most profitable misclick?
My most profitable? Is that in a sarcastic way, I think?
Oh, I mean, it happens. Just because you misclick doesn't mean you lose the hand.
I think probably I was going to say 99%, but it is 100% of my misclicks have cost me money. Sometimes not too much money, most of the times a lot of money.
You've never misclicked and sucked out on somebody or been right?
Just 7-bet folded aces once, pre-flop, because my tables were stacked. 6-bet.
Well, hold on. You don't know that it cost you money because maybe
I would have lost
the hand.
But you tend to make money 7-bet or 6-bet calling aces, unless you're chopping, obviously. And you're still winning the blind.
But then you did, yeah, you did cost yourself.
By the way, it was Jonathan Roy who went out in 28th place. So we lost the other French Canadian, with Sam Chartier departing earlier on.
Actually, that last hand got me curious. I want to know what their hole cards were. I want to know what Max Silver had there.
Look, we've been over this, Chris. We can't show the hole cards because we're not at a final table yet. Get over it.
Still, I'm curious.
I'm actually quite curious myself. We should also mention that Soika folded his way to a, what is that, 13 big blind stack?
17.
17 big blind stack?
Well, this hand started with a raise from Silver, called by Hassan, who has led the flop.
Ooh.
56,000.
Always interesting when a player plays out of flow, like how strong can you be on this board?
And this is actually a board that strikes Max Silver's range pretty hard. He's going to have a lot of straight draws. He's going to have a lot of top pairs. Sometimes he's going to have a set, maybe even defended a hand like... oh, sorry. It's the other way around for Hassan.
Yeah. You just turned my world on its axis when you said Max. I was like, what?
And we saw Hassan lead, which I like a lot, with a hand like top pair. It's pretty good to be leading here because there's just so many overcards that are either going to kill you action or going to get you behind.
And then you get raised.
And then you get raised. And that's where the headache starts.
The pain! The pain!
Sometimes you lead when you want to get raised.
Unless you have a hand like pocket deuces here, it's just free Viagra.
I'm not sure I like the lead out when you're going to fold to a raise. I don't think you're really going to bluff people off very often with a donk lead, especially a guy as aggressive as Max. He's just not going to give up that easily most of the time.
I guess he's going to be folding a lot of his Broadway hands that don't have any kind of backdoor or flop equity, but still he can bluff those hands.
I hate the lead with those hands.
No, I was talking in Max's silver range. That he would be folding a hand like maybe Jack-10 offsuit or something, but still he can use those hands to bluff as well. So.
Right.
Well, Max Silver gets back up over 3 million.
Yeah, like you said, I probably don't like it either if you're going to fold.
Just over a minute left on the level. By the way, Nick Vasquez says that hand between Soika and Silvis. It's a very interesting hand with great analysis by Chris. We are
Hey, I helped.
going to take a break. You're part of the furniture. You don't get a thank you. We've got a minute left to play on this level. Then we will take a break, as previously discussed. The stuff you can watch during the break is on your screen right now. Highlights from the Rafa Charity Challenge. An interview with one half of MadCon. A film about Team PokerStars Online's event Murray. That's Mickey Pearson. It's a nice little film, that. And an EPT bonus cup feature about Daniel's first time, who Duvniak raises under the gun. Max Silva 3 bets. He is just trying to bulldoze this table right now.
Duvniak, huh? I was making that a lot harder than I needed to. Chris, how do you say his first name?
I think it's the way you pronounce the way you spell it. Zdravko.
Zdravko.
Zdravko. And I expect Zdravko to have a Duvniak to have a pretty strong range here. Calling is very often going to have suited broadways hand like king queen suited, ace queen suited, ace jack suited, to be calling this 3-bet out of position against a very capable player, obviously.
By the way, Julian Track on one of the outer tables has chipped up to about 2.9 million, so he's currently second on the leaderboard, just behind Silva.
Who has 3 million?
Continuation continuation betting this flop from Max is almost the same as printing money. He has a lot of kings in his range. If Duvniak doesn't have a hand like king jack suited, king queen suited, he's just going to be giving up a lot. So.
And there he folds. More chips for Max Silva, who's had a great level. He's now playing 3.2 million with 27 players remaining. At this point, we say goodbye to Christoph de Mulder from Team PokerStars Pro. Thanks once again for coming in, Chris. Great stuff.
It's always nice to be here, guys.
Joe and I will be back for one more level on day 4 of EPT Prague. We highly unlikely will get down to 16 today, so chances are we'll play another 90 minutes of poker. And Max Silva seemingly in control right now. So join us in 18 minutes time with more live action to come from the Prague leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
We are competition. Aggression. Calculating. We are trapped. Fighting back. We are heroes. We are poker.
Tennis ace Rafa Nadal and Brazilian football legend Ronaldo have finally met across the poker table at the prestigious €100,000 EPT Charity Challenge, held as part of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Prague Festival. They were joined by former Ukrainian footballer Andrei Shevchenko, Italian skier Alberto Tomba, Dutch Olympic field hockey player Fatima Maria de Melo, and the world's #1 poker player, Daniel Negreanu. The players quickly settled into the game, each relying on a combination of expertise, instinct, and their cards. Tomba was unfortunate to exit first, quickly followed by a rather frustrated Ronaldo. Daniel Negreanu was dispatched next by Rafa Nadal, and Shevchenko wasn't able to make it to the final 2, which left Fatima Maria de Melo heads up against Rafa Nadal. Each of the players who bust the tournament donated their winnings to their respective charities. And after 4 hours of play, it was Nadal who triumphed, taking home the title and the trophy, and first place prize money of €50,000, which he donated to his charity of choice, the Good Hand Project.
How's your game? Check out the My Stats feature for key poker statistics such as VPIP percent, steal attempts, and more. Available as part of the Poker Leagues at Poker School Online.
Hello everybody, thanks for joining us here at the London leg of EPT Season 10. I am joined by half of Madcon, Norwegian urban R&B, hip-hop, rap.
Just say music makers, isn't it?
Music makers from Norway. Madcon, I'm here with Josef. Thanks for joining us.
No, it's a pleasure to be here.
People will know you as begging you.
Yeah, that's not half bad.
No, you've got to do the second bit.
No, I'm just saying don't quit your day job.
Right, okay.
That's all.
And also from the amazing flash mob at the 2010 Eurovision Song Contest, that was a pretty big deal.
That was a big deal.
So how do we find you in London playing in a poker tournament?
Well, I like poker.
Good.
I always watch it, and I play with my friends. Yeah, but I have this thing where I'm very not structured. I don't have any. So basically, what I do is when we have a day off in whatever country and there's a casino, I would go and I would drink and I would get tough and I would win.
Good.
And that made me also think that I was good. Until I came here.
Right.
Yeah.
And now you're playing with some actual poker players rather than semi-retired friends.
Yeah.
Different kind of scene.
Very different. It's a mental marathon.
Yes.
It is.
And you played against two of our players. You played against Charlotte Van Brabander and Liv Barry.
We did.
How did that go for you? He asked, knowing the answer.
Well, the winner got a bottle of champagne.
Sweet.
And the loser would have to eat this traditional English-British thing called jelly eel.
Oh, you're thinking of jellied eels.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Now, did you walk away with the champagne or the jellied eels?
I puked, and not because of champagne.
Right, okay. Yeah. So not a big fan, not going to take that delicacy home with you?
No, I do love Britain. London is a beautiful city, but jelly eel sucks big time.
Actually, for what it's worth, I agree with you.
Yeah.
What's the Norwegian version of a jelly eel? If you were going to take the girls to Norway and beat them at poker and make them eat something horrible?
We have something that we eat at Christmas time called sursild.
Mm-hmm.
Can you say it?
One more time.
Sursild.
Sursild?
Yeah, almost. It's like fish in this kind of, I don't know, it's like small sardines and it's very salty and it's very nasty and, you know, grandfathers normally love it with aquavit.
That does sound pretty appalling.
Yeah, it's not too good.
Okay, good. We'll do that one then.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you, to see this environment, is obviously you've had some experience of poker. Are you kind of surprised by the scale of what you're seeing here?
No, I'm more, it's kind of what I expected.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's very intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of makes me very, I don't know, retracted.
Yeah.
So I'm very, just waiting for the right cards and, you know, it's not my day, but I'm still there, so I'm happy for that.
And do you think this might kind of pique your interest to take poker a little bit more seriously, or are you kind of happy to skim the surface?
No, most definitely. I think it's a very nice thing that I was sponsored by PokerStars, because I've seen the entry fee.
And that's the bit that hurts the most.
Yeah. So no, but actually, it's, you know, it's quite a cool thing now, and I actually want to get into it more properly. To actually get to know how to play the game, because I think I have a feel for it.
And of course the EPT all around the world, which I guess you guys must be as well.
Yeah, we are all around the world already, so, you know, if by any chance we happen to be in the same place, or we're going to the Bahamas or Barcelona or Monte Carlo, wherever you guys are playing, and we have time and money, I'll go.
Always the important part of the equation.
I guess.
Did you happen to be in London for the poker? Were you here already doing other stuff?
No, we came a day before, and they showed us London by night, which is really nice. Next day we had to play the jelly eel game with Liv and Charlotte, which was not so nice, and today we're here.
Excellent stuff. And what's next for you professionally?
We are out and about promoting the album for the rest of the year, all throughout Europe. After that is the States, and then we'll come back for a European tour, and hopefully Monte Carlo and Barcelona, EPT.
Any more Eurovision plans?
No, we've done that already.
Excellent. Look, thanks very much for talking to us. Thanks for your time.
Pleasure.
And now we return you to your scheduled broadcast.
Mickey Moment Maury Peterson's poker dream began when he saw a fellow Dane win a tournament on the World Poker Tour. He started his career online, where he found quick success in multi-table tournaments at every level. Soon after, Mickey was chasing the dream, traveling the world playing live poker tournaments, forming a number of important, life-changing friendships along the way.
My name is Mickey Peterson. I go by the online screen name Moment Maury, and I'm part of PokerStars Team Online. My main games are multi-table tournaments. I play pretty much all the stakes, anywhere from $1 tournaments and up to 1,000. I usually play around somewhere between 16 and 25 tables. I like to have a lot of tables going at the same time. One of my first experiences with poker was watching a bunch of the World Poker Tour episodes they were airing at the time in Denmark, and Gus Hansen was in one of the episodes and ended up winning it all.
The river is a not going to do it. Gus Hansen has won this tournament.
That was like a huge inspiration to me, like seeing another Dane having so much success in these tournaments, and that's kind of where like my poker dream started. Since I didn't have a lot of expenses, it seemed like giving poker a shot, that would be a fun thing to do. What ended up happening was I had a really, really good year. I made a lot more than I would have done, you know, in a random retail job. And during that time, I also won a couple of satellites to some live events, and that enabled me to do the traveling part as well. It's hard for me to even like remember how many countries I've been able to go to because of all these poker tournaments. I mean, I had originally started out watching it on TV, and it was like, now I was one of those guys, you know, competing in those big tournaments. So that aspect of it was really exciting to me, like chasing the big score.
Customer service update message. We currently have no service operating on all lines.
When you travel to these live tournaments, like there are a group of people that you get to know, because you're all going like all over the world and you don't really know anyone there, you know, besides each other. So that bond that you get is something I find fairly unique, because everyone has a different background and a different, you know, nationality and story, but it's sort of like everyone is there for the poker. Like we all have that in common.
I met Mickey through online poker. I pester him occasionally with questions about the intricacies of staking, transferring money, hand histories. He mainly tells me to fold. I would have folded pre, but it's useful. It's useful having him there on Skype to ring occasionally and pester. But you're always playing so many tables, so sometimes it's hard to get through to you.
Sam and Dan are two people that I've met through both talking to them online and at various live tournaments, and they both live in London, so I hang out with them from time to time.
We all knew each other from online, we played each other, but like Mickey was famous like worldwide, I guess, like in the online community. And then, so yeah, we just had a few beers and had a laugh, and then we became mates on Facebook and AIM.
You can have people that you see face to face every day. Remember, like before, obviously we've all done like other jobs, you know, and they work in your office, but you don't have any kind of banter or talk about anything real or deep with them.
There are people that you get really good relationships, and you say, look, we'll meet in this tournament, and then when other stuff happens, like let's go out for New Year or whatever, like people make, you know, the extra effort, and there is the possibility to form real friendships. And
some of us use social media to tap up girls, don't we, Mickey? I mean, that does happen.
They're all about it, yeah.
I mean, that does happen, I've heard.
The most important person I've met through all of these like sort of online channels would definitely be my girlfriend, Elena.
But I'm your small boy.
Okay. Mickey and I met online. We had been sort of chatting for a while on Skype and Facebook and things like that. And then after he played PCA in the Bahamas last year, he decided to come to the US. And that was the first time we met. And yeah, we just hit it off really well. And Mickey came back in March, and that's when we started sort of officially dating, I guess.
I was definitely a little nervous going over here the first time because it's always, you know, you never know what's going to happen with someone, even though you talked a lot online and you haven't met them in person. But at the same time, it sort of just felt like, you know, what's the worst that can happen? And you know, it's going to be a good story regardless. So I decided to go, and it turned out to be a really good decision.
Technically, I guess you could call our relationship a long-distance relationship, but it doesn't really feel like that to me, just because we're able to see each other so much. You know, he's able to come visit here a lot, and I went to see him in London. We just, you know, sort of try to have little vacations with each other when we can.
It's not like I was looking for a girlfriend, you know, on the online message boards or in the poker community, but I mean, it was just a great bonus, I suppose. For me, there's definitely a certain amount of satisfaction you get from winning a tournament, and that's regardless if the buy-in is $5 or $1,000. It's not even about that, but just that you beat out all the other players who entered. There's a certain sense of satisfaction in that for me I don't really get from playing anything else like cash games or sit and goes. My biggest breakthrough in live tournaments came this February when I won EPT Copenhagen for 2.5 million Danish crowns.
This is the hand. It's Hey! a 5, and that's it. Oh that my ends God. the tournament. Mickey Peterson has finally done it for the second time on the European Poker Tour. Pierre Neville is a runner-up.
Winning that on home turf was just like amazing. For me, that was probably like one of the best tournaments I could win. It was like on the front page of like my local newspaper back at home that my parents could see, and like it was like all my friends had read about it and stuff like that.
Copenhagen's quite known for being
Yeah,
quite hard
it's
with
one of the
Scandis.
toughest EPTs, so-
It's not like you were.
What was
it's
that,
like-
Mickey? Speak up. Speak up. The cameras. What was that you said?
It's not
one
like
of
it
the
was-
toughest EPTs. You just want to make
Well,
sure
just
that's
casually,
on.
like,
You want to
drop
make
it,
sure
yeah.
that's in your video.
It's not San Remo, Liv. It's not San Remo.
Obviously, after watching all these shows and after watching Gus Hansen in the WPT, like ever since that, I've been kind of chasing the dream of winning one of those big live tournaments. So when it was finally me that won, that was a very special moment for me. It was sort of like all of that stuff sort of got fulfilled at that moment. And actually, the next day, Gus Hansen sent me a message on Facebook saying congratulations. So that felt pretty nice. For me, poker has definitely like opened up the world a lot to me. Like it's enabled me to go and see places and meet people, and it's given me like a lot of freedom to do these things. I've been able to interact with so many people that if I hadn't been in poker, I would have no shot, you know, ever meeting. So that part of it has like been really great for me.
It's where we come to match skill against ego, where we check, call, and raise. It's where night turns into morning and friends turn into foes, where odds can be tested and aces can get cracked, where the river can turn deuces into trips and fear into confidence. Because uncertainty is a rush, and what happens next is anyone's guess. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
When I started in poker, before I even entered like the big time, I was really sort of doing it the old-fashioned way, where in Toronto, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was playing $20 rebuy tournaments. At that time in my life, I was really sort of grinding. You know, my bankroll was always small. I was kind of in and out of money, just trying to get my feet wet and go through the learning curve of becoming a pro. So I was really honing my skills, and we played pretty deep stacked, so I was pretty comfortable in those environments. I remember my first World Series of Poker event. That was a little nerve-wracking for me. I'd watch it on television. I'd watch guys like Phil Hellmuth when he was 24 win and think, wow, that is so cool. I want to play in that one day. The year was 1998. There was 229 players, and it was pot limit hold'em.
This is the Prague leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour Season 10. Here we are, Hilton Prague Hotel, day 4 of the main event. 27 players remain as we kick off the last level of the day. Level 24, blinds 12,000, 24,000 with a 3,000 ante. I'm James Hartigan, he's Joe Stapleton.
What an exciting, long, deep tournament this has been, and this will continue to be.
90 more minutes of poker to be played today. A lot more poker to be played tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow we have to get down to the final table. We have to get down to the final 8. And it's not really sticking my neck out to say that's going to take a while. Assuming we end today with between 20, 22 players, yeah, expect it to be a long one. Plenty of poker for you to watch here on EPT Live. Make sure you join us tomorrow at 12 noon Central European time, but stay with us right now as we continue to play an hour and a half of No Limit Hold'em. Max Silver, the guy in command at the moment, tournament chip leader. He is bossing it. Lassell King, the former tournament chip leader, made a massive hero call earlier. And as a consequence, the train came off the rails. He has managed to get back on track and is now the second biggest stack at this table with close to 2 million. We know there is another player in the tournament with close to 3 million, that player being Julian Track.
How rare, though, is it, James? And by how rare is, I should really say, how often do we see someone make a call like that that sends them off the track, and that ends up being the last really spewy call that we see? Now, he has managed to regain most of what he lost there, but I think, you know, for people who are capable of making plays like that, they very rarely do it just the one time.
That is a fair point. So with 27 players remaining, we're down to the last 4 tables. And of course, if you want to follow outer table coverage, follow the live updates on the PokerStars blog. You can get in touch on email, nuts@pokerstars.tv, or on Twitter. Tag your tweet EPT Live, just like Robin did. You just cut off Daniel Negreanu. Why? Let the EPT wait. And for those of you asking for the free roll password, I understand why you're getting desperate, because there's fewer than 3,000 seats available in that free roll, which starts in 45 minutes time. The password is Vienna. It's back on the EPT schedule, and that's why it is today's password, Vienna, lowercase. What a love for Christoph de Mulder, who was our guest during the last level. Oliver, among the people paying tribute to Mr. de Mulder's analysis. Sweet analysis, he says.
Where's the guy's tweet who said, sorry, I just came late to the broadcast?
That was JP Fencer, yes. Sorry, I just came. What's the password, folks? Well, we handled that one. The password is out there.
Uh-oh, Rick Dacey, not a fan of Sergei Baburin. Are you an adult? Do you wear a red tracksuit in your daily life? Chances are you are a bleep hole.
Rick Dacey not having a good day by any chance?
Or also he's just not a fan of Barry. Not Greenstein, I'm talking Barry from Archer. Google it.
Free roll password is in the top right-hand corner of your screen as Jorma Newton moves all in from the small blind.
Pass, please.
Newton currently playing 467,000.
What is Crazy Chris doing to the dealer?
Getting freaky, as only he knows how.
Here, I got you this pendant for Christmas. Enjoy. a little pick-me-up hug.
Soika is the shortest stack at the table, actually, with 300k.
Here comes King. Here's a little movie trivia for you, James. I think you'll get this one. If I said Lassell King's shirt was by Versace.
Oh, yes. I know that
You
movie.
know that one?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a big fan of that movie. One of the best bad movies ever made.
I didn't recognize you with chips on your face.
Robert Darby has some awesome lines in that movie, and by awesome, I mean terrible. How any actor was expected to make any of those lines of dialogue work is beyond me.
Well, he succeeded in not making them work.
Correct, correct. How much did Joe Esterhaz get paid for that script?
It was like it was like the first $1 million script, wasn't it?
Oh, lol, Hollywood. Just taking an overview of the tournament as a whole, by the way, because I just brought up the chip counts on the live update section of the blog. Max Silver leads, Julian Track second on the leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick, another big stack with 2.3 million. Dimitri Holgu still in. He's the winner of the Eureka main event here in Prague. Sigurd Eskelen's going strong. Andrew Chen, he's got a third and a second on the EPT. May well be the last remaining Canadian. Any other Maple Leafs? No, because we lost Sam Chartier earlier on.
Speaking of Maple Leafs, tomorrow night on Sportsnet in Canada, the premiere of this year's PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Poker Tournament. I was calling it Shootout.
Oh, you're not allowed to call it a shootout.
I can't call it the Shootout. The NHL Alumni Association owns the phrase Shootout in Canada. Therefore, it has to be called the PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Poker Tournament.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This tournament, is the players in this tournament are mainly NHL players or former NHL players?
Oh, yeah, no, it's in association with the NHL Alumni Association.
And yet they wouldn't give permission for the word shootout to be used even though it's their event?
Correct.
Yeah.
But it's still awesome. If you love hockey and you like poker, or if you like hockey and you love poker, this is the show for you.
I'm not going to lie, Joe, you're not doing a very good job of selling the show.
Plus, it's better than a book.
Again, still not the best sales job I've ever heard you do.
It's a lot of fun. It's not the caliber of poker you're used to seeing here on the EPT. It's a bunch of guys getting together, drinking some Molson Golsons, having fun with professional poker players and hockey guys, telling stories about their days on the ice. Jeremy Roenick not getting my jokes. It's a good time for everyone.
I hope these shows are available to watch on PokerStars.tv. Not living in the Canadian market, I'd feel I'm really missing out if I don't get to see them, or at least one of them, like the first 5 minutes. Yes, Stapes, I watched it. Awesome work.
I think it is something that purely appeals to hockey fans.
Well, this hand started with a raise from silver in the small blind. Sorry, on the button, rather. Shemian called in the small blind, and he check-called the flop for 58,000. Shemian checks the turn as well. Board reading 4-3 deuce-deuce. Ross has just joined the broadcast. Says, hey fellas, missed the weekend shows. Anything exciting happen? Rob has given the perfect answer. People played cards. Some won, some lost. Stapes made some jokes.
I only got 3 warnings this weekend.
One of them was physical. Silver bets again. 84,000.
He just does not stop betting.
Oh, that is a check raise from Shemian. A fistful of yellow, the yellow chips being 25,000 each. Blues 25,000, reds 1,000. I'm hoping tomorrow we will get to see the green and black 100k chips.
If not, I'm out of here. And a call by Silver, so we have a nearly 750,000 chip pot here.
9 of spades on the river.
I don't think either one of these guys necessarily has to be huge here. It's just the way they've been playing.
Shemian does not follow off his check raise on the river. He checks. Silver checks behind. Shemian shows pocket sevens.
That's probably going to be good. Yep.
Silver mucks.
Matthew Wayne has a nice little zinger here. Nice to see a Briton leading the EPT live. Hi ho, Silver away.
Oh my. Maximilian asks how many players are left. We're still at 27, Max. 3 away from the next redraw.
You're one better.
Carl asks.
All in and a call
Oh.
on an outer table. And it looks like someone is standing up. Runner, flush.
That's Georgescu, right?
It is. Oh, no.
What happened to the year of Romania?
Well, there's what? 3 or 4 Romanians still left in.
I think he may have been the last Romanian player in the tournament.
Not possible.
Stephen Chidwick, clearly the beneficiary of his chips. And look at the stack Chidwick's playing right now.
Year of Romania.
Carl Summers was asking if we're going to be giving away cuddly toys as prizes on the last day.
Just me.
No cuddly toys, no stapes up for grabs. Hopefully some all-in triangles and possibly some dealer buttons as well. Certainly we've got card protectors to give away. So by my calculations, we're down to 26.
Newton and raise and take it there. Looks like Hassan folded 7 deuce, the hammer. It's one of the few hand nicknames that I actually like to use. Love the hammer.
You know what, maybe things are going to go full circle. Maybe hand nicknames are suddenly going to be cool again and we should bring them back into our repertoire.
The old ones or new ones?
Like the old ones, like Snowmen, Hooks, Kojak,
Hatchets,
Broderick Crawford, Sailboats,
American Airlines.
You know what? I'm over it.
We just completely exhausted them already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to clarify for anyone who wasn't sure, it was Tibiru Florian Georgescu from Romania who we just watched bust in 27th place.
Near Romania.
His chips going to Stephen Chidwick, and it'll be interesting to see an update on Chidwick's chips. He might be rivaling Max Silver for the chip lead right now. Silver playing 2.8 million at our feature table.
Nah, buddy, he just won that pot. 2.861 million now.
Miles tweets to say, 1 year ago, I never thought I'd be watching a live stream of blokes sitting around a table staring at each other and be totally engrossed. And he says, I am a 2013 poker convert. Boom. Nice to have you along, Miles.
Yeah, buddy.
Play on PokerStars.
Play on PokerStars. Even his Twitter picture is a stack of chips.
Wow, he has really drunk that Kool-Aid.
You know, people keep asking us about the Rounders 2 news that came out today, which apparently the word immediately is used in the article. I couldn't care less about Rounders 2. I think there's almost no way it will be as good as the first one.
Agreed. To quote Patrick Swayze in the 1990
It's my way or the highway
movie Ghost, ditto.
Oh, man, we are a bromance. Ditto. Now all the bad ghosts come tear me away. Maximilian says, don't forget ducks and kangaroos. I know ducks. Deuces, what are kangaroos?
I have absolutely no idea.
Like a 4 because there's like a little pouch on it?
What looks like a kangaroo?
A 3? Huh.
So 26 players remaining, 75 minutes left to play today.
Aaron has written in with a decent idea. Pocket jacks should be called Hardigan and Stapes. That doesn't exactly roll off the tongue.
Also,
I got dealt Hardigan and Stapes under the gun.
How much? I mean, so I wouldn't be able to do that without feeling really douchey. Oh, and he tables Hardigan and Stapes.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I know you are. That's because I'm English and I kind of am very weird about this kind of thing.
I mean, it should be Stapes and Hardigan, first of all.
No, alphabetical order.
I'm trying to think of any conceivable universe where my name comes before yours alphabetically.
I'm afraid it doesn't because JA beats JO and H beats S, so...
Yeah, you're a JO.
You're a monocle. Silver's under the gun raise, 3-bet by Ori Hassan. Silver calls. We got flops of the Ace-9-4 rainbow variety.
It's Versace. Finally a check behind. Another club on the turn.
I'll tell you a true story about that particular scene in the movie and its influence on my life after this hand. Adam says, what about Stapigan for Jack-Jack? Yeah. All in the call on one of the outer tables.
Kings versus Queen Jack. Kings hold.
And that's Yuri Gully. Gone by the looks of things. Yuri Gully eliminated. And was that Stephen Chidwick who took him out again?
Oh boy.
Who are those chips going to? Ah.
We'll be on it. By the way, apparently Robert De Niro is the front runner to play the villain in Rounders 2.
It's Dimitri Holdew who won that hand, who took out Yuri Gully. So Gully out in 26th place. We're down to 25, one away from the redraw. Back at the feature table. Check on the flop. Hassan bets 65,000 on the turn. Silver calls. Queen on the river.
Silver does not bet the river.
Dana says Rounders 2 could be really good. Got to give it a chance, fellas.
No. Rounders 2 could be very good for me to poop on.
Silver checks a third time. Apparently kangaroos equal pocket kings, used in Australia, I imagine. Canadians use Wayne Gretzky.
KK kangaroos. Well, that was fairly obvious. By the way, when I say Rounders 2 won't be good, all I mean is that I love the first one so much. I don't want them to mess with it. Check on the river, and A6 is good. You can see why I would go check there. Obviously, once silver gets called on the turn.
Yeah.
He's a little bit of afraid of what Hassan has. Hassan obviously can't value bet ace-6 on the river because it's kind of tough for him to get called by a worse hand. Easy for him to be out-kicked, and it goes check, check.
So, Joe, the movie you keep referencing with Versace is, of course, Showgirls. You remember your first trip to Las Vegas, just like the kid in a candy store, the bright lights, just how kind of wowed you were by the whole thing. My moment, my kind of Vegas, like, this is awesome moment, was stepping into the Forum shops at Caesar's Palace, seeing the Versace store where Elizabeth Berkley brought her dress, and then getting to eat in the Spagos where Elizabeth Berkley had brown rice and vegetables.
Nice. How did the dress fit?
You know what? It just didn't suit me.
Better before the Spago.
Definitely better before.
Les PLO says Newtonen with a masterclass in short stack ICM laddering up skills. Amazing discipline. Probably, but we don't know that. He may just be playing tight, maybe just card dead, but yeah, we can give him credit for that.
John Nika says, played with Ori Hassan in a side event at EPT London. Great personality, great kid, and a great player. I tip him to finish top 5. He is dangerous with chips. Max says, weird there hasn't been one good poker movie since Rounders.
We do this every time. We're not doing it. I'm saying no poker movie talk in Prague. Just one, just one stop off. That's all. We can talk about Rounders too. We can talk about Rounders, but I'm not doing that. Has there been a good? What are the other good? We're not doing it.
Well, the alternative is that everyone's now sending in blooming nicknames for poker hands. And yes, I know the Anna Kournikova joke. Wasn't funny the first time I heard it.
Mac has sent us in the correct pronunciation, what he thinks is the correct pronunciation of Versace.
Oh, Mac, you need to see the movie Showgirls. That will set you right.
So King raised this pot under the gun, defended by Shemian. He's the great defender of Barcelona. I like those DeMulder kids. Nice boys.
You can't beat a bit of Belgian.
Sometimes it goes the other way with those child stars, you know what I mean?
Oh, all in and a call, and it is last year's runner-up, Sotirios Katupas, who's all in, and it's Andrew Chen, third place finisher from season 5, who has called him.
King Queen holding. We'll tell you who it belongs to momentarily. King Queen still holding. And King Queen still holding.
So Katupas was the guy who shoved with Queen 10, and he will not be making back-to-back final tables here at EPT Prague. He's out in 25th. Luca Vivaldi calling for the clock to be paused, because we will now have the final redraw of today, probably. We're down to 24. We're down to 3 tables.
Go Andrew Chen.
Obviously, we'll conclude this hand at the feature table first.
So there was some interesting flop betting here. King continued. Shemian raised nearly 3x to 190. King called, so $500,000 in this pot.
You're the best seat in the house.
And all new table dynamics will be developing. By the way, Mac, the pronunciation that you sent in also incorrect. This is not Versace. I love it when people spell things out phonetically and still do it wrong. We get that all the time in our EPT scripts.
Shemian has bet 380,000 on the turn.
Yep, following up that flop raise with a really chunky bet here. 380 into 520. And king calls. Now, if he's doing this knowing, after seeing that superhero-y call with ace-queen, I really like this. King on the river.
By the way, Ray's making a bold prediction on Twitter. Andrew Chen is going to win this. Obviously, get all the chip stacks verified during the redraw as well.
And I'm wondering, you know, you're trying to think of what value hands Shemian could have flopped. Obviously, the first thoughts you have. All in, says Shemian. This smells like a set to me of his value hands. Maybe he would have 3-bet before the flop with 9s. Probably also 8s, but I think 4s is a distinct possibility that he would just flat the big blind. Obviously, he does have bluffs in his range. He is capable of doing this with nothing.
Saw King make a big hero call earlier on, and he was wrong. So one thing I will say about this play, Joe, is this is a great spot for Shemian to bluff the river, knowing that King is highly unlikely to make that move twice. But if he's got a marginal hand, he doesn't want to call it off and be wrong again.
It's weird because what hand could he have called the flop with that didn't improve? You know what I mean? So if it is a hand that he called flop with that didn't improve, 10s, jacks, I assume he's calling with his sets already. Is he thinking of heroing with 7s?
Well, he folds. Shemian is not going to show the hand.
But still wins a huge pot, 1.2 million before that river shove.
Absolutely, Shemian up to 2.75 million. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, we're going to take a short break while the players redraw. So when we come back, we'll have a new feature table. Hopefully we'll get some updated chip stacks. So still 67 minutes, still more than an hour to play today here at the EPT Prague main event. So join us in a few minutes' time. As I said, a new feature table, a redraw around the final 3 tables. This is EPT Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I am poker.
Join Ronaldo at PokerStars.net. We are poker.
My favorite moment in poker is still from my first ever EPT, which was EPT San Remo in 2008. I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid and won the tournament, and you know that propelled me into the man that I am today. After 6 months after that, I came to Barcelona for the first time, got 6th place in that event, and had a chance to become the first 2-time EPT winner at the age of 21. And I've just had so many fantastic experiences on the EPT, and that's one of the reasons why
I play so many of them and enjoy them so much.
Hey, it's professional poker player Vanessa Russo. I'm here in Vancouver for VIP Club Live, a global series of parties hosted by PokerStars for its VIPs. Let's go check it out.
Welcome to Vancouver VIP Club Live. It's already turning into a great evening, and it's just going to be a whole lot more fun.
Yeah, you know, I just came off the World Series of Poker. I've been playing hardcore every day, but now this is a nice way to just kind of like an after party, relax, meet some fellow grinders, meet some fans, or just meet fellow colleagues. It's a great experience. I think it's great.
This has given me a chance to meet people like Nanonoko and Taylor Frost, people who I wouldn't have met otherwise. It was really cool to come out here and talk to them about their game and how they play, and give me inspiration to play more myself.
We have goodies to give away. We are giving away a beautiful Tag Heuer watch.
All the team pros are giving out boxes of macaroons, and inside one of those boxes is a golden macaroon. And that golden macaroon will be turned in for a Tag Heuer watch for the lucky VIP.
Here's your man, Darren Sang. Got the magic macaroon.
I think that PokerStars parties are certainly unique. They have their own kind of draw to them. I thought like the chip idea with like the gambling and like the blackjack tables and the raw tables was very interesting. I felt like the body painting was very cool.
I'd say PokerStars made my hometown proud tonight. Everybody I talked to said they had a great time, and I mean, it definitely, the whole party exceeded my expectations.
Us all smiled and just good food, good drinks. Had a good time, really.
Ian, 751.
I certainly don't know too many jobs where you can just work and grind and do something you enjoy and then get rewards like this. It's pretty unique.
Remember the feeling of entering our lobby and easily finding the game you're looking for? Remember the sights and sounds of online poker at its best, or testing your skills against the pros? Remember the non-stop action of Rush Poker and destroying egos one hand at a time in the most exciting tournaments available? It was a thrill you could only get at FullTiltPoker.net. Good news, the thrill is back. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
Randy Nanonoko Liu is the ultimate grinder. In his lifetime, the 24-tabling online poker wizard has logged over 4 million hands and made Supernova Elite 4 times, earning him $2 million in winnings and over $500,000 in rewards from the PokerStars VIP Club. His relentless work ethic and intense dedication have produced one of the most incredible graphs in online poker history and made him a legend in the community.
My name's Randy Liu. I'm 25 years old, and I play as Nanonoko. Play on PokerStars.com. Member of Team Online for PokerStars. I first discovered poker in college. I had some friends that were just kind of playing casually. I was already aware of what poker was, but I actually played it. In the beginning, I did make a lot of deposits, but didn't work out too well. That kind of drove me to work a little bit harder. Trial and error was kind of my way of approaching things. I would try tactics, if one aspect didn't work, I'll try a different one. And when I do that, I start to understand why one way doesn't work and why the other way is correct. I would say that I'm definitely one of the hardest working players in online poker. You know, during middle school, ever since now, I've been playing competitive video games. I would used to go on weekends just, you know, when I'm in middle school, high school, be like, yeah, I'm gonna be out for the weekend. You know, I'd go travel to like LA, which is 6 hours away, or I'd go travel to Seattle by car and come back the same weekend to go play these events. Not big prize pools at all, so I was definitely doing it for the competition.
Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, Tom?
What's up? I've seen you somewhere before.
I know.
Were you that looking to play Street Fighter?
The Marvel vs. Capcom 2 champion. That's me.
No, not a champ. Check it out.
What? Is it the thing you're gonna show me? Hey,
DJ Showstopper!
My personal friends don't really know too much about online poker. They know I play poker. They know I do well in poker. They don't really understand technical aspects of it.
Hey, what's up? How's it going? How you doing? Pretty good. Panda guy! How's it going? Hey, it's good to see you. Have a good one. Hey, how's it going? You know, my poker thing and everything.
I don't get to see Randy that much. And so I'm like happy to see him. Like, yeah, I get to see you for the first time in 3 months. I've got random guy number 4, 5, and 6 coming up. Like, hey, I know you. My cousin knows you. I know your girlfriend. Right. Are you Nanonoko? Are you Nanonoko? That's the phrase. Are you Nanonoko?
One day I opened up PokerStars and I saw this promotion, Supernova Elite. I was just really curious about it. So I clicked on it and read more about it. Pretty much, you earn 1 million VPPs and you get live tournament packages and cash rewards and other great things. It was like an exclusive club that I just really wanted to be a part of. You know, I know that not that many people can achieve such a status. That's when I had my aha moment. I realized all you had to do was play more tables, play more hands. So I added 1 table, added 2, added 3. Eventually, I was playing 24. In a day, I was playing more hands than someone plays in a week. I was able to play mid-stakes, no limit, and do just as well as a high-stakes player. You know, I started to realize this is the way I should approach poker. Playing competitive video games has definitely helped me transition to poker. Just having that aspect of trying to beat other players, I do the same thing in poker. When I'm playing each player, I try to beat each player. I try to figure out why am I beating each player, or what do I need to do to beat each player.
Your mindset is the same for Street Fighter and the stuff, so I could tell what you were doing. I just didn't know how you were doing it. You know, even the same way you made people mad, I could tell they were mad online. So that's when I was like, okay, he's good. He's good at this, because I was like, okay, he's, you know, what's that tilt? You're tilting people. Oh, how does he know a combo? Why are you cheaping every game? When Randy thinks about games, he thinks about it like, he pretty much asks you this. He goes, what's cheap, what works? And he sticks to that. If something's working, Randy's gonna keep doing it. And so it's not surprising that he's using that for poker, because whatever he's doing is working, so he just keeps doing it, is what I assume.
Playing 24 tables at the same time, it's a lot of information that goes through my head. When I'm in a session, I'm really into it, and I'm just kind of maybe in a trance, I suppose. All of the dots connect, you know, like one hand goes to the next hand and to the next hand, so there's just so many decisions happening at the same time. And it never stops until I choose to end my session. You know, I just learned to deal with it, I just learned to experience it, and I'm able to just play it, you know, in my sleep almost. I currently live in an apartment, and you know, I'm building a new house, which is going to be a custom-built home. I feel very fortunate. Poker has given me such opportunity financially to be able to purchase a home at my age. This is going to be the main area Just the kitchen and the dining room area, the fireplace is pretty much my entertainment area. Over here is going to be my office. This is where I'm going to pretty much have my grind session, just kind of set up my computer. Just kind of seeing it build and just got to see each phase. It's really starting to get to me. Like, I'm going to be really happy actually when I get to move in. I think the most important quality that attributes to my success is just my work ethic. It's just believe in what you do and do it well and do it hard.
Today we're showing team pros Fatima DeMello and Lex Valdhouse just what it takes to produce an EPT webcast involving dozens of crew members, tons of heavy equipment and super tight logistics, all in the hope of reaching millions of people worldwide. Join them as they become part of the EPT webcast crew.
Come on then, let's get in. We're not doing that extra shot.
Oh, we're not?
No.
Why
right,
not?
The first thing you need are radios.
Radios?
Okay, this is a baptism of fire, and without it, you can't talk to us.
Hello? Hello? Has? Come in, please.
It's really important that we talk clearly because we've only got seconds to communicate some important information like Lex is late or Fatima's here on time or something like that.
I just thought it was a lot of organizing and communicating with each other and, yeah, just, you know, keeping in touch. 1, 2, 3.
Only 20 or 30 poker players have had that in the year of the week. It's fine. Once these screens are powered up at 11 o'clock, we'll see all 7 to 10 cameras. Ben directs it, and Riley directs it as well.
At the same time?
They take turns because there's different parts that need to be directed at different times. So one is often directing it live, and the other one is about to tee up what's going to go live. Nick, at the end, is in charge of all the graphics for the webcast. So there's data-driven graphics coming from 3 tables in the building.
So he corrected my name when it was wrong before.
Yeah, exactly. Tina works at PokerStars. She's in charge of the webcasting. She's our boss.
Oh, you're in the corner. The corner office.
Anyway, this is our technical equipment. We could talk about it forever. Basically, it does what it's supposed to do. So the first thing that we do is print out the schedules, which we've actually done already for you because printing takes ages and it also makes a racket. This is a schedule. It means that you've got to keep to it. So we've got live coverage start and end. It's important that everyone on the team knows when we go live for obvious reasons. At 12 PM we are going live. So you'll see on the far right column there that we've got James H prepping on floor with Haas and Rick.
No one gets to consume food.
Right, so about this time I normally get a coffee because I've been up since like 8 o'clock. What's happening, Lex? Meeting. TV production
Meeting.
Yeah, sorry, the PokerStars editorial meeting.
That is where?
It's in the PokerStars office. Right, so like I said before, this is the content meeting for the group, and we discussed some of the things that are happening.
Okay, so these are our player lists for the day. And this is a summary of all the production activities that we're doing on location. We're going to be playing 5 levels, or down to 16, or playing down to level 24, whichever comes first. We'll anticipate to finish at about 9 o'clock tonight. There's no scheduled dinner break. Each level is 20 minutes, so everyone's going to be taking dinner at the end of the day. I don't know whether you want to go through who your feature tables are.
So table number 1 is our TV table. We have our marquee players on there are Mike Watson, Kent Lumark, EPT Season 7 Barcelona champion, and there's a couple of other guys. Kevin Isofano has made 2 final tables before, and Niall Farrell was a character for us yesterday and was chip leader for a lot of yesterday. And the RFID table, which is our secondary table, we have got the last remaining team pro, Christoph de Mulder. So yeah, so we're all rooting for him, obviously.
Sorry, can I cut in and just jump on because we've actually got something else to do? Just,
yeah. Okay.
Rick, see you at 12. This is Rick from the PokerStars blog who's going to be in the opening link.
Rick Dacey, blog extraordinaire.
Are you okay with makeup and stuff like that? Okay. What?
Do
that way, sorry.
Yeah. I'm fine.
I'll get here. You okay? Right.
Yeah.
I'll meet you at 11:45.
Okay.
We've got to go and test the wireless cameras.
Louise, on that note as well, will be. So.
Bye guys. Bye.
The thing is, in the morning we need to find a place to do a light with James that shows the tournament and looks
She's
nice
in the
on
middle,
camera.
right?
Well, there are continuity issues because they're filming the TV show.
Yeah.
James obviously can't be in shot if he's going to do the commentary.
Like here? Yeah, just close and then, yeah, but then they're gonna annoy you, right? Welcome to day 4 of EPT Barcelona Season 2.
Sorry, Fatima, I don't know if you want to do this. Like,
Sure, yeah, sure.
So before we do anything, we can put the camera on here. So we've got to check that this is all level.
Does it have to be the perfect center?
And then there's a screen here.
Ah, that shows you what you're doing. That's how you turn it on?
Yeah. So, MJ just put on.
Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
This looks good. It's kind of fun to see it from this side, because when we're on the floor, I know we should make a lot less jokes or be careful what we say, or you say them in Dutch, because those are pretty good headphones. You can hear everything over there.
Well, I think for the amount of stuff that needs to happen before stuff can go live, I think the crew's pretty chill. I don't know, I have no idea. I think he was pressing buttons and he loves to do that sort of stuff, so I think he'd love, you know, he would like maybe chill out for a couple more hours in there, just, you know, try to figure out what the game is like. Yes, as usual. Are you in control of the buttons and stuff? You figuring it out?
Yeah, I could do you a favor and cut away from your shot right now, but, you know.
Why are you cutting away from my shot?
I don't know, it's better for marketing, because of the way you're sitting.
No, this is a right way of sitting for marketing. What are you talking about?
No. Wait, I'll do you a favor.
Jesus, I'll sit like this, like a proper girl.
So whenever she gets annoying, I can just cut it out completely. I mean, she gets to play with the camera, but I control the buttons, so I'm god of the control. It's a good social experiment. I'm already power tripping, you know?
Okay, put your hand up if you can hear me loud and clear. English first, please.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, and Russia. Good stuff. Well done, everyone.
Well done, everyone.
All right, good show, good home.
That's a wrap.
Well, I've, like out here, I've helped testing the camera and the audio. I've learned how to put a camera on a tripod and how to make the, you know, vision unblurried. I don't know how you say that in English, but something like that.
Coming live to James on the floor in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello once again, welcome to Spain, welcome to Casino Barcelona and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along. Picking up this.
Commentating is a lot less stressful. You just put on your headphones and you fake laugh at Joe's jokes. Thought, because over there you see blind information and then players, and you look at 2 screens, you're like, oh, I have to be aware of both. And then you sit here and it's like, oh yeah, okay, there's like 8 cameras now on 2 screens with people talking and people in your left ear, people in your right ear.
Do you want to go through the graph?
It's kind of hectic, actually.
Lexi's, you know, like, he's in charge, he's calm, you know. He's a technical and smart guy, so I'm not going to lip him off this time.
Pretty cool. It looks like a video game. And I really like video games, and I think once you get used to it, especially the control stations and stuff like that, and the coordination of it, and I like the efficiency. Just you know, people don't have short tempers with each other. If somebody snaps once, everybody knows it's for a good reason, and it's just people are just, I don't have time, and then you just leave it alone, and somebody's like, okay, control what was going on, and yeah. That was fun because as soon as somebody said something to me, I missed the flop. I was
No
just like,
way.
yeah, because as soon as you have like a second thing coming in, it's like, oh shit.
difficult, right?
It's like,
Yeah.
shut up, you know.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's also fun because now I could see the multitasking aspect of it. And as soon as somebody started talking about me to me, and I had to take off my headphones, is when I made a mistake. And it's kind of like I kind of felt like just leave me alone. I'm inside my bubble with my headphones on and I'm just playing a computer game. So as long as I did that, it went pretty well, I think, and it was fun to do.
I thought it was a nice experience, but the thing I like best is just working with people. You know, like you're communicating with each other and you're building something, you're creating something that, you know, has an actual product. You know, you can make people happy with the thing that you're actually doing. And if you do it right, it can become really good. And that's always a challenge, I guess, but it's a cool challenge.
The expectation for some reason was that it would be more relaxed, that it
Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. The redraw is complete. We're down to 24 players. We're down to the final 3 tables, which means we have a new lineup for you on our feature table. We've got 2 Brits up on the main stage. Max Silver, who we've been following today, and Stephen Chidwick. Ola Shemian remains on the feature table, as does Lassell King. So we've got the 2 Germans.
Wow.
Along with Sigurd Eskeland, Nikita Nikolaev, Piotr Petrek, and Romain Shavasanya. Chidwick, the biggest stack at this table. In fact, he is rivaling Julian Track for the tournament chip lead right now. Track, who's won on one of the 2 outer tables, has 2.8 million exactly.
Oh my God, there's a French guy left. I owe you a Coke. Other drink products are available. Sigurd Eskeland's still in there. We've seen a lot of him this week. We've seen Nikita Nikolaev a few times. First time seeing Roman Shavasanya. Is that how you'd say that?
Shavasanya, I guess. Key here is that we still have 67 minutes left on the level. It's just over an hour of poker to be played today, with the blinds at 12,000, 24,000 with a 3,000 ante. The only way that we would finish before then is if, and it's a big if, we got down to the final 16. I doubt very much that we'll see 8 eliminations in the next hour and 7 minutes.
So the only monster stack that's not at this table is Julian Track.
Correct, who is the overall chip leader, but there's not that much in it between Track, Silver, Shemian, and Chidwick.
Yeah, and we've got, of the 4 players who are over 2.5 million, we've got 3 of them at our feature table.
Obvious choice for the feature table.
And Julian Track must be loving it at his table because he's got 2.8 million, and Dimitri Hold'em has got 2 million. After that, there's only one other guy that's over 1 million. Everyone else is kind of short.
Therese, the tournament director, just confirming where we are at right now. They've drawn for the button, and it's going to be on seat 5. That's Eskeland. And this is where things get exciting now. The race is on for the final table. Tomorrow, of course, we will play down to the final 8. And I do have a feeling tomorrow's going to be a long day.
It always is. Day 5 is, you know, it's a fairly recent trend, too. Day 5 usually takes a very long time, which leads to a relatively short stacked final table. I think the best average stack we've seen at a final table recently is around 40 big blinds.
So a quick look at the 2 outer tables before we head back up to the main stage and get back into the action as we continue here at the EPT Prague main event. A reminder, we still want your interactions. We still want your tweets tagged EPT Live. We want your emails to nuts@pokerstars.tv. Steve says, that is a sick feature table. There's Andrew Chen out in the field. Andrew Chen, many people's pick to win this. He's no stranger to going deep in EPTs.
And typically I don't outwardly root for someone so hard, but I am really pulling for Andrew Chen because he's been close so many times. It's not a personal thing at all. I just like to see the guy he's had it in his grasp.
And we've made a lot this week, over the last few days, of Andrew Chen coming 3rd in Prague second in Berlin. Of course, he had another big final table, which we haven't mentioned. He made the final table of the grand final in Season 6. Arguably the toughest tournament on the EPT, certainly the most prestigious event on the EPT. So he has been there before. He is very much the bridesmaid, so a lot of people really pulling for Andrew.
And I'd also like to welcome back Lynn to our feature table. Hello, Lynn.
AKA Jessica from Liberty X.
If I can get producer Ben's attention. I ran into Lynn in the hallway and told everyone what a fan, excuse me, I was, and the entire audience, how she was a big hit. Ben, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being least awkward, 10 being most awkward, how awkward was the exchange between me and Lynn?
11.
23? Oh, 2 or 3. Oh, it wasn't that bad. I think he's being kind. How about when I asked her out afterward? 9.
When you told her that the viewers were a fan, were you implying that they just admired her dealing skills?
No. Just said you were a big hit with the audience. The problem was that she's English is not her first language, and so I had to mime out a few things, making what should have been like a 20-second exchange into like a 90-second exchange.
Wow. By the way, the free roll's underway. Maxed out once again at 30,000 runners. Good luck to everyone in today's EPT Live free roll. There will be another tomorrow if you missed out tonight.
Steven's got in touch. So guys, yeah, I went for it. Spent the rent on kids' Christmas. Got them a 40-inch television each. Living homeless will be so worth it. I have no problem with that. James knows my spending habits.
Oh, yeah. Playing my first hand in the free roll.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll cover the action. Action's folded. To all Shemian on the button. If you think he's not raising, you are mistaken. 55,000.
I won the hand. I'm up above starting stack. Come on!
Grats. Grats. Max Silver's going to have a real nice piece of cheese to fold to a button raise from Shemian. Max would typically have position on Shemian, but not this hand.
King, 9 deuce on the flop, 2 spades.
Max is checked. Shemian continued, 70K. And Max calls. I don't think there's a ton of information to be gleaned from a bet and a call there. You'd expect Shemian to continue with most of his range. Therefore, Max could call fairly wide as well. Now things slow down on the turn. 4 spades out there. Silver checks. I think against a weaker opponent, All's going to bet this very often. Against Max, I'm not so sure. Looks like he is going to bet it, though.
Do you fold in this spot?
No, but you do.
Thanks.
Show me the bet 155. Into 286. And I think these are just really tough spots, you know. As an analyst, as a poker player, I think all is capable of betting anything here.
Daniel Petterson, I like it. Did you see his question?
How did I mime that she was a big hit?
Yeah.
I pretended I was a baseball pitcher and then switched over to the batter and took a swing and then put my hand to my forehead to simulate the ball sailing out of the park. You big hit. That raise gets it done for Silver. Ship it.
Silver now up to nearly 3 million again, 2.95 million. The two Brits on the top of this feature table, the two Germans just below them. No one else with a 50 big blind stack.
You want to know who won last night's free roll?
Yes, I do.
Lack Self from the Ukraine. Won last night's free roll for 168.48.
Well done, Lack Self. Give yourself a pat on the back and spend the money wisely.
He probably doesn't lack self-esteem after winning last night's free roll, beating out 29,999 runners.
Shemian raises the cutoff. Action on Max Silver in the small blind. Max is going to call.
What's that noise happening for? I didn't tell a joke. Queen, deuce, 5, 2 diamonds. Elron Steele asks, how many non-English speakers will get a baseball reference? How many Elrons will not understand that I was completely lying? At least one.
Maximilian says, how many players are left? Just tuned in from the dinner break. We are down to 24. Final 3 tables. And remember, 1,007 players started this tournament. What was that fist pump for, Joe?
Triple up in the free roll.
Nice.
Slightly less than a triple. What's happening here?
Silver check called 65k on the flop. Let's check the turn, see if Shemian bets again.
He does. I think this is a good card. A good card. You are what you say. Is this a good card for Shemian to keep barreling? You would think if Max had a really good ace, he probably would have 3-bet before the flop. It looks like, though, we have an all-in and a call on one of the outer tables.
Yeah, it's a Radek Stockner from the Czech Republic who is all in. But this looks like a double up to me.
Generally, that's what sitting back down indicates, unless he's just going to protest, not leave the table.
Maybe he wants to chill. You're like in a home game when someone busts a sit and go. You don't make them get up from the table. They can still sit there, and it's really annoying because you end up dealing them into hands when they're not actually in the tournament anymore. But
wow, Jimmy, the B word. Let someone sit at the table after they've busted, huh? We had a showdown here. Check, check on the river. And it looks like this is getting shipped to Max Silver.
With the ace-4 and
a small ace.
He is up to 3.25 million. He was in command of our previous feature table, and he's in command of this table as well. Now, this is big news. We get a lot of tweets from Justin Fairbanks, and they are appreciated, but they vary in the news stakes. If Olushemian gets 17th or better, he will pass Daniel Negreanu in the GPI Player of the Year race.
Oh, noes. Daniel's going to have to come back and play the other tournament happening here in town.
How much is he going to regret missing that high roller if Ola passes him in this event? All in and a call on one of the outer tables.
Nut flush. And it looks like it was a straight draw.
Yoloman Newton has just doubled up. So 2 all-ins since we've been down to 3 tables and 2 double-ups.
Whereas in the no-limit Olympic stack, the blinds are now raised to 100, 200, and an ante is 25. That's 100, 200, and an ante of 25.
I mean, I'm assuming that the high roller event here in Prague would count towards that GPI Player of the Year race.
It would, but what do you want? He didn't. Daniel didn't like the internet situation.
So he abandoned Prague, skipped playing that tournament, and now faces losing that title with less than 2 weeks to go on the year. Oh man! And do you know what? I can easily see Shemian making it to the final table of this tournament.
For sure. He's a front runner to make the final table. He is not involved in this pot, however, which is checked all the way to the river. Technically silver the last aggressor. Way back before the flop. Looks like Lassell King is gonna fire.
Ray says, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought I was watching Shemian and Silva heads up at the final table. There were a lot of confrontations between these two earlier on. Still got confrontations now, and don't rule out Lassell King. He's played a few hands against Max Silva as well. Tim Roberts says, Max Silva playing so sticky.
Sticky, I think that's a good way to describe it, actually. Well said.
King has bet 200,000 on the river. Silva with the decision. He calls. And ace-8 is good. So Daniel Rosbach tweets to say, playing a live Donkerman, drinking beer, and still on the ropes about casting for the shark cage. Guess chances are slim by now. Not necessarily, Daniel. Bear in mind that there are going to be further heats of the shark cage beyond the PCA. So even if you don't get picked up for the first round of filming, maybe we'll bring you to Monaco, or Barcelona, or London. But actually, I think I'm right in saying that no decisions have actually been made on casting regarding the PCA heat, so panic ye not.
LOL shark cagements.
Rob King says, how tilted will Daniel Negreanu be if he loses the GPI Player of the Year, having missed the high roller and, of course, the WPT here in Prague? I mean, he was ranting about this hotel before he left. He's really going to be angry with them if, because of their internet, he feels he lost this prestigious title.
But that's the thing, is that Daniel, remember what he did in Barcelona, how he like punted off his stack in the 10K and then he just decided he was going to win it? He finished second.
So what's he going to do, fly back into Prague?
He'll figure something out. If he wants it bad enough, he'll just do it. He's a weird dude.
Aaron Bass says, when the river goes check, check, do you think last aggressor should show first or earliest position? What I think doesn't matter. The rules are it's the first position that shows if it goes check, check on the river.
I like out of position having to show. But like James mentioned, we don't really have a say, nor should we really have an opinion as non-poker players.
I'm looking for the proverbial good spot in the free roll.
You're it, buddy.
No, I know, but now I need to find a spot to get it in.
Am I going to outlast in the free roll for once?
Yeah, I think this might be the first time ever.
Max Silver making it 52K. Remember, blinds are 20. Yeah, let's start this again. Remember, blinds are 12-24 with a 3K ante. And Chidwick calls from the cutoff. Action on Piotr Pietrzak in the big blind. It looks like he's going to come along for the ride, and he does. Three ways to this flop, which is ace, deuce, 4.
Jamie Reynolds asks, can anyone enter an EPT main event providing they stump up the entrance fee? Answer, yes. Action. Check to Max Silver, who bet 66,000. Chidwick. Not immediately folding.
He did call. Back to Pietrzak. Who, remember, was defending his big blind and doesn't have a ton of chips. He started the hand with 490K. That is fewer, that is right around 20 big blinds. And he is all in.
Triangle dealer.
Maybe defending with a small ace. And Silver's still got Chidwick tacked behind.
Silver calls.
Ace 10 for Silver, ace 9 for Pietrzak.
Looks like we'll see an elimination here. Meanwhile, I just doubled up in the free roll. Boom!
Okay, buddy.
Can you make a beat?
You would have assumed that Pietrzak had better than ace 10. He would have 3-bet before the flop. Some chop possibilities now.
I take it green. Green? Green, you don't want the 9? I take I'm not getting greedy. I'm not greedy.
That's not one of them, though.
Pietrzak eliminated in 24th place. We're down to 23 players.
Well, that didn't take long. Now Nikita Nikolaev, the shortest stack at the table. Just 28 big blinds. Not exactly in desperation mode. And Graphical Hue getting his picture tweeted out by Lena from Sweden. The tweet says, "This handsome guy does the graphics for EPT Live and was expecting snow here in EPT Prague. Hashtag plus degrees, hashtag no snow." Lena from Sweden called you a handsome guy and tweeted your picture, Graphical Hue. He is a hooker.
John Ivar says, "Go Sigurd, make us proud and show just why we should legalize poker in Norway." Oh, bit of politics.
We don't do politics, play on PokerStars.
Ray says, "Thank God that wasn't a chop pot. I don't think I could stomach another song." We haven't had a chop pot today, have we?
I think that we have not had a chop pot.
Disappointing! By the way, I busted the free roll, by the way. Went out about 14,000th place.
Well, buddy, then you should know that Chiwick raised this before the flop, called by Eskelin, check on the flop, which now has 2 8s and 2 9s.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Did you win?
No.
Oh.
Ace is no good against top pair. I also lost my 10s versus ace 9.
I'm being labeled a muppet for overplaying King Queen. It's a free roll turbo. There's no such thing as overplaying top pair.
Let's see who's overplaying this pot. Eskelin betting 1,000 here on the river.
Or even 100,000.
Excuse me, 100,000. I too come out of the free roll.
Probably good that we can actually concentrate on the €5,000 buy-in tournament that's playing out before us right now.
Yeah.
Well, not a lot's happening. Can we go back to talking about showgirls? We've got the guy in the Versace t-shirt still at the table. Chidwick calls.
Full house.
If you get like 17 higher here, you win. 17? Yeah, higher.
Eskelin wins that one and is up over $1 million.
Eskelin, the former Magic card player, probably current Magic card player, I should say. Just not playing it right now. Bracelet winner. Got a potential all-in. Looks like the pot's already being pushed, though.
Yeah, the triangle was placed in front of his chips, but I guess he didn't get any action.
I know what that's like. Not getting any. You know what? Forget it.
So, yeah, Harsoika's all in. Sees him pick up the blinds and antes. 40 minutes left to play today. And we have an all-in. Nikolaev shoves for 662,000 over the top of Chidwick's opening raise to 55k. Action folded back around to Chidwick. He asked for a count. Lynn will oblige.
This is the shortest stack at the table. Chidwick, the second biggest stack at the table. Probably didn't notice there was a short stack that could shove on him. I guess this is a tough spot for Chidwick because Nikolaev isn't super short.
And Stephen will fold. Nikolaev adds to his stack, now playing 774,000.
I hate this blind level. 12-24, how am I supposed to figure out how many? Oh, there we go.
32 big blinds. Max Silver, the current tournament chip leader, has a 151 big blind stack. Is it just me, or does today feel like it's been a really long
day? Yeah, really long. Producer Ben says, no way. He just can't get enough.
Dum, 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 dum,
He must be
dum, 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 dum.
paid by the hour.
Chances are it's going to be another long one tomorrow.
Hey, you know what I just realized? What if a way to get rid of the tank time?
Yeah.
What if your rake was based on how long you're in the tank?
Ooh.
All this tanking would go right out the window. Minus EV to tank.
I wouldn't even, I think you'd simplify it. Because not being funny, but the tournament staff are not going to want to start messing with the registration fees. How about it's actually the prize money that's awarded to you? That they take some off the top.
Sure, it comes out of whatever you win.
Yeah.
So I guess everyone gets a tank for free till they hit the money. Like a trial period on an adult website. Nick knows what I'm talking about. Not graphical Nick, deviant Nick.
I do feel, by the way, that obviously Graphical Hugh is a relative newcomer compared to Graphical Nick. He gets his picture blasted all over Twitter by Lena, the Swedish blogger. Where is the love? Where is the love for Graphical Nick?
Well, first of all, Graphical Nick, married man. Second of all, happily married, I might add.
Do you know what, Stapes? We need to show Graphical Nick some love. You
Second
take
of
over.
all, Graphical Nick gets tons of love verbally, and Graphical Hugh gets almost no mentions. But go ahead, James. James is going to post a mugshot. Oh, we're getting an eyebrow raise and everything. This is going to be a doozy. James, while you were gone, I couldn't think of anything to say. It was weird.
Don't worry.
I just blanked.
I feel that the viewers need to know the man that we abuse on a regular basis. Verbally.
You also have to say he's handsome, though.
He is a very handsome man. Here he is, in the flesh.
Former science teacher, is it? He's checked out. Okay.
I can't type words and answer your questions at the same time.
Well, I was talking to Nick. That's right. Ray's here from Shemian on the button. And I imagine this is going to happen a lot. Shemian raises his button. Silver defends his big blind. This is at least the second occurrence of this in this level. Jack 5-7, 2 hearts. Silver checks to the razor, or razor, whichever. Who continues 65,000. Last time this went bet call, check, 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 check. So far, this is shaping up the same way with a bet call. Jack on the turn.
Sorry, it's taken me so long to sort this tweet out.
And this time, Max leads for 108,000.
Boom, tweet sent. I've tagged it EPT Live, so it should show up if you're following the EPT Live timeline.
Ooh, graphical Nick. Handsome for a man. Cheeky, too. And it looks like all is counting out a raise. Sure is. 255? Sure is. I'm getting better at counting the chips out. I see you describe Graphical Nick as the man, the myth, the legend, and I find that whenever anyone uses that phrase, only one of them is accurate. He is a man.
He is also mildly mythical because he's talked about but never seen. And he is a legend. So don't you sell him short. He ticks all three boxes.
This pot is getting big.
Wow. Silver calls Shemian's raise. We're going to the river with more than 750,000 in the middle. It's the 9 of hearts. The flop flush draw gets there. Silver checks.
If we're looking at a jack versus a flush, this could be pretty gross.
Especially if it's like jack 9 against a flush.
Also gross.
Shemian checks behind. Max Silver tables jack 4, and Shemian angrily mucks. Another pot for Max Silver as he extends his chip lead, not just at this table, but in the tournament, becoming the first player to break the 4 million barrier.
And look how wide he's defending his big blind there. Jack 4 suited. I think that's fairly wide. Maybe that's standard. I don't know.
By the way, I don't want to insult our audience, which... Oh, hang on a second. Hold that thought, because we've got an all-in on one of the outer tables. Tamer Camel has moved all in. Well, that didn't look right. I'm not quite sure there was an all in there.
I think we had it backwards. Tamer Camel having to think.
Dorothy says, somehow I always pictured an 18-year-old intern as Graphical Nick. Richard says, the guy looks incredible. Is he good at his job, though? Is he good at his job?
Margin, very good at his job.
What I was about to say is, not wanting to offend our loyal viewers. Joe and I have absolutely zero interest in reading hand histories from the free roll. Poker hand histories by nature are quite dull.
Yes.
When they're taken from the EPT Live free roll, they are beyond dull.
And coming from you specifically, they are 3 times the dull. Although ours are probably dull too. Which is why you're welcome, audience, for us being out. You're welcome.
David Bridgman says, when will the broadcast be ending this evening? In 30 minutes' time, when play concludes on day 4 of this tournament.
So James, you noted that last year, not last year, in Barcelona, last event, not quite the last event, 2 events ago. Let me get this straight, in Barcelona.
The first leg of season 10, Joe, correct. It was back at the end of August.
That we started day 5 with 24 players.
Correct.
And we went for 15 hours?
13 hours.
13 hours. And we've got 23 players now.
Correct.
We could easily not lose another one.
Yes.
For the next 30 minutes. So we are looking at a 10 to 13 hour day tomorrow, any way you slice it.
Just a few comments about Max Silver. Dave says, if you're running as good as Max Silver, you can defend pretty light too.
I think Max is running rather well. I wouldn't say he's playing bad by any means, but yes, he seems to be making the best hand a lot.
Dave says he can't miss. Fenton says, railing EPT Live with my dad. Max Silver played that Jack-4 suited decently according to him. Stapes hasn't a clue. Standard defend. I think there's some sarcasm implied.
But of course, I mean, it is a wide defend, but you're also facing a guy that's going to be raising super wide too. So that's what I mean by that. I think that dynamic is just going to occur pretty much every time it's folded to Olszemian on the button. He's going to raise, and I can't imagine how bad, I mean, I can only imagine how bad a hand would have to be for Max to not defend a button raise from Olszemian. Max Silver wins another pot. Over 4 million in chips now. Richard says, Nick looks like an incredible man. I agree. There's our current chip counts. Romain and Nikita are 2 short stacks, just 32 big blinds apiece, but they don't really have to ship or anything like that anytime soon. David Bridgman tweets in to say, I don't want to insult our audience, but is probably not a sentence that should be finished. I don't want to insult our audience, but most of you are absolute monkeys. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Some of you are gorillas. Whatever one speaks sign language, that one. Chidwick wins that pot. Raise and take it. John the Book says he can't tell how hot graphical Nick is. His elbows might be pointy. Topless shot needed for full evaluation. Okay, Nick, put your shirt back on. We're not actually doing it. Yeah, no, all of the buttons. Thank you. Okay. Andreas wants to know, is the Eureka Poker Tour played in the same poker room as EPT Prague?
Yes.
Is it the same chips?
Yes.
Is it?
Well, I mean, the same type of chips.
But it's not.
No, not the exact same chips, because each tournament has different chips. For example, the chips they're playing with in the high roller are different to the chips in the main event, but they are the same high-quality tournament chips that you've come to expect from PokerStars sponsored tours.
But it's not like you could, not that anyone would do this, but take chips from one tournament to another. Not possible. And is it a feature table at Eureka? Well, the Eureka's over.
But also, the Eureka was not live streamed. It was not televised, so there was no feature table.
Sigurd Esklund finally entering a pot, defending his big blind against the raise of Lessel King. Ace, 9, 7, 2 spades. Sigurd checks.
Javier observes that Max Silva is simply outplaying every player post-flop, and any two cards are good for that.
I think that he has outplayed some players, and I think some players he's made really strong hands against, and I don't know that you can consider that outplaying them.
Ross Jarvis, editor of Poker Player magazine, says a brilliant day of EPT Live coverage, some amazing poker, and great to have two Brits to cheer on too. Been very impressed with Max Silva. And we had that tweet earlier on from Justin Fairbanks advising us that Olashemian needs 17th or better to overtake Daniel in the GPI standings. Roland Boothby making the same point and saying, why didn't he just choose another hotel? You might want to direct that tweet at Real Kid Poker. Maybe he'll give you an answer.
I tend to get stubborn like that too sometimes, instead of just doing what I know will solve the problem, just getting angry at the problem that shouldn't exist in the first place.
So where are we at? Romain Shavasanya has raised under the gun. Action is on Stephen Chidwick, who wants a count of Shavasanya's starting stack.
Welcome all 7 players who join us for the 2K event just starting now. This is a
Could do an impromptu interview with some of the cleaning crew here. Didn't realize a show was going on.
And the other 1,000 goes as a bounty. Every player gets a 1,000
Can't say they're shirking their responsibilities.
So this bounty is a bounty chip from the casino.
Excuse me, sir. No, please don't vacuum. Right now, no. Can someone? There aren't even any leaves in here. Why would he even have a leaf blower?
Just let you know that throwing a chip in the middle when you are playing.
Look at this. Monsieur Chavasang coming to life. Shavasanya.
He's been called in 2 spots so far, Chidwick and King.
And he's under the gun.
But look at this. Olashemian says enough of this calling business. Let's make it a bigger pot. Let's squeeze.
Putting the squeeze on the tightest guy at the table who has yet... Can you stop making that announcement? Thank you. Olashemian putting the squeeze on the tightest guy at the table who raised from under the gun.
Stapes takes on the PA system and wins.
And Shemian is out of position to all of these players. Wow. Roman lets it go.
The original Razor is out of the way. Action now on Chidwick.
Leo Wolpert gets in touch, says he likes how Max Silver plays Jack-4 diamonds on every street. Obviously lucky to make trips, but a bit unlucky to get an action killer on the river. I agree with Leo.
Chidwick calls the 3-bet. Russell King asking how much to call. It's an additional 139,000.
Couldn't he have paid attention to how much it was to call when the other two guys were making their decisions?
He's cool.
Well, this is getting big.
3-way to the flop in a 3-bet pot. Shemian, Chidwick, King. 650K in the middle. And a 6-4 deuce flop with 2 diamonds.
Man, all of Shemian is just cool as a cucumber. Look at this kid. Here comes the continuation bet. $235. Chidwick up next. Looking like one of those weird knights from the Last Crusade. Protector of the Grail.
Well, there's 19 minutes left on the clock. I wonder if we will see another hand today.
You know, the Protector of the Grail did wait over 2,000 years for Indy to show up.
Good point.
So, he's got the time. He has got the time. Chidwick out.
King. He's not going to ask how much. Oh, he knows.
Boom, million in the middle.
And he calls the 235,000. And yes, we now have a 7-figure pot with 2 betting streets to come. King, the effective stack. He's got a pot-sized bet behind. The ace of clubs on the turn.
The classic ace on the turn. Does Shemian love the ace or hate it?
Look at him. He loves it.
He loves it. No matter what, he ain't backing down from it. This is 300 something.
Three, 4, 5. And King folds.
King maybe with some kind of pair there, 7s, 8s, 9s.
Shemian adding nearly 700K to his stack, now playing 2.5 million. Max Silver still the leader with more than 4 million.
Smitty writes in with an interesting theory. I think the Brits are trying to do kid poker a solid. Trying to take out all of Shemian. And Javier with more praise for Max Silver, whose name he may want to learn how to spell if he wants to be a real fan. Max Silver is a god, Stapes. Even when he folds, he does it beautifully. Anyway, I think Chidwick is the most accomplished player. Wow, it's Lars von Trier's EPT Prague. There we go.
It's an all-in ace-deuce against 6-5. And did that end in a chop? It did. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop putt.
You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. Ionat asks, Hi guys, you know if it'll appear on the net a stream with the cards revealed? Just curious, thanks.
Final table day. Final table day. Which is Wednesday, by the way.
Yes, after days 7, 8, and 9 of this tournament, we will have a final table.
Max Silva raises under the gun and gets 3-bet by Olashemian. And he will fold. Shemian. Playing the rush. Momentum on his side right now. 2.6 million, 23 players left with 15 minutes left on the level. 15 minutes left on the day. Everyone who survives will come back for day 5, and that's when we will play down to a final table. We have a hard target tomorrow, 8 players. How long will it take? My guess is around the 12-hour mark.
Hard Target, that was a movie that I was not allowed to see because it was R-rated, so I read the novelization.
Is that a true story?
Totally true.
Is there anything dumber than the novelization of a crap action movie?
It was my favorite book.
Oh, Joe. You really are beyond salvation.
Until I read the novelization of Last Action Hero, and then that became my favorite book. It's really awkward when you're on a date with a girl and she's like, what's your favorite book? And you say Last Action Hero.
You probably might just want to make up the answer. I really want to throw a, say, Finnegan's Wake.
Finnegan's Wake.
James Joyce's virtually unreadable final novel.
Found most of his novels to be unreadable.
Well, to be fair, most of them are written in the English language, which is something you can't say about Finnegan's Wake.
What's it, written in Irish or something?
It's written in largely made-up languages.
Oh, really?
You know the famous ending of Ulysses, where it's basically written in kind of like dream speak, with no punctuation, just one sentence flowing into another? Finnegan's Wake takes it to a whole new level. The general theory is that James Joyce was actually suffering from mild schizophrenia towards the end of his life, and that's why his novels got really weird.
There's just a big level. So Chidwick raised under the gun. Escalon smooth called from the cutoff, but it looks like we're going to have a 3-bizzle.
By the way, do you like how we segued from the novelization of Hard Target to James Joyce's Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake?
It was like 2 moves. It was masterful. 3-bet from Shavasanya.
Every time I see that guy's name, I feel like a lasagna. I'm getting kind of hungry. It's 9:15 local time.
Like a really misogynistic lasagna.
I want a chauvinistic lasagna.
Escalon shoves.
All in, which would put Shavasanya all in. Now, remain. When you re-raised, you must have known there was the possibility that someone was going to move all in. Granted, you're probably thinking it was likely to be Chidwick rather than Escalon, but you reopened the betting.
Okay, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here.
Please do.
This is a decision for his tournament life. The next bust out receives 29,600 euros. He is not really in any danger of laddering up by making this fold because, what is that?
I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there. Should he really be 3-bet folding out of that stack size?
No, he should not. And I think that we're going to get an eventual call here, but I think this is just a tough decision for someone, you know, we haven't seen Roman here very often before, so this is probably a very big spot for him, a very big moment. He's asking for a count, which he doesn't need to know because he is covered. But Lynn's going to oblige him.
It's all you can eat, I'm afraid, Mr. Chauvinistic Lasagna.
I'm actually fine with Lynn stroking these stacks, though. She can
yeah, this
count
is
them out.
a great opportunity to use the rewind function.
They killed my mic. Wow, he lets it go. Ace King, no good.
All in, Ace King against King Queen. And King Queen is sucked out on the flop. And holds. Do we have an elimination or a double up? It looks like a double up for Iha Soika.
More
Fist
like
pumping.
Iha Suckouta.
Daniel Rosbach says, James, love the Joyce analysis. Short, profound, and absolutely correct.
I didn't find that book to be short or profound.
He said the analysis.
Oh, right.
David Bridgman reckons that Lasagna was waiting for others to bust on the outer tables. I mean, we're some distance from another money jump, so there was really no reason to stall there. They have paused the clock and announced that 3 more hands will be played today, so this is hand 1 of 3.
Like all day, I couldn't wait for it to be over. Now there's 3 hands. I'm kind of sad about it.
I'm hungry.
I'm going to miss you guys.
I want to go to dinner. Give me the opportunity to carry on if you want, Joe, and do a state special.
Just do what? Just do some bits?
Yeah, maybe read all the tweets that we didn't have time to read today.
Oh, we had time. I'm just gonna go lay down on the camera and just sort of talk, like a free flow kind of thing. Maybe tell some stories from my childhood.
In the psychiatrist chair with Joe Stapleton.
I'll try to think of a couple that don't end in tears.
You've got 2?
Joel writes in to say, the Gladbacher der Sieger Eskelin, Spinende Day. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
This looks like the penultimate hand.
Paul Seaton, interested in one of our side tables. Hang in there, Tamer. The quiet man of poker, one of the best in Britain. Shemian's raised this first of 3 final hands.
I think this is the second of the 3.
Second, cool. Wins it.
Yeah, I think everyone else is kind of done with day 4 and is looking forward to coming back for day 5.
I can guarantee you that not everyone at this table is done with day 4, and they are gonna fight for every last chip that's put out on the felt here.
I think this is the final hand.
James, you are rarely wrong. Confirmation that we think this is the final hand. We're confirming that we think it's the final hand.
Not confirming that it actually is.
Correct.
The last hand. What is probably, possibly, maybe the last hand of the day.
It's definitely one of the last hands of the day, we think.
Oh. Shovasanya all in.
I think he's going to get there.
Nikolaev with a decision in the big blind.
Rut-row. Nikolaev has him covered by about, what is that, 8 big blinds? 9?
Meanwhile, there is an all-in on one of the outer tables. Lars Dahlin all-in, called by Thomas Kowalski. Ace-queen against ace-6.
Pretty good.
Great flop for the ace-queen of diamonds. Ace-queen holds.
Good game, man. Good game.
And that is the end of Lars Dahlin. So looks like we're going to be coming back tomorrow with 22 players.
Where we still got a decision, right, on our table.
That's true. Dahlin goes out in 23rd.
At most, 22 players tomorrow.
Good point.
And it looks like there was a fold. Oh no, just fold, yes. And Shavasanya shows the ace of spades.
And play's concluded, correct?
Yes, no one's putting out their ante, so that would indicate that we are done. There's Luca.
There's the end of day 2. By the way, my original estimate, I know you pinned me down to an exact number. I did say 18 to 22. I ended on 20, but 22 players have made it through day 4 and will be coming back for day 5. Here's how things ended at our feature table. Max Silver, we know, is the tournament boss, chip leader with close to 4 million. Olashemian's had a good day. He's up to 2.7 million. Chidwick, Eskeland went on a tear at the end as well. So I have to say, even though it's felt like a long day, Joe, probably the most interesting day we've had so far, and certainly the most pre-flop aggression we've had on any day so far.
Yeah, the most chip movement, and I think that, you know, the pre-flop aggression was probably driven by maybe 1 or 2 players, but then the other players who are ballers, who know what they're doing, sort of had to come along for the ride and had to, you know, when in Rome, had to do what Romans do. Except not the actual Roman, because he didn't play aggressive at all. But everyone else played aggressively, namely Olashemian, Max Silver at this feature table, and before, obviously, at our other feature table, we had guys like, where are they now? There were other people playing very aggressively.
Well, the 2 names I want to pick out who are still in the tournament.
Lascelles King?
Yeah, I mean, Lascelles King. But the 2 players I want to pick out who we didn't get to see on our feature table today, who do still remain, are Andrew Chen, of course, has got a 3rd and a 2nd on the EPT, and Dimitri Holdew, who run the Eureka event here. So some great stories to follow, some great players and some big names coming back for day 5. We will be live at 12 noon Central European time. Various members of Team PokerStars Pro will hopefully drop by in the booth. Lee Jones will be here with Lee's Lowdown. Updates from the blog team as well. Read the live updates, read the end of day report on the PokerStarsblog.com. At PokerStarsblog is their Twitter handle. And more streams tomorrow. In addition to English, Czech, you've got Polish, Russian, German, French, Italian, Spanish, Latam Spanish, Portuguese, and Mandarin. It's the penultimate day of the main event when we play down to the final table. And then, of course, for the final table, whole cards up, 1 hour delay. But before we can get to the final table, we need to get to the final 8. So make sure you're with us, 12 noon, Central European time, for penultimate day action from the EPT Prague main event. Thank you once again for all your tweets, all your emails, your questions, and your comments. We'll be back tomorrow. But join us tomorrow